Hello, bonjour. My name is Matt Lard. I'm City Councilor for St. Boniface. I'm joined by my colleagues, Councillor Chambers and Councillor Brian Mays. I should say Councillor Marcus Chambers. I'm going to say Councillor Brian Mays, as well as members of the public service. Mr. Clerk, would you help kick it off?
Of course, Mr. Chair.
First I'll read the treaty acknowledgement. And so I will start in French. Winnipeg est situé sur le territoire visé par le traité numéro 1, le berceau et territoire traditionnel des peuples Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cri et Dakota, et sur les terres ancestrales nationales des Métis de la Rivière-Rouge. Notre eau potable provient de la Première Nation Shoal Lake numéro 40, qui est située sur le territoire visé par le traité numéro 3. So I would like to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nations in Treaty 3 territory. With that, Mr. Clerk.
Of course, and also if we can just get a motion to accept the minutes held for June 25th, as well as July 15th, the special meeting on June 25th and the regular on July 15th.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried.
Perfect. Okay. First up, we'll have delegations, and the only one we have registered is Max Schreckenbach, and he's going to be in support of item 7, that being the transfers time extension motion. Oh, sorry, Max.
Here to speak. Oh.
Perfect. Can you speak again?
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to speak in support of item 7. I've got just some brief remarks. Basically, I want to say thanks to Councillor Mace because I emailed him about this at the end of July, and I was pleased to see it on the meeting agenda today. Basically, we've got this new transit network, and there have been some complaints in the media and stuff, but for the most part, I found it quite easy to use, and I've been quite pleased with it. However, I've run into this issue of the running out of time on the 75-minute transfer when I've been going on a ticket. So especially you get on the bus and you pay, obviously, at the beginning when you get on. So your 75 minutes starts ticking, even if you're on a 30 or 40-minute ride somewhere from, let's say, downtown to the southwest, northwest, somewhere further out on the city. And then when you're getting onto a transfer, in particular a route that has more than one transfer, or if you've got a destination where you've got to transfer twice or more, I have run out that 75-minute window a couple times or come very close a few more times. Sometimes the bus drivers are generous, especially if their bus is late and they still let you on, but it shouldn't really have to be that way. So I do think the Free Press article and also Councillor May's motion do a good job of outlining why this is important. We've got this new network. It's much more reliant on transfers. So you should have more time to transfer. And basically, as I said, when the Free Press called me, if you're taking one trip, you should be able to do it on one ticket. So that's pretty much all I have. I just want to say thanks again to Councillor Mays for making this motion after my email, and I was quite pleased to see it on the agenda today. And thanks to the committee for your time today.
I'm glad you're in favor of it, Max, because it's largely straight out of your email. So that's thank you for raising it, and we'll see where it goes from here. But it's a good observation by you, especially in a system where not only are there more transfers, where we've expanded out further northwest, further southeast. I mean, just the sheer scope of the system is getting bigger, wider, so you may need more time to get from one end of the city to downtown. So thank you for raising it, and we'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah, ditto to Councillor Mays' point. The city is growing. I see it in terms of response times from our first responders going to longer destinations, so it's something that should be considered in terms of transit as well. So thank you for the email that you sent and for raising this, raising the awareness of this issue.
Yeah, thanks. I think it points to a need also for, more dedicated bus lanes and like signal priority and that kind of thing. But in the short term, I think this is a very good step that we can do right now to make the transit experience better.
Okay. Any other speakers? No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your delegation today, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes delegations.
Okay. Into regular reports.
And we'll have some new business. We'll have at least one new business item.
Of course.
Maybe a couple.
Okay.
Reports.
report number 1, semi-annual summary of delegated authority per capital ward.
Right. Okay, so that's an informational document. Somebody want to move that?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Contrary carried. Number 2,
Yeah, this is in my ward, and funded this group several years ago on the first go-round, and I think former Councillor Schreier had pledged some money into this as well. I'm not sure who else, but in any event, I will move to waive criteria and approve $5,000 from St. Vital Ward CIG funding.
Sorry, Counselor, in this respect, because the application, with the revised amount of $5,000, we don't need to waive criteria.
Ah, good catch, indeed, yes, because then I'm way under. Yeah,
Right.
okay. So yes, I will simply move 5,000 from.
Okay, and just have it on the record too, and then we'll have it subject to the following conditions. 1 being confirmation of other funding sources, 2 being approval of final plans and specifications for the project by the City of Winnipeg, and lastly, 3, the applicant entering into a formal agreement with the City of Winnipeg.
okay. So moved by Councillor Mays. I'll probably be borrowing some of that language for later with new business.
Okay.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried. Next item.
This is one of mine. As you may remember, at July Council, we voted after a 3-year run around the mulberry bush. We finally got on with it and named parks, not in my ward, for 2 women who had been gold medalist curlers with the Jennifer Jones Rink, which curled out of the St. Vital Curling Club. Hence, I volunteered to pay for the signage. I thought we had simply blown through that in July, but one more step along the route here, so I will approve $2,600. Seems rather a lot for a sign, but after 3 years, let's roll. $2,600 from LDR for the Don McEwen Park signage.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Mays. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried.
Ditto for
Next
Caitlin
report.
Laws.
Same again, 2,600. No, 2,200. That is weird. Why is that less? Who cares? 2,200 for the Caitlin Laws sign in, I think that's not my, anyway, I'll be out there with Orlico to honor Caitlin Laws. So moved, 2,200.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Mays. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried.
Next one is mine. This is for replacement of soccer goals at the school at Charing Cross, Saint Germain. It's an issue of these goal posts are on city land, so it has been our responsibility to maintain and replace when necessary. So I'm moving $28,000 for new soccer nets for this project.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried. Next.
That's one of yours, Matt?
Somebody else want to take the
I'll
chair?
take the chair.
Honorable Smith Lyons.
Plan approval for 533 Bergeau Street.
Does public service want to speak to this?
Yeah, sure. Provide an overview.
Yeah, just like a verbal explanation.
Yeah, so the subject property is located on the west side of Bergeau Street in the central St. Boniface neighborhood of the St. Boniface ward. The subject site is 5,439 square feet in area, and it is currently vacant. The subject site has no existing approaches, and under Complete Community Instruction Strategy 2.0, the site is within the established neighborhood recent community policy area and zoned R2 residential 2-family district. The applicant is proposing to construct a 3-unit multifamily residential dwelling. The front yard setback would be 15 feet, the north side yard is 8 feet, the south side yard is 20 feet, and the rear yard would be 44.6 feet. The height of the proposed building is 24.9 feet. It will have only 19.4% lot coverage with 52.7% soft landscaping, and a total of 6 large trees as well as 6 shrubs will be planted on site. This plan approval was added at the appeal hearing for the conditional use for this property, so that's why we're here today.
Right, and the cross streets?
Yes, so it's at Bergeau and Cabana Place.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready to move the public service recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
And then I'll take the chair back. Councillor Mays, transit transfers time extension.
Yeah, thanks to Max, who appeared in delegation, for suggesting this. It's a good idea. Didn't agree with everything else in his email, but, you know, that's part of the strength of the democracy. You can say, oh, I actually like this idea, and I'll see if it was a good idea. So, thanks to the clerks for working with me on this. Maybe 90 minutes isn't the right amount, because, you know, I'm hearing some other cities it's 2 hours. I don't know, but at least this moves it forward to Public Works. I planned some somewhat jaded comments, but I got a good pep talk from Councillor Allard before this meeting, so I appreciated that, I really did. So I will eschew all of that and simply say, well, we keep trying here, so I'll put forward this motion. In a system where you're encouraging more transferring, and in a system where certainly you've expanded transit service up into Councillor Sharma's ward, up into the northwest, up and down into the southeast, and Councillor Luke's already has maybe some more down in the southwest. There's just more time required to get, in theory, from the most distant points on the system. It's just geography. So I know there have been issues in Royalwood and some other places. I think it's certainly worth reviewing. It cannot cost much. And surely our goal should not be, let's make people pay twice to go in one direction. That will just discourage use of transit. Now, maybe the fear is, if we extend it to 90 minutes, people will take the bus downtown, run around, do their shopping, then jump back on the bus, and it's all one fare. Even that's not the worst thing in the world if we're getting people downtown to do some retail shopping. I'll be interested to see what the cost estimate is, because surely it can't be much to extend this time. So I will move this with thanks to our speaker who appeared in delegation.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Mays. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. And I guess that brings an end to our formal, I did have some new business, but I was hoping to have a supporting email from the public
Sorry,
service.
we
prior.
also have Councillor Mays' new business
Oh,
as well.
sorry, so I'll, does somebody want to move a motion for new business?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Councillor Mays?
Did we have anything? We don't have it. Did you? It's $100 for the group.
Correct, yes. It's for the group 1v1 Football Dreams Soccer Academy, and it was a per capita grant application to your ward, and essentially it is to assist with the cost of traveling to the 2025 Toyota National Soccer Championships being held in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island from October 8th to 13th, 2025.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think some of the councillors have kicked in, some have not, but I'll kick in 100.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. And I did have a new business, but I don't know, with the blessing of my colleagues, I'd like to bring it forward later. I'm waiting for an email from the public service that would give you more information.
So can we vote to put Courage Place last, so that we can burn through the other
Right.
items, and then you can be released for that last item?
And that normally we don't vote on the order of items in which that's something we just do, right, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, it's subject to your discretion.
Yeah. So if I could perhaps do the new business just before leaving, is that
Yep.
appropriate, Mr.
That
Clerk?
makes sense.
So it'd be regular business within the public hearing portion?
Correct, yeah.
That-
It's new business, yeah, okay. Correct, yes.
Is
it's new-
that within?
Within this portion, yes. Just what is the new business?
The new business is a CIGP funding application. I'm looking to waive the rules.
Usually it's the case with community incentive grants that they'd first have to submit the application to the director.
Yes, I understand. And I'm waiting for an email from Parks, essentially, describing the project and asking for the two-thirds criterion to be, I understand it's two-third council, and I'm asking for criteria to be waived with the understanding that reports will be forthcoming.
Correct. We would just need the application, has the organization formally submitted to the city?
They have not yet formally submitted.
I don't believe that would be allowed because that would go in contravention against section, I believe.
I don't know. I just saw a text from Councilor Mays. Was that already applied for, though, in your case? Wasn't that CIGP?
Yeah, but I feel we've sort of approved them in principle before to let people know where.
It'd be section 4 of the CIGP bylaw.
Oh, what does that say?
So there's the criteria, and then there is, sorry, incomplete act, my apologies, I'm just trying to find the correct section.
Perhaps I can wait for the email from the public service, and I wouldn't mind getting the conversation going by motion anyway.
Sorry, section 6, and it'd be section 6.2. The application must be made on a form, in a format approved by the designated employee, that being of the community services.
Okay,
Because with the one that Councilor Mays had, that one was prior submitted towards community services for review.
it was submitted, so the CIGP was
Yeah.
submitted, and then they waived the rules, okay.
That one was a little different. We didn't waive the rules for item.
Oh, right,
2.
because they had the
it fell
other
within
funds?
50%, yes.
Okay. All right. Does it say which committee it has to go to?
This one would be to community services, yes. If there is waiving of the rules, if it falls within the criteria, then it's you guys who would be it'd be the Real Community Committee that is approving the application.
If the application were to be made from now until the meeting of the Community Services Committee?
Sorry, say again?
If I were to move it today at Riel, this could theoretically be considered at the meeting on Monday?
I don't believe so, because again, we would be going in contravention of section 6 of the CIGP.
But that's bylaw council approval, right?
Correct. It
Like,
was,
we could still have a political conversation about it. And if the application is submitted at that time, could I not then?
if the applications first have to be approved, either the recommendation has to go to community committee, and depending on if they meet criteria or not is what will determine whether it gets either it'll be approved at community committee if the public service is recommending approval. If they are recommending rejection, then you guys have the opportunity to waive the rules and send it up towards community service and to council eventually.
So let's say I move it today, and then the application is made on a form or in a format approved by the designated employee?
Essentially, like, we need the application first to be submitted to the community, to the designated employee of the Community Incentive Grant Program.
Okay.
That's the major obstruction in this
Okay, well,
situation.
Could I start a motion that's more general so that it can appear on the agenda at the community committee meeting, the standing policy committee meeting?
Yeah, a motion is certainly allowed.
So, colleagues, I'd move to put on the agenda the Lindsay Wilson tennis court project on the agenda for the Community Services Committee, with the hopes that the application can be made and the necessary requirements may be filled at the time of at the meeting of the Community Services.
You'll go directly on the Standing Policy Committee.
The motion, yes, but if again, the application itself would probably follow the regular track, because they would submit it to us at city clerks, and then it would come right back to you guys, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, maybe I'll discuss this offline with my colleagues before
Okay.
moving a motion. Make sure the motions are in a form where they can achieve the critical path through council.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll leave it for now. I have no other new business.
Okay?
So are we gonna adjourn until,
Yep.
Take a recess, yeah.
Until what
time? 10:30 is when public hearings are scheduled for. They'd have to begin by
for
10:59.
10:30? And then in the case of the Lindsay Wilson scenario, would a special meeting, if my colleagues were to agree to it, be in order to approve that type
If
of application?
the Community Incentive Grant Program's personnel can review the application within time
Yeah.
for it, then yes, you do a special meeting
Okay.
before the community services.
But critical path is community services.
The
Like-
application would first have to be reviewed, but critical path would be first us, and based off the recommendation would vary the path. If they are if the program is recommending approval,
Yeah, no.
then it'd be
It'd
you
waiving the
guys.
rules.
If it is not recommending approval, then it would first have to go up to community services, then up the critical path to council.
Two-thirds?
2/3, yeah.
To those council, and does it have to start a community committee?
Correct, yes.
Okay, okay, that's for me, thank you.
Cool.
Okay, so do we move to adjourn, or move to adjourn? Is that it? Mr.
Just,
Clerk?
yep, move for recess until 10:30.
Move for recess, thank you.
Okay.
So we're back in the Real Community Committee. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. All right, so now will be the public hearing section of our hearing today, and I'll read out. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to the comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Okay, and if I'm understanding correctly, we'll be having item 2 go first.
Correct.
That being the street on Albert, I'll read that one out. Item 2 is a rezoning at southwest corner of Rue Albert and Rue St. Joseph under file DAZ 208/2025. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 2 is a variance at southwest corner of Rue Aubert and Rue St. Joseph under file DAV 137342/2025D. Please note, communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. And I will now hand this over to the planners.
Thank you. So we are dealing with an application at the southwest corner of Rue Aubert and Rue St. Joseph in the North St. Boniface neighborhood of the St. Boniface ward. The site is currently zoned R2, residential 2 family, is approximately 47,000 square feet in area and currently vacant. The site is located within the Established Neighborhoods Mature Communities Policy Area under the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0 and within the High Density Residential Policy Area under the North St. Boniface Secondary Plan. The proposed plan is to rezone the existing parcels to the RMFL Residential Multifamily Large Zoning District. A 7-story multifamily building is proposed with a height of 67 feet 6 inches to the top of roof and 72 feet to the top of the parapet. Yard setbacks include a 5-foot front yard setback, which is considered from the Rue St. Joseph frontage, a 3-foot south side yard for a small portion of the building, a 10-foot rear yard for a small portion of the building, otherwise as much as approximately 70 feet to the west property line, and a 17-foot west side yard. Building wall length along Rue Aubert is approximately 300 feet, and building wall length along Rue St. Joseph is approximately 82 feet. 115 residential units are proposed, and the applicant indicated that there would be 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, though specific details on how many were not provided. The required parking for the site is 115 stalls, and 120 stalls are proposed. This includes 6 accessible stalls, 2 of which are van accessible, 0 visitor parking stalls, of which a variance is required and has been applied for, 2 separate secure enclosed bicycle parking areas located on the main floor that combined are able to accommodate up to 27 bicycle parking spaces. An additional space for 8 bicycle parking stalls is provided outside in the front of the westernmost entrance on the Rue Aubert frontage. Street edge landscaping is proposed in a manner that meets and exceeds the zoning bylaw requirements with 5 trees and 20 shrubs along the Rue St. Joseph street edge. and 14 trees and 68 shrubs along the Rue Aubert street edge frontage. Plans indicate a total of 26 trees are proposed on site, as well as the preservation of 3 existing trees, and a total of 88 shrubs. Garbage and recycling is proposed to be located within the building on the main floor, having a service door fronting Rue Aubert that would allow bins to be moved in and out on garbage day pickup. Vehicle access is proposed from Aubert Street, which leads to an underground parking area. Plans show an approximate 1,500 square foot rooftop terrace proposed at the southwest corner of the building. Plans also show a restored boulevard and removal of approaches to the site from Rue Saint-Joseph. The Urban Planning Division has recommended approval with conditions. Conditions under the zoning agreement are to limit the maximum height of the building to 7 stories or 72 feet instead of the 150 feet permitted under the RMFL district, and that private vehicular approaches are not to be permitted from Rue Saint-Joseph. Conditions on the variance application include a requirement for a minimum of 27 bicycle parking stalls, and that the developer shall provide the city with written confirmation of a certified arborist hired to provide tree protection oversight through any demolition or construction in accordance with the arborist report that was prepared and attached to this report. The Urban Planning Division is supportive of the development as it meets the design objectives of the high-density policy area of the North St. Boniface Secondary Plan and complies with the density allowances within the high-density residential policy area, having a lot area per dwelling unit that is greater than the 400 square foot allowance. The proposed building height is considered compatible with the area and consistent in height with the development at 780-A. Further, the shadow study confirms that the massing allows for a minimum of 5 hours of consecutive sunlight onto surrounding properties. Tree protection measures are identified in the arborist report, which concluded that trees on the adjacent property at 760-A were in good condition and would not be in conflict with the proposed development. Particularly, there is a mature cottonwood tree on 760-A, where it was identified that a minimum protection area of 15.75 feet is recommended, and it is identified that there is an available 17-foot radius around that tree, which exceeds this minimum. The Urban Planning Division, as I've mentioned, has recommended a condition on the variance that an arborist be hired to ensure tree protection measures are adhered to during construction. For the proposed 0 visitor parking stalls, a parking study concluded that peak on-street utilization would result in an additional 17% utilization of on-street parking in the area, generating a max peak utilization of 63% at a particular time being 9 p.m. on a weekend. Due to the proximity of the site to downtown, transit services, commercial uses on Provencher, active transportation pathways, the proposal to include 27 indoor secure bicycle parking stalls, and the eventual establishment of car share vehicles associated with other developments nearby, the Urban Planning Division is supportive of the proposal to have 0 visitor parking stalls. With that, I will conclude my introduction and happy to answer any questions.
Colleagues?
What's on the site now? I can't seem to find that. And it's a 2 questions. What's on the site? And it's a very oddly shaped parcel. Can you give us some background on that?
It's a remnant parcels from many years ago, and it has some odd configuration that is, I guess, responsible for some of the variances that are being proposed. The lot lines do extend in odd ways that, result in the proposal having some variances for yard setbacks.
What's the compliance relative to the St. Boniface secondary plan and the PDO?
Yes, 1 second here.
Planning development overlay.
We'll go to that.
Is it a vacant lot?
So, sorry, Devin,
Yes.
page 55 of the report,
Okay.
is that the site plan with a rendering of the building?
You're looking at page 55 from like Demas?
Yes.
Okay, let me go to
that's the site there, but is it a rendering of the building already on site to show the shadow? Is that what that is?
Page 55, yeah, that's a 3D rendering. That does show the building positioned on site. Not necessarily for the shadow impacts, that's just an aerial view perspective.
Okay, so to Councillor Mays' point, what is currently there?
Nothing, it's vacant.
It's vacant, okay. So I didn't see well, I guess I'd go on Google and see others, okay.
With respect to Councillor Allard's question about compliance with the secondary plan, yeah, there's requirements for the minimum lot area per dwelling unit for multifamily not to exceed, or should not be less than the 400 square feet minimum. The proposal is for roughly around 411 square feet, so it complies with the density policies. Design review is a component built into the secondary plan, so design review inherently has to come back to this committee for final approval prior to the issuance of permits. And then with respect to the transportation policies, it does indicate that private approaches onto collector roads will be discouraged. The site, Rue Aubert, is identified as a collector, as well as Rue Saint-Joseph. So we did have many discussions about the approach location, beginning from a position of discouraging access from Aubert or Saint-Joseph. Through discussions with Public Works, it was identified that restrictions that would be in place to allow access from the existing public lane did exist. Public Works does not like to see dead-end lanes utilized for the primary access. They would have liked to see that lane punched all the way through to Aubert, which would have severed the site into two, ultimately resulting in an approach coming off of Aubert anyway. They would have also liked to see the lane upgraded and widened, which would have implications on lots not associated with this subject development. So for those reasons, it was determined that while we were discouraging it from the onset, it seemed to be one of the only viable ways to actually access the site.
So where was what was the hope originally?
Well, the hope was that access would be primarily from the public lane. However, the public lane in certain configurations was proposed to be connected all the way through to Aubert so that it had two means of access, which would have ultimately created a new approach from Aubert as it is. And again, likewise, the upgrade of the lane would have resulted in implications on properties not associated with this development, primarily from La Vérendrye, where there's existing structures located close up to those property lines.
So essentially, the owner or the proponent would not have the necessary lands in order to have that lane?
Not to be upgraded to the satisfaction of what Public Works would like it to be.
And so currently, what does it look like relative to a lane? It's just it doesn't go through. It means there's going to be an extra approach.
That's right. Well, had access been pushed to come off the lane, Public Works would have wanted to see that lane extended all the way through to Aubert. So it would have bisected the existing property as it is and created an approach from Aubert.
Not sure if I'm quite following that. You have a question, Councillor Chan?
Yeah, so I'm looking at, this is built right out to the property lines on all four sides. Where is snow storage? Is it like, I'm not seeing any parking on site. I guess it's underground.
Parking's underground, correct.
Parking, so the snow clearing won't be an issue here, eh?
Yeah, there's no surface parking areas. To be clear, it would be primarily with respect to walkways. I'm sure the applicant can speak further to that, but my understanding is that with respect to condos, there's usually agreements in place for having snow removal and options for storing it on site, or if that's not available, then removing it from site.
And is there a sidewalk, there's a sidewalk on the, I'm so turned around here, man, this is, because on the Google Maps page, it shows it in one direction. Okay, so there's a sidewalk on the north side of the building, north and east side of the building.
Correct.
Okay.
There is a provision that that sidewalk, because it kind of has a jog, is to be realigned and straightened. That's under the servicing agreement. There's also a provision in the servicing agreement that street edge trees or boulevard trees be planted along that street edge.
Okay, what about garbage enclosures? Where are they going?
The garbage enclosure is located inside the building.
Inside?
Inside the building, yeah, and they've identified a service door along the Aubert frontage where access would be provided to wheel that out and in during, or on garbage day.
Okay, were there to have been a lane, it would have like cut like a big chunk through the building, I guess, right?
Yeah, they would have had to essentially subdivide the property into two separate parcels and develop essentially two separate buildings.
And are there currently any open public rights of way that would have to be closed in association with this development?
Not with this development, no.
Okay, and in terms of long-term planning for the area, what else, what are the surrounding lands that might be developed in the future?
Well, with respect to the secondary plan, it identifies various policy objectives under various policy criteria within the plan area. So there's the high-density policy area, medium-density policy areas. Essentially, it identifies that higher density development up to a maximum of 400 square feet per dwelling unit is compliant with the vision of the secondary plan.
And on this Public Works lane, is there any history on that? Like, does Public Works have maps of where they want lanes all over the place, or?
So with
Standard?
respect to like future plans for lanes?
Yeah, like, is there a map of future lanes somewhere in the administration that would allow people like me to know what Public Works is thinking about where lanes should or should not go?
It may, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Maybe a conversation
So
for
there's-
Public Works, but.
So to our knowledge at this time, there's no history on this.
Yeah, and given that it is
On this lane.
it's privately owned property, unless Public Works sees an absolute need for a lane to be created.
Is Public Works like available? No?
No.
I'm legitimately interested in the policy question of who decides where the lanes go. Is there a standard? Is it Public Works that perhaps someone at the table can answer? If not, then, I mean, we have beamed in members of the public service
Yes.
to comment on these types of things. Unless somebody wants to comment, I don't know. The
Unfortunately,
question is going to be asked, and so I'm asking it ahead of time.
There's a lot to unpack with that question. My primary contact is currently away on holidays. As far as development and public lanes, typically it's up to the developer of the area to propose where the lanes are and the configuration of houses, whether they're rear-loaded or front-loaded. Our planning department does have input on their preference, and it's approved by council. This is a 1940s type subdivision. The amount of iterations and changes to our policy since then are quite vast. And clearly it's developed without the completion of that rear lane. So it seems that it's not needed or required.
How did we start talking about a lane originally?
You were asking
Oh, it's
how-
Public Works because they wanted a lane so they could get,
for sidewalks, for front so that access to buildings are from the rear lane instead of the front for single-family houses, so you don't have driveways onto major collectors.
Would there be room for a lane?
As in to extend the lane bisecting the proposed lot?
Yeah, using the proposed lot.
I don't think there's a need for it here. There wasn't a need identified for an extension of the lane from Public Works.
Okay, well, I'll leave it at that for now. So there was a lane at some point that someone wanted in Public Works, but now there have been changes and the lane is no longer considered to be,
I would assume for the original master plan of the area had the lane extend to the north. However, there was a railroad property that bisected it that they couldn't cross. And they assumed that in the future, the rear lane would still be needed. That's not the case.
okay. Okay. Back to the planners, is there anything in the St. Boniface secondary plan or about this, other than being in the high density policy area? Is it just that in the secondary plan?
More with respect to the lane?
Yes.
Yeah, that was what I mentioned under the transportation policies, indicating that private approaches onto collector roads is discouraged. That's the language in the secondary plan. But that there would be, in exploring that, there were limitations on how access from the lane would actually be feasible. So we started from a position where we were discouraging of that and went through
I see.
a number of, dialogue and discussion with our internal administration as well as the applicant to find a solution. Public Works didn't deem having access off of Aubert to be problematic. And so for the reasons identified about the, conflicts with the lane, that if a lane was to be improved, it would need to be widened, which would have impacts on the adjacent properties that are not affiliated with this proposal, and that it would bisect the current property and result in a vastly different development proposal.
So the approach is on which street?
Aubert.
It's on Aubert. Saint-Joseph. In terms of the classification of streets, I guess Aubert it's a bus route, right? Is it still?
Saint Joseph is a bus route. Aubert, our transportation master plan layer is,
I guess my next question is why an approach on Aubert Street relative to Saint-Joseph?
yeah, so there are some reasons there. Public Works identified some concerns with an approach being located in too close of a proximity to an intersection, that the lane from on the east side of Rue Saint-Joseph between La Vérendrye and Aubert would be potentially too closely aligned with any approach coming out of the building. And 3, there is transit service with stops immediately in front of Rue Saint-Joseph that would also conflict with an approach.
Okay, so the traffic's on Saint-Joseph.
Sorry, the traffic?
I'm picturing, so the traffic is on Saint-Joseph, but we're adding a new vehicular approach on. Well, I see Aubert, but then I see the other side has the approach on page 43. Unless I'm misunderstanding the map.
42 also has an approach on Aubert, and then that,
Do they have 2 approaches?
yeah, well,
No.
what is that?
There's
on-
something,
On the, I guess that would be the south side of,
Yeah, that's the lane. That's the hammerhead from this non-improved lane. So it allows for,
okay, so the approach is going,
on Aubert.
the approach comes off of Aubert.
And that's ingress and egress?
so what's that big, what's the, okay, on page 42, what is the white approach looking thing? Is that just like land owned by another party?
That's open right-of-way as part of the lane, so it's not owned by,
Why wouldn't we put the approach there?
It's an unimproved lane.
it's an unimproved lane, not up to the width and standards that Public Works has identified to be appropriate, and that they don't want it to be a one-way in.
Well, how about that the developer construct at no cost to the city an improved lane up to the approach?
So that's the discussion, I guess, at hand, is if there's a.
Well, I'm just looking, I'm looking at the map, and if Saint Joseph is the bus route, Aubert is no longer a bus route? They used to have 56.
Yeah, it's not identified in, I don't have my
So
transit.
it's going to be a P1 now?
I think there was a diagram that showed the bus stops here on page 33. Shows where the two stops are in relation to the subject site. Right here. Stop 5088, 33, and 50.
Okay, so Aubert's no longer,
831.
no longer a bus route. Okay.
St. Joseph.
It looks like it's just on St. Joseph.
Yeah, that's around.
Yeah, okay, well, that's kind of my major source of I haven't heard what the residents have to say yet, but at first blush, it just looks like a perfect opportunity to improve a lane and continue with our grid system in the city of Winnipeg, but we'll see. See what people have to say. I think I'm done with the questions.
Is there a back lane between the houses of La Vérendrye and Rue Vert? Between St. Joseph and Langevin, is that a back lane?
And
Looks like a paved back lane, too.
there's that dead-end lane, if that's what we're.
Yeah, there is.
Talking about the same thing.
There's-
So,
it-
where
so-
would the,
So this is the subject site here,
yeah, and then the unimproved lane would be,
I guess right here, a continuation. And this is a back lane here between La Vérendrye and Rue Vert, between St. Joseph and
and then the,
Langevin.
do we know who owns the land that would be a theoretical approach?
That's the city.
So we own the land,
It's open right away.
and they own, so it could be done if there was a will.
It is currently open right away.
Yes.
It is narrow between two private properties before it hits La Grande. We would not be able to widen that section. It's unimproved. It,
Yeah, but isn't that when we build lanes? Like when we build buildings?
we would be pushing traffic onto even a lower density street.
Well, I know, but that's not where we want traffic.
On a lower density street,
Wait,
we would be pushing traffic onto La Grande. Sorry, I'm not good with.
we would be pushing traffic onto La Vérendrye instead of
Aubert.
Aubert. Okay, well, that's a good argument. All right, okay, well, I'm good for now.
Okay. In that regard, I'll invite now the applicant, Brendan Johnson, to come speak. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good morning.
Hi there.
It'll actually be Brendan presenting for us today.
Just gonna get set up here on the Zoom. Excuse me. Submit share screen here.
Perfect, and just, yeah, should be able to share just that specific screen.
Perfect. Excuse me. All right. My name is Brendan Salico. I'm a planner and partner at Landmark Planning and Design, and I'm joined today by my colleague Brendan Johnson. And before we get started, just want to thank the administration, the clerks, the committee, of course, and those who are here either in support or in opposition to what we think is a very exciting proposal for the North St. Boniface neighborhood. And because there's two of us here, we were wondering if we could combine our time so we can do a thorough, comprehensive presentation of the work that's been done to date here.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Chambers, all in favor? Aye. Contrary, carried.
Thank you. So in terms of our project team, Streetside Developments, they're a local Winnipeg developer with several projects in the city as well as the North St. Boniface community. 701 Architecture, they led the building design process. Our firm, Landmark, we led the planning, engagement, and development approvals processes. And then WSP and Engineering Group led the servicing review, and Dillon Consulting led the parking study. So in terms of the site context, the planner, I think, did a great job of providing an overview of the property and of the proposal. It is about 48,000 square feet and is located at that southwest corner of Rue Aubert and Rue Saint-Joseph. So in terms of the neighborhood context, the subject site is well suited for this type of development. It is served by Winnipeg Transit. There's a bus stop directly adjacent to the site for Route 88. And then there's a frequent express route within about a 5-minute walk of the property as well. It is located in proximity to the existing and expanding active transportation network, and of course within a very walkable North St. Boniface neighborhood. The entirety of this block of Rue Aubert has been redeveloped or has approvals in place for redevelopment as multifamily buildings, and that's both on the north and south sides of the street. This is connected to a full range of urban services and would help meet the city's urban infill residential intensification targets. This downtown adjacent neighborhood offers a number of commercial, service, and recreational amenities for residents and users. And then in terms of the height context, most of the multifamily buildings in the area range from approximately 50 feet to up to just over 70 feet, and we are within that range. So we won't spend too much time talking about our policy context as it relates to our Winnipeg and complete communities. However, there are several policies in those documents that speak to encouraging a project like this in mature communities. Ensuring complete communities, increasing population in established neighborhoods, contributing to physical renewal and revitalization, particularly of obsolete industrial sites, expanding housing options, providing a variety of types and tenures. In this location, there is a secondary plan, another layer of plan. This was a plan that was led by the city and approved roughly, I believe, 8 years ago or so. And as the planner noted, this is the high-density residential policy area, which you can see there in the map in that brown color. So there are very few blocks within the overall North St. Boniface area that are designated for this high-density development. And some of the policies and objectives in place that encourage this type of development include, from the plan, transitioning out industrial uses from residential areas, providing a range of housing options to meet a wide variety of life cycle needs. This building would have approximately 1/3 3-bedroom units, which is a welcome addition, we feel, and something that we don't regularly see in projects of this scale. Ensuring design of all buildings contributes to a strong residential streetscape. And then finally, meeting the policies from the secondary plan in terms of things like height, design, and density. So we'll jump right into the proposed design before discussing our approach to public consultation and stakeholder engagement. So it is a 7-story building that we're proposing with 115 units, including 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. Primary entrance onto Rue Aubert. We can, of course, later speak to some of the challenges with other access options, all of which were explored in depth with Public Works. Rooftop terrace for residents, at-grade patios and inset balconies for tenants. 120 underground parking stalls. The 120 meets the requirement for parking, although as noted, we will be asking for a variance for visitor parking. And then there are accessible stalls and that new approach ramp to the underground parkade off Aubert. There are accessibility features built in, including some barrier-free entry points, corridors, hallways, and door swings to accommodate wheelchair users, and of course, a fully accessible elevator. Secure indoor bike parking as well as outdoor bike parking, numbers which exceed the zoning bylaw minimums. New building foundation and street edge landscaping, as well as the preservation of existing trees as well. We'll discuss that in more detail. And various colors, materials, and articulation to provide visual interest.
Mr. Clerk, what happens now with the new rules?
We just need an extension of time if you are willing to permit that.
How much time do you think you need,
10 work?
colleagues?
Fine.
So moved.
All in favor, aye. Contrary, carried.
Thank you. So here's a view looking west from St. Joseph, so you can see some of that materiality, some articulation. Here's a view looking southwest from Rue St. Joseph and Rue Aubert at that intersection. Here's in proximity to the existing Verve South at 760 Taché, directly to the west. So you can see how some of those materials, some of those colors were pulled to help encourage that compatibility with the neighboring property. And then here's a view looking northwest from Rue St. Joseph. So again, there is that larger setback along the backside to those single-family homes on Rue La Vérendrye. And then just an aerial view as well to essentially show it in its context with some of those other multifamily buildings in close proximity. So we'll spend a bit of time talking about our approach to public consultation and stakeholder engagement. So we had 2 rounds of engagement last year in the fall before submitting an application. So our approach at Landmark to public consultation is essentially twofold. We want to understand concerns so we can try to address them where possible, and we try to mitigate impacts as well. So that's why we try to really understand what are the potential impacts of a project so we can try to address them through planning and through design and through policy. So we'll explain what we heard as some of the concerns and then what we did as a project team to address those across the project planning stage. So there were some concerns, as I'm sure there still are, about height and massing. The proposed design, again, is 7 stories. There is another 7-story building, the View Taché, which we worked on several years ago, just kitty corner to the site. And we did consider different options from 7 roughly to 9 stories that would have had different footprints on the site. This is well within the RMFL standards, and again, there would be that zoning restriction to keep this as a 7-story building. And the proposed height and density adhere to our planning documents, various architectural features, including colors, materials, and setbacks and articulation, help reduce that bulk and scale as may be perceived from the street level. Shadows, privacy, these are concerns we often hear with infill development. A shadow study was prepared by the architect, which confirms full compliance of the City of Winnipeg sunshade requirements. Due to the placement of the building at the northeast corner of the site and the large setbacks provided, for the most part of the day, particularly after early morning, those shadows are going to be on the Rue Aubert right-of-way and then the Rue St. Joseph right-of-way. Balconies on the west facade are inset to help address some of those privacy concerns. And then, of course, there is some landscape buffering from the mature tree on the adjacent property, which would also help with that buffering for privacy. There were some concerns about safety, and as we always note, this proposal includes ground floor units which have direct access to the sidewalk on both Aubert and St. Joseph. Crime prevention through environmental design principles encourage eyes on the street or that passive surveillance, which this building would provide. Rear lane lighting also addresses some concerns raised by adjacent residents about petty vandalism and loitering in the area. So we would always argue that a building with families and residents is going to be better than a burnt out industrial site for things like safety and vandalism. In terms of site design, as was noted, some of the challenges, some of the reasons that we're requiring setback variances are because of those odd property lines, as you'll see on the document, very oddly shaped parcel due to some of the remnant factors from over 100 years ago. So we did increase that setback from the folks on La Vérendrye and along the Rue Aubert frontage by putting that building right in the middle, and then did actually push the building further back because of some concerns regarding the cottonwood at the Verve Taché South. We can get into that in more detail as necessary. In terms of access, as was noted, there were many challenges. There's, the prohibited access. We're not allowed to have access onto Rue Saint-Joseph. And then regardless of whether it was going to be a lane or a private approach, that access would be connected to Aubert. There were challenges with the lane that would require property takings from properties not involved in this project. And of course, Public Works doesn't want, or I should say Fire Services as well, doesn't want dead-end lanes, difficulty for things like garbage collection and fire trucks. And it's a substandard lane as well. In terms of traffic, again, the development adheres to the policies and objectives of the plan. Public Works didn't require a traffic study for this, and in fact, as noted in the planner's report, the peak traffic flows would actually be less than half of what would be required to even trigger a traffic study in this location. So we'll continue to work with Public Works to ensure safe and smooth integration with existing infrastructure. Just a couple more here. Parking was a concern that was noted. So we would just note that the parking ratio of 1.05 stalls per dwelling unit exceeds the minimum requirement of the zoning bylaw, which is 1.0 stalls per unit. Visitor parking isn't proposed. There are challenges with accommodating visitor stalls in a private, secure parkade. However, again, we've increased the number of indoor secure bike parking stalls. The site is very accessible by bike, by bus, and of course on foot. And if the variance for visitor parking weren't approved, it wouldn't be that there would be more stalls on site. It would just be that some allocated to residents would then be allocated to guests instead. So we're not asking for a reduction in total number of stalls. We actually exceeded. In terms of trees and shrubs, the west yard setback, as noted, was increased to about 10 feet to support the preservation of an existing cottonwood tree. The arborist report was prepared, updated, and then an addendum provided that's publicly available, which includes recommendations to protect and preserve adjacent trees on the neighboring property during the construction process. If approved, of course, new trees and shrubs in excess of the zoning bylaw minimums would be included as well, and a landscape plan was submitted as part of the file and is reviewed as part of this process. Just in a bit more detail, it was noted by the planner that parking study was done, and this analysis done by engineers at Dillon Consulting did conclude that there is sufficient on-street parking to accommodate any shortfalls because of that reduction in visitor parking. This, of course, excludes the 1 week a year for Festival de Voyageurs, which is a bit of an anomaly. Additional bike storage, again, was noted as a way to help with those potential shortfalls. And then lastly, in terms of the arborist report, just a little bit more detail as to what was done. We originally did an arborist report just focusing on this site itself, but because of some of the concerns raised by nearby residents, we actually had the arborist go back out on site 2 times to develop a tree protection and preservation plan for the cottonwood directly west of this site. So there'd be a minimum protection area requirement of 4.8 meters, which is exceeded here. And the report concludes that the cottonwood tree is not expected to be adversely affected by proposed construction, provided that we meet certain requirements, including having an arborist on site for certain portions of construction. Streetside has also gone above and beyond and is committed to shoring a more costly excavation method on the west parkade wall, which would provide further protection for that existing root system. Just lastly, before we conclude, did want to mention City of Winnipeg collaboration. So we worked very closely with the public service over the past year plus, not only with planning, but of course with Public Works, Water and Waste, and other departments as well. Their recommendations were able to be incorporated in this final preferred option prior to the submission of our application. So I won't go through all of these, but a lot of changes were made. A lot of additional studies were done to support the project in line with what the administration had asked for, and we agree 100% with the Public Services recommendations and conditions as per both the planner's report and the ACG report. So just in summary here, we feel that this is an excellent proposal for the North St. Boniface neighborhood. This site's located in an area very well suited to support it by a developer who has done a lot of work in this neighborhood. It addresses the policies of our Winnipeg Complete Communities as well as the city-led and approved secondary plan, which is in place for this area. It meets those policies of the high-density policy area, which again isn't the whole plan area, it's a very specific location. It increases housing choice to help meet resident life cycle needs within this urban infill area. Again, very proud to be able to include a large portion of 3-bedroom units, which is uncommon for a project of this size. Various design changes were made to address resident and stakeholder concerns, as well as addressing feedback from various City of Winnipeg departments, and best efforts, of course, made to mitigate potential impacts. And then finally, this is the result of more than a year of collaboration, both with City of Winnipeg and with stakeholders. So with that, we just want to thank the committee for your consideration, and as always, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So as you may know, I think you know, I do not like front approaches. Many of my questions have to do with that. How non-conforming is this unimproved right-of-way behind the property?
Yeah, so, many discussions with planning and public works on this front, ways to potentially make it work with the rear lane. So the rear lane, it's not only non-conforming in terms of its width and its jogs, that's the other thing. So it comes north from La Vérendrye, then it jogs to the west, and then it jogs north. So Public Works also doesn't like to have a lane with mini jogs, because as you can imagine, if folks are coming out of the parkade and you have, say, garbage access or emergency access in there, there isn't a lot of room to turn because of those sharp jogs. It was also noted that the lane would need to be widened on property that's not associated with this proposal. So that would be the single-family homes, which many have their garages directly against that lane. And Public Works generally won't expropriate, properties that aren't related to a project, for a private development like this. And then the other potential solution, which was mentioned, was punching that lane so that wouldn't be a dead-end lane, that it would go directly through the site. That would subdivide this property into 2 smaller properties, which has challenges because of additional setbacks, things like that, having 2 buildings rather than 1 on the site. And then lastly, it was very difficult to actually meet the parking standards, because if you had that approach off the lane, the ramp would be fully within the building and would lose roughly 10 to 20 parking stalls within that parkade. And then regardless of whether this is a private approach or it was a lane cutting directly through the site, there would be an approach for the property onto Aubert. So either way, it was going to be off Aubert. The only difference is that this is a private ramp instead of a public lane. So.
And then why the approach on Aubert and not Saint Joseph?
Yeah, so basically there would be 3 options. One would be to the lane, which currently only connects to La Vérendrye. Public Works, and I think planning as well, let the administration speak to that. Don't want to see, traffic heading out, especially because of the jog, but onto La Vérendrye, which is that local. Saint Joseph, as noted, Public Works has standards about distance from intersections, and that one was too close, so that's actually written into our zoning agreement or servicing agreement, where we wouldn't be allowed to have that access onto Saint Joseph. So we can't propose it. It's actually condition of approval that it's not on Saint Joseph, so that essentially just leaves Aubert. And whether it's private or public, a lot of challenges with having it as public because of those items noted. So either way, it was going to have to be that access to Aubert.
So how far does it have to be from an intersection?
From the intersection, I'll let the public service speak to what their requirements are.
Okay. So I think you've talked about the Cottonwood quite a bit. So you've got an arborist report, and so you're confident the Cottonwood is going to be okay if the plan would be approved in this way.
That's right. So actually, initially, that was probably one of the major concerns that we heard, especially from folks directly next door in 780 Taché. So, one thing we would note is that the preservation of that cottonwood was originally done by the same developer, Streetside, when they developed Verve South, which is the project directly to the west. So we had the arborists look at that as part of their initial review. They noted that root protection zone and drip zone was outside, as long as there'd be some pruning on our side of the property. And then because that concern came up again once the application was circulated, we actually had the arborist go out 2 more times, do an addendum to the report, which is on the public record now, about what that tree protection and preservation plan would look like. In the meantime, Streetside committed, usually they would, just excavate at an angle to build a parkade. In this case, they're going to go with the shoring method, so digging straight down so that root system isn't as impacted as it would be otherwise with kind of an open cut excavation. And then the other point that the arborist mentioned as well is that the land in that area, I believe it was a hydro parcel. So it was a hydro parcel, a rail parcel, and then the old auto body shop and car storage on the west side. So the part directly adjacent to where that tree is definitely had some compaction over the years. You can see that it's kind of a gravel area there, that old hydro parcel. So there would have been some compaction there anyway. So they looked at it and noted that, the root system is likely more on the west side because of that compaction that took place over the years with some of those industrial land uses that were on site previously.
So theoretically, if the approach, I understand it's the recommendation of Public Works to not have it on the side of Saint Joseph, but if it were on that side, would it substantially impact your development?
I think it would. Part of the reason why would be with the setbacks and with just the configuration of the site, you need to ramp down into the parkade. So by having it where it is in that kind of weirdly shaped triangle of the property associated with this development, you can ramp down outside and then have more parking within the parkade. If it was off Saint Joseph, you would have to ramp down inside. Again, that would reduce the parking requirement, and parking does seem to be one of the major concerns from residents. There's a bus stop right there as well, so that bus stop would have to be relocated or moved, and I don't think Transit was interested in that, especially with the new the new transit master plan that just came out. And then, of course, there's requirements from Public Works themselves in terms of where private approaches can be. So, we follow the best recommendations of the city's engineers. And that's right. And then it would also create that weird jog as well.
So, I know I'm talking about this lane quite a bit, but what does it look like now? There are people who have access to their garages from it?
That's right. Some folks on La Vérendrye, I don't believe it's tons of houses, maybe about 8 or so, do have direct access onto that lane. And that's actually one of the things we heard in our stakeholder meetings from the folks on La Vérendrye, that they didn't want additional traffic on the back lane. I mean, that's not uncommon for what we would hear. But again, it's a very substandard lane in terms of width and in terms of, because of essentially there'd be 3 jogs if there was a connection here. Jog off La Vérendrye, jog at the corner, and then the jog north to the building. It's substandard. It's, there were some safety concerns noted if, there was an emergency and there's a garbage truck or things like that in the lane. So this is a cleaner method, and, it seems to work better. And again, garbage collection also off Aubert, but concerns about dumpsters, things like that. So completely inside the building would only be rolled out for garbage day and then back into the building.
Okay, so on the approach, I'll ask the public service, but you said something about a ramp? Mm-hmm. Like a ramping, which would presumably, there's the land envelope is the land envelope. But how, and I know that you're not an engineer, so you can't answer definitively, but in your opinion as a planner, like how much land would that take if that's where the approach were to go?
Yeah, so if the approach were inside the building, we looked at a couple options. If it were through that back lane, for example, it would take about 10 to 20 stalls we wouldn't be able to have in the parkade. And here's just a view here of that ramp. So again, it's at grade as it goes south from Rue Aubert, and then it curves, that gentle grading down, curves outside and then gets into the parkade from the west side of the building. So again, that's kind of within that separation distance between the Verve and and this proposal.
Right, and so like I'm off the lane now, I'm onto the idea of
Oh, right off St.
the
Joseph.
approach off Saint Joseph. I
Yeah.
understand Public Works has their standards.
Yep.
I know that we sometimes do things other than what the Public Service recommends, so what's the impact for you if you have to, if you were to have to put I understand the transit has to move bus stop.
Yep.
I understand it would mean through traffic to from different streets for the residents that live here if the development's approved. But I don't like front approaches, and if there's a front approach that's going onto a busier street, I mean, it's conceptually, I prefer that to putting more traffic onto, putting an approach onto another street, and I think the secondary plan supports that. You know, that ideally, ideally there wouldn't be a front approach at all, but you're saying that's not possible with the lane. So, can you maybe just answer again, why
yeah.
not Saint Joseph, other than the Public Works objections and the transit objections?
Yeah,
Like,
for
From
sure.
a land planning perspective,
Yeah, so I mean, one of the major ones would be the loss of parking. Again, probably one of the major concerns that we heard from stakeholders. So we
Okay.
lose, 10 to 20% roughly of the stalls in the parkade because the ramp, it's got to have a gradual grade that would be fully within the building instead of in that, side yard piece there. It would also, because of that 5-foot side yard on or I guess it's technically the front yard on St. Joseph, instead of having units, facing St. Joseph and having, their patios directly out front connecting to the sidewalk, then you would have, at that entrance, a parkade garage, which folks would ramp up inside the building and then, would basically be at the sidewalk when they get to that garage door gate. So yeah, parking challenges, design challenges, and it's potential that vehicles would queue on the street as well. So that's always the advantage of having a ramp that is, fully outside, is that folks who come off Aubert, let's say, will ramp down, and then if the gate's closed, they wait not on the sidewalk or on the street. I'll let Public Works speak to it or the administration speak to it, but if you have that queuing on a collector or on a bus route like St. Joseph, may not be ideal. So,
all the residents would know to not take,
sorry, yeah.
the residents would take side streets, they wouldn't take the left. If this development were here, they would know the queuing, they would turn somewhere else.
Or sorry, for residents from the building who have
Yes.
to, yeah.
Yes,
Or-
I don't see that as a major impact, because
Sure.
if I were to live there, I would not take that left-hand turn, because I would know that there would be potential queuing. Therefore, I would declare that argument moot, or moot-ish, in terms of the net new impact of the intersection.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be the only access point though, right? To the building,
Would it,
if it was
as
on-
opposed to,
as opposed to the Aubert.
I'm not following.
Sorry.
No, it's
In
okay.
terms of the
I mean-
queuing on St. Joseph, if that was the only access, then they would have no choice but to enter the building via St. Joseph.
Saint Joseph, but they could do, I mean, anywhere from North St. B, which is all grid, like mostly grid system. Like you could turn left on Taché, you could turn left on the next street,
Okay.
and then you have
Yeah.
to go on Saint Joseph, but you don't necessarily have to take that left.
Gotcha. And then the other thing is that the lane actually wouldn't be aligned with the existing lane because of the property. So this would actually be, it would be another jog because of any connection off Rue St. Joseph, if it were to be a lane, like if you're,
No, I'm back at the approach now.
oh, just a private approach, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's all this traffic, there's all this, I mean, if you're gonna have vehicles and approaches, I would personally feel safer having just more cars on the same street that has a lot of cars on it already, but anyway.
Fair, okay.
Okay, you've answered my questions.
Yeah,
Oh, maybe, no, this is gonna come up. What was What did your public engagement look like again?
Yeah, so it was 2 rounds in the fall of 2024, so just under a year ago. And that was a series of meetings, so usually we'd have 2 Zoom meetings with widely distributed to folks, so Verve North, Verve South, basically all the folks on the adjacent blocks. And then folks who participated in previous rounds would also, if they submitted their email, would be emailed about that second round as well. So I think we had about 250 notices that went out, including advertisement in the Community Review East, as well as direct contact with some of the stakeholder groups, Entreprise Real, OSBRA, and others in the area. We also had targeted stakeholder meetings, so we met with the OSBRA, we met with the Condo Corp of 760 Taché in person, and a few other offline meetings as well. So several meetings, very broad outreach in terms of notification. And again, our approach is always to try to understand what concerns are. We can never address every single concern. Folks are going to have different thoughts as to what might be appropriate and what might not be appropriate. Our goal is to address concerns where we can in following city policy and city direction, and then mitigating potential impacts. Again, whether those are shadow, whether those are privacy, parking, traffic, et cetera. So we do that through hiring other professionals, whether it's engineers for servicing, for parking, professional certified arborist for the Arborist Report Tree Protection Plan. And then we bring all that together even before we submit an application. All that work is done to try to iron out and address those concerns before selecting a preferred option and before submitting an application for rezoning.
Would the applicant consider a car share?
We did explore that option. I know typically we would, include a car share if we're asking for a reduction in the number of stalls. We actually exceed the requirement for parking, and then just the difficulty from Peg City Car Co-op standpoint, we work with them all the time, to have a Peg City Car Co-op stall in a private parkade creates a lot of challenges in terms of how do folks get into the parkade, how do they see the car, those types of things. So not proposed in this particular project, even though we've worked with them several times, but instead we did include that secure indoor bike parking above and beyond the city requirement.
Okay, and so affordable housing and young families, I think, are a big theme in North St. Boniface. You mentioned three bedroom units.
Yep.
However, there is no mandate within the zoning agreement. So how many are you expecting would be 3?
So we're expecting roughly a third. That could change slightly based on kind of final structural engineering and things like that. But the goal is that roughly a third of the units, over 30 units, would be 3-bedroom. We would just note that that is quite rare. We do a lot of infill development, a lot of multifamily, and often that percentage is 10% or less. And we know there has been a demand for those kind of family units in St. Boniface through our work, across the last decade or so in the area. So that's what we would be looking at providing.
I'm trying to find this lane on Google Maps.
Which line?
You've seen it?
Which
The unimproved lane that jogs. But in terms of Peg City, unless something's changed, perhaps the public service knows, but as part of the conditions of approval on the adjacent building, the one front at Saint Joseph and Aubert on the northwest side, they had a condition of approval that a Peg City Co-op car be part of their development.
Oh, yeah.
And they had the same issue. Like, there was the same issue there, that the Peg City car could only be accommodated, like, inside the building. So I don't know if the public service can advise about that, but I remember placing that as condition of approval.
Yeah,
You know,
for
that
sure.
would be property.
And we've seen it on many of our files as well. And a lot of times that's actually, something that we do proactively before the hearing to try to have Peg City. And that's usually when we're asking for a reduction in the number of stalls. That's generally.
No, I know, I
No,
understand that's the counter argument, but if I want to make a counter argument,
Yeah.
I know there's precedent, unless it was removed as part of the zoning agreement without, no, just the car share is still there. So we have precedent of a car share being mandated as part of a development approval, and it's just like the other side of the street.
Yeah, yeah.
For your information.
No,
I
no, for
understand
sure.
that you're over dedicated in terms of parking, so that's noted. But yeah, car shares happen across the street.
Yeah. Do you know if that one has surface parking?
Well, it's not built yet.
Okay.
Surface parking, no, it's all.
It's all
It's all
parking.
indoor, yeah.
Okay.
That was the challenge, so I thought maybe precedent was being set at that time. And so, it's not built yet, but it's in the, maybe, can the public service confirm it's still in the development agreement, Robert? Mr. Clerk, is it in order for the public service to answer questions?
Correct, yes.
Is the car share still there across the street?
It was approved as part of the recent plan approval.
Yeah.
And yes,
So it's inside the building?
well, the building's currently under construction.
No, but it would
It would be below grade, and there was a secondary stairway proposed with that development to allow people from the general public to access the below-grade parking area.
So that's how they fixed it, okay. Okay, so,
Sorry, just back to your point about the lane, I just pulled up the
okay.
aerial here.
Can I go back to the 3 bedrooms, though?
Yeah, for sure,
So if this goes this way, if the zoning agreement were to say, and that 30 units be 3-bedroom units, this would be something that you're planning and presumably could accommodate?
Yeah.
I know you don't want the string, but, I like having things right in zoning agreements. That
Yeah.
way, it's the bylaw, and
Yeah, I think, I think a range is helpful because sometimes what happens, as noted in the, structural engineering phase, walls need to be moved, structural elements need to be included. So that's why, we're saying approximately, 30, but it could be.
what if I
slightly-
had, what's a number that I could use that would not injure the development as proposed? Since you're already planning on making 30 suites,
Yeah, maybe 25.
25, okay. Okay, the lane, right, okay.
Yeah, so here's the lane here.
I can't actually see that.
It's hard to see some of the lines here, but yeah, if you're closer, you'll be able to see it. So here's that current lane. It comes off of La Vérendrye, going straight north. Then it jogs. This is the portion, I believe, that's substandard. It jogs to the west here, and then there's this hammerhead turnaround, and then jogs back north, basically towards the property here. So this is the challenge with jog 1, jog 2, and then jog 3 into the building. And then again, folks have their garages here. This would need to either be expropriated or acquired somehow from Public Works. So
I find it interesting that we expropriate for roads, but not for development and lanes, but that's another house policy issue. Would you please show me the same thing, but in terms of the scenario of an approach on Saint Joseph? Like where that would be? And if you want to explain the impact?
yeah, for sure.
Using the mouse?
Yeah, so, in terms of the lane, so again, if it were to be a lane, which I mean, I think would. No lane? Okay. So then if it weren't a lane and it was just a direct approach, then it would be off St. Joseph here with our setback along St. Joseph. Again, the idea was pushing the building as close to St. Joseph as possible, further away from the Verve South. So it's a 5-foot side yard there. So you would have, right now, there would be balconies or patios, I should say, on the main floor, direct connection to the rebuilt sidewalk, which will be part of the approval if granted. And then instead, there would be essentially a garage door onto St. Joseph. Folks would, wait at the road until the gate opens, and then they would drive down a ramp inside the building where there would currently be parking stalls in the parkade to get into that parkade.
I guess there's currently an approach across the street for the other property on Aubert Street.
That's one.
It's across.
And that's,
There's no lane on that one.
On the north side of Aubert,
North
there is
side.
no lane, so all the development is taking access either from Aubert or.
It's a front approach, right?
It's front approaches, correct.
and then, sorry, one additional thing is because this property isn't part of this application, you see the lane on the east side comes out here. So if the approach was here, again, that creates that jog Public Works doesn't like it when there are, you know, two access points onto the same street that are just slightly offset. So that creates another issue where you've got, you know, folks coming out from the east here and folks coming out from the west here. You know,
Sight lines, yeah.
yep, sight lines, exactly. And, you know, people that are turning, you know, not a good angle to be able to turn. So, yeah.
Traffic calming.
Yeah, fair.
All right, colleagues, you have questions? I've asked a few. I think I'm,
So in
Yeah,
terms of,
can I get a copy?
in terms of some of Councillor Allard's questions with respect to the approach on St. Joseph as opposed to Bear, there is across the street from the subject site some approaches for some commercial businesses. That won't have an impact if the laneway is on St. Aubert at all in terms of stacking of vehicles, creating a throat as they're entering or exiting the building?
On the Aubert, if it were to be on Aubert?
Yeah, if it stayed on Aubert as you're suggesting.
Yeah, yeah, that would work. And, you know, as we've seen, or, you know, it works according to Public Works. And, you know, as we've seen, you know, the ones on the north side also have access. So I believe there is that proper spacing there. And again, through lots of iterations, working closely with engineers, with Public Works, with planning, this was seen as the best scenario based on all of these challenges. A lot of them created because of, you know, what happened 100, 120 years ago, which is very hard to change once that fabric is established. So,
Thank you.
If there are no more questions for the applicant, we've just heard from Brendan Johnson and Brendan Selico. That is it for those registered in support of the application. Just taking a look at the gallery and noting if anyone wishes to speak in support. I see no one. Now on to opposition. First up, we'll have Kathleen McMillan. Invite you to come up, and you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you, councillors, for allowing our delegation to attend this hearing and for your time and attention to the issues we bring to this proceeding. To allow you to focus exclusively on the oral presentation, copies of the statements will be provided. My name is Kathleen McMillan, and I am one of the first of many to speak to the proposed development of the 3 lots located at the corner of Aubert and St. Joseph. I am one of a group of concerned residents, each who will speak independently on one of the issues of concern. To set the context of our attendance, I'd like to state that we are not NIMBYs. We do not come here today with a not in our backyard mentality. We both understand and appreciate the pressure and the need for increased housing availability. Our focus and desire today is to ensure that the proposed outcome development fit within the context of the existing community and is acceptable to the existing residents. Unfortunately, the new build as proposed does not reinforce the relationship between the surrounding buildings and the street. The goal of the new build should be to strengthen the cohesive residential streetscape. The proposed new building is surrounded by 1- and 2-story buildings, single-family residence actually, a 4-story condo, and a 4-story apartment building. Old St. Boniface is a quaint and quiet residential neighborhood. The charm of the area will be significantly downgraded by the presence of a monumental monolithic-sized building, which does not provide the appropriate street setbacks. This is especially true along the north side of the property line on Rue Hébert. Now, examples of appropriate setbacks do exist closely within that community, and I would refer the councillors to look at the condo located at 173 St. Joseph. The long south-facing facade of this apartment building is set back 20 feet from the road, and the patios are interdispersed with planting boxes. These break up and appear when walking down the street to be a unit upon unit look as opposed to something tall and straight up. As a result, the Vistas line, it provides comfort and a sense of safety when you're walking down the street. In addition to the building setback, there are a number of consequences of development that do not adhere to the existing characteristics of the area. And these would include, first, a loss of neighborhood character. The new monolith-sized structure disrupts the existing streetscape, leading to a wall-like view and a loss of visual neighborhood character. Secondly, privacy and sunlight loss. Tall buildings will cast shadows on neighboring properties and reduce the privacy of the neighbors' condominium suites, especially adjacent. Increased density and infrastructure strain. Now, although infill aims to use existing infrastructure efficiently, increased density puts stress on city services such as the sewage system and street availability of parking. Fourth, looming heights do intimidate. Architecturally, there's a design principle that is known as human scale. One does not feel comfortable when surrounded by large and towering developments. And finally, but not least, a respect for change and lifestyle needs. Canadians love their pets, and pet ownership is an integral part of a housing development need. With almost 40% of all Canadian homes owning at least one dog, provision should be made that there is sufficient outdoor space for pets. And I will bring the attention of 780 Taché to the board. They are a recent development, and they do, in fact, have dog runs. Am I finished? I have one paragraph left.
Yeah, go ahead. 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Thank you.
I'm going to be formal about this. So my Councillor Chambers move for 1 minute. All in favor? Aye. Contrary, carried. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's a huge and rising demand for people who need housing and want to live in mature communities within Winnipeg. As the city of Winnipeg grows close to 1 million in population, infill housing is essential. It's also essential, however, that we ultimately respect the existing neighborhood, its residents, when we're looking at options. The proposed new bill on Aubert does not fit the criteria. After listening to our concerns, I am both hopeful and confident that the councillors will agree that the proposed height, setback, and style being suggested does not respect our beautiful and historic St. Boniface area. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
I had a question for the admin arising out of that I
Yeah.
probably should have asked earlier. This is in a combined sewer district, one of the last combined sewer districts, if not the last, scheduled for work in one version, 2095, I think, for Dumoulin. What issues arise given I may be wrong, it may be already separated right there, but certainly that whole cluster is combined. What are they doing about that?
Surprised it took you this long to ask the question, Councillor Mace.
Me too, coming out of summer.
You're correct, this one's combined sewer. It's actually the worst case scenario. It's the partially separated combined sewer that has a fronting land drainage system. So there is a condition within the ACG report that they resolve this. There are solutions on the table. I don't know if the ultimate solution has been arrived at. This could include a credit from a disconnect that happened 2 years ago at Aubert and Taché, where they redirected a city catch basin from the combined sewer to the land drainage, opening up capacity so that we are in compliance with our environmental license.
Okay, thank you.
Did you understand that? I didn't, would you please restate it in different words? And what does ACG mean again?
Sorry.
Yeah.
So as the administration's recommendation is to have a agreement with the developer that they enter into for the rezoning. One of the conditions for this agreement is to resolve the combined sewer issue. We have an environmental license act with the province that we must adhere to, and that is that we don't increase the frequency or duration of combined sewer overflows to the environment, i.e. the rivers. In order to maintain compliance with this, there was a catch basin that previously captured rainwater that was directed to the combined sewer and was contributing to overflows to the environment. This has been taken offline in the last 2 years by a developer across the street. And there is remaining capacity within that offset for more developments. That would be one option that they could utilize. Alternatively, they could find another engineering solution to upgrade the system that it does not have adverse effects on the environment.
Does the solution have to be on site?
It cannot be on site. So currently,
Cannot be on site.
all rain that hits this site ends up in a land drainage sewer, and that's a separated sewer that goes to the river with just rainwater. That is okay. There is no wastewater generation from this site currently, so all wastewater would need to be directed to the combined sewer that fronts. So in order to increase their allowable wastewater discharge, they need to find something off-site to offset it, in which there are options on the table.
Which are private options, or?
There are public options, so it would be something to improve our system, the city system, so that there is no adverse effects on the environment.
Is this new?
This is not new.
So is part of the solution like a holding tank that releases during non-peak hours?
So like I suggested, the most common solution is to find a catch basin on a city street that serves the city street that is currently connected to the combined sewer and is contributing to the overflows, and disconnect that catch basin and redirect it to a fully separated land drainage sewer that has no sewage in it.
Can follow up?
Sure.
So we're going to follow up with the.
Well, it's just, so the credit, does it need to apply to the specific pipe? Or could it be like a credit for any less discharge in the city, anywhere within the
The
city?
credit is applied by the outfall pipe of the combined sewer. So it would be this particular outfall, which is, I believe, right at the end of Aubert and Taché.
Okay, that's consistent with my understanding.
Oh, no, sorry, it's one street south. It's La Ronde. But it's, it would apply to this specific combined sewer
Okay,
district.
so they need to find a way to have net new zero
Exactly.
in terms of the wastewater.
Yes,
Okay.
better term than I came up with.
Colleagues?
I may have something more, but keep going. There's, one of these districts feeds into the proposed tunnel that we would build, but it might not be this district, so.
And then for the resident, thank you for standing there. So I heard the presentation, I heard community character, and unfortunately, many times we have conversations that are pretty technical. And in terms of the planning, the city planning documents, our Winnipeg, Complete Communities, and the secondary plan PDO, do you have comments related to that? Because that's our governing planning system right now. Like 8 years ago, we had a consultation about the St. Boniface secondary plan and the planning development overlay on Provencher. And from what we heard earlier from the administration, is that this is compliant to the old St. Boniface secondary plan. It's in the high density policy area, and I don't know. The applicant put up buildings that are already approved. You don't see them yet, but the community character, I think, if you consider it with the buildings that are going up, I think you'll find, I don't know if you're aware of those buildings that are going up, but they are relatively consistent with what you're seeing proposed today.
It would be our hope and desire that the proposed unit look at the height specifically as well as the setback. The setback is considerably closer to the sidewalk than what would be desired. We do have examples of appropriate setback in the community, and it does allow us, when you're walking down the street, you don't feel as though you're just walking down a tunnel because you've got these large buildings set really close to the sidewalk. So when we talk about the character, we're hoping that it would be consistent with the character of the site currently around it. I'll give as an example, and it's my understanding, and I could stand to be corrected on this, that where I live at 760 Taché was originally to have been considered a taller building, but at the time, they looked at the surrounding area and considered a lower area with setback would be more appropriate for the characteristics of the area. So, as I say, we're not opposed to the fact that there will be development. We are not NIMBYs on this. We respect the fact that...
No one said that.
No, and I just want to make that clear. We're
Yeah.
not here to say, not in our backyard. We know that there will be development on that site. We are just hopeful that it will be within the characteristic charm of the existing surrounding areas. And we hope that you will take that in consideration when looking at the proposal.
So you mentioned the setbacks. My understanding from the presentation is that there'd be patios, like at-grade patios.
Right.
So you'd want to
Actually,
see
one
at-grade
of our-
patios farther away from?
Well, one of our other, because this is a very complex and multifaceted argument, there are many aspects to it. Each of the individuals that have presented with this delegation have each zeroed into a specific area of concern. So with all due respect, I'd like to leave that question to the individual who will be talking about setbacks.
Okay, I thought
All
that
right.
was one of the things.
Yeah, there are a number of us here, and with 5-minute allocation, we needed to break up the concern into specific areas.
Do you agree with the idea that we need more like three-bedroom apartments in the area?
I haven't got it personally, and I haven't discussed this with the delegation. I do not necessarily have a concern about 3-bedroom apartments or units, because we are talking about a condo residence, not an apartment.
That's not our jurisdiction.
Pardon?
Well, I don't, I can ask for clarification. Public service? If this were a condo, would that have to be part of the rezoning? Or is that a process that happens outside of the rezoning process?
Yeah, the zoning bylaw doesn't regulate tenancy, so condo or apartment rental is not determined by us.
Right, so any building can be turned into a condo, that's not us. That's a private decision.
My only concern is that we are a condo community, and that tends to take on a different milieu than, say, for instance, apartment blocks. So we're hopeful that when a decision is made as to what the appropriate option for development will be, is if it is a condo unit, it tends to provide more of a consistency within the community, that building's community, as opposed to apartment blocks, which tend to see higher rates of turnover. We do have an apartment block on the street already, and there have been some issues related to that. Whereas the condos, which are presently in the majority, and I'll say this truthfully, we're all a little bit longer in the tooth, and as a result, we tend to have a different lifestyle. It usually is very quiet and conserved. So when you introduce a building, and especially 115 units, if it were to be an apartment, I think it really would change the focus and the feel of that area.
Okay. Well, there's a big conversation happening right now about housing and the need for housing and,
Oh, we respect the fact that there is an urgent demand for housing, and there's a lot of people who really desire to live in mature neighborhoods. And they choose that because there is a sense of community and safeness. There's a safety factor also. I can tell you that when I moved out of my family home, when looking for a condo, I was looking for that type of community, something that is quiet and that there's ownership and responsibility and a presence within the building itself that is welcoming and respectful of each other. That's the reason why I went into a condo as opposed to an apartment. Because I recognize, especially where I used to live, some of you may know me as the chair of the school board for Pembina Trails. And when I started to look for a condo, a lot of people thought I would pick perhaps a condo close to the university because that is the area that I own my home in. And I actually opted not to, and only for the specific reason that there tends to be a lot of turnover in the area where there's a university base. And I wanted to get into a condo that had more of a feel of a community. And I can tell you, I've been in this condo for 2 years, and I can pretty well guarantee you that I've met and know all of the 48 residents.
okay, I think we'll leave it at that. We're not talking condos or not condos. That's out of our
Okay,
reach.
it was
Yeah.
just that it was suggested to us that it was a condo development.
Okay,
And we're hopeful, as I say, we're not opposed to development. It's just that that development fully respect and reflect the current neighborhood.
right, okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, next up in opposition, we have John Shuchuk. I'll invite you up to the stand. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Councilors, City of Winnipeg staffers, I will speak today about the negative traffic and safety issues that would result from the approval of the developer's application and from the development that will surely follow. By way of background, my particular block of Aubert between Taché and Saint Joseph is effectively 2 lanes in width and is set up for the parking of motor vehicles on the south side and leaving only 1 traffic lane on the north side for the safe passage of vehicles. There presently exists on the north side of my block of Aubert curb cuts, allowing 30 motor vehicles from parking stalls at 153 and 163, 165 Aubert to enter or exit Aubert Street. Also, this street on my block is a well-used roadway for school buses and other vehicles traveling from the residential area east of Saint Joseph Avenue. The lion's share of street parking on this block of Aubert is used by visitors and residents of 760 and 770 Taché and 153 Aubert, whose units total 158, which in turn generate a minimum of 158 vehicles. At the present time, the traffic on my block seems relatively safe and manageable. However, this manageability is now being seriously threatened and soon to change for the worse. Properties on the north side of my block at 175 Aubert, presently under construction, and 163, 165 Aubert, having been approved for construction, will result in a total of 59 new units being built. Motor vehicles to belong to these units will add at least 59 additional vehicles to enter and exit from their parking stalls onto Aubert. Now, the developer of 757 Rue Saint Joseph, which will house 115 new units, has proposed a new curb cut on the south side of Aubert, which will result in a minimum of 115 further and additional motor vehicles to enter or exit from their parking stalls onto Aubert. To summarize, should the developer's application and consequent proposals be accepted, the number of additional motor vehicles entering and exiting their parking stalls onto my block of Aubert will increase from the present 30 to a whopping and astounding 204 vehicles. Please note, these numbers are in addition to the normal traffic on my block of Aubert as previously mentioned. Should these numbers not speak for themselves, it should not otherwise be difficult to imagine the traffic congestion, possible gridlock, but most importantly, the safety issues resulting from what is being planned for my short and narrow block of Aubert. The much safer and practical alternative to the choice of Aubert as an outlet for the proposed project's underground parking outlet would be Saint-Joseph, being a street nearly 50% wider than Aubert and affording one parking lane and 2 lanes for safe passage of vehicles rather than Aubert's one parking lane and only one other lane for the safe passage of vehicles. No one can possibly deny that traffic and pedestrian safety should override and trump all other considerations in the choice of a street outlet for the project's underground parking. The reasons put forth by Public Works in choosing Aubert are most curious. After all, previous occupiers of the lands to be developed made liberal use of the curb cuts on St. Joseph to their parking lots without being hampered by the bus stop fronting their property. These 2 curb cuts currently remain for use by the present developer. Why couldn't a garage door providing direct access to underground parking be built on the St. Joseph face of the new build in a fashion as built at 780 Taché, which is the developer's most recently completed project in the area? Alternatively, why couldn't a short laneway be built from St. Joseph running south of the new build to the open area also to the south of the new build?
How much time do you have to complete, Chair?
I've got about 30 seconds, sir.
Okay, move extension 1 minute.
Okay, so moved. Councilor Chambers, all in favor? Aye. Contrary carried.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Wouldn't this open up room for an approach to an entry into the south side of the new build for underground parking, and also room for visitor parking, so severely lacking in our area and for which the developer is not otherwise inclined to provide? Surely, a professionally engineered and executed design would serve to resolve any problem with the choice of Saint Joseph as the outlet for underground parking. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I understand, I think, is it fair to say your primary concern is traffic?
Traffic and safety, sir.
Traffic and safety. And so if we were to mandate, say, less parking stalls in the building, would you support that? Because there would be less vehicles coming into, like in the Saint Joseph scenario. Like what if we said, you can't have that many parking stalls? So then there would be less vehicles going in and out of that building. Is that something that you would support?
I'm not following your question, I'm sorry.
Well, it's like, so they have 10 parking stalls over, so that means like 10 new cars going into the building that don't need to be going into the building.
Right.
So I'm asking, would you support reducing the number of parking stalls? Because then you'd have less people going in and out of the building that way.
That would, I think, solve the problem to a minor extent, yes.
Okay, and the other question is, like, I have mandated that prior to permits being issued, that a Peg City Car Co-op car be installed on site. And planners in the past have given estimated credit of around 15 parking stalls. I don't know, planners, do you have any, I've heard that in public hearings one time, but is there a number in any of our documents in terms of how many parking stalls a car share is equivalent to?
We would be able to consider a maximum of 12. And
12?
that's dependent on the context, and this site being located directly across from downtown and more urban in nature, we would consider 12 to be the equivalence of a car share.
So if we knocked off 10 parking spots, you'd be minus 10 cars, and then if we added a car share, then you'd be another minus 10 cars, and that would involve also, sorry, minus 12. And with the car shares, it's not just the parking spot, but it's also less traffic because it's like one car being used by many people in the area.
Yeah.
Are you interested at all in the car share concept?
You know, as I indicated previously, I mean, the number of vehicles, you know, emanating from existing condos on our block of Aubert is 30. I mean, this is increasing to 204. I mean, you're talking 12 vehicles for Peg City and 10 vehicles for this.
You're like minus 0.2?
According to my numbers, I mean, it's 204 from 30. And that's a pretty massive change to the traffic situation, you know, presently in our block. I mean, what you're proposing is, you know, certainly we're in favor of Peg City, certainly in favor of reducing, you know, the, stalls inside the proposed build, of course. But I mean, I'm talking 204 to 30.
Yeah, well, and I guess if it's minus 10 and then minus 12, it's minus 22
You're getting there.
parking, and then the minus 12 also, you can infer from that if it's 12 spots, then there's that many vehicle equivalents as well, because one person is using the one car instead of 12 people having 12 stalls. Yeah. But anyhow, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Alex?
Just more by way of comment, and I don't mean to pick on you, and I may say this to others. I spent about the last 18 months of my life leading up to June dealing with the city's plan to introduce fourplexes anywhere there's currently single-family dwelling. And a lot of people from my ward came forward, and a lot of them talked about preserving the existing neighborhoods, and they were pretty much told, change is hard. Change is hard, we need to densify, change is hard. And I'm just sick of it, frankly, from sitting here year after year after year after year and having the people in my ward told, you got to change, you got to densify, you got to have more traffic, it'll be good for you, you'll have more friends, which remains my favorite comment. You'll have more friends. And then it's different in my ward, says so-and-so, says so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so. Councillor Ellard, to his credit, has been pretty consistent, to be fair, about walking the walk and densifying. So I appreciate your comments and your concerns. I guess I'm just worn down by years of having people from my ward come in and say many of the same things and being told, change is hard, and you'll have more friends, and density is good. It's always good. It's like applesauce or maple syrup. It's always good for you. I'm just tired of it. So thank you for at least caring enough to come forward. And, these are long hearings, and thank you for putting forward your case.
Thank you.
Okay, next up in opposition, we'll have Eleanor Shuchuk. Again, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Morning, everybody. I will speak today about the significant safety concerns to pedestrians and cyclists should the developer be allowed to use Aubert Street as an entrance and exit point to its underground parking. There are many walkers, both young and old, walking along Aubert every day. It's a nice street to walk along. The most animated group, though, is usually about 20. They're nursery and daycare children from Petit Bonaire Incorporated, 2 blocks east of St. Joseph, who make their way along Aubert to Elzier Goulet Park. They walk summer and winter in a group with their caregivers, but there are usually a couple of stragglers. The youngsters, once they cross St. Joseph on their way to the park, have no fear toddling along the south side of Aubert, occasionally investigating something interesting in the empty field upon which Streetside's new build is proposed, and scampering back to catch up with their group. According to Landmark's presentation of Streetside's new build, all pedestrians along the south side of Aubert will experience a very long, tall building minimally set back from Aubert Street. Landmark planners indicated that the city, because it was questioned, requested that the building be located as close to the Aubert property line as possible with no stepping back of the facade. In the initial presentation by Landmark in October of 2024, a resident commented, and I quote, "Walking down Aubert will feel like you are walking along the Berlin Wall. A very unpleasant experience indeed, being in the shade of a towering monolith. Both 770 and 760 Taché condos have stepped-back facades along Aubert, and it's an enjoyable experience walking along both condos. This brings us to the street side proposal for the construction of a curb cut on the south side of Aubert, where no curb cut presently exists. The large mass of the new build will not only be intimidating, but it will significantly reduce the sight lines upon approaching the new proposed curb cut. Not only is a pedestrian's or cyclist sight line obstructed, constituting a significant safety hazard, but this same hazard exists for the driver of the vehicle attempting to get onto the narrow and one traffic lane of Aubert from the proposed underground curb cut, and especially if there are cars parked on the each side of the curb cut leading to the underground parking entrance exit. It is to be noted that vehicles park on the south side of Aubert. A much safer alternative would be to use one of the existing curb cuts on St. Joseph's west side, as no similar visual obstruction would exist as parking happens to be on the east side of St. Joseph. The juxtaposition of the proposed new curb cut, the proposed massing of the new build, the very poor sight lines, and the narrow width of Aubert is a recipe for disaster. Think of the dawdling children not paying attention as they continue their way to catch up to their group, breaking into a run and not noticing a vehicle emerging from the underground parking toward the driveway to Aubert Street. The driver of the vehicle also having had his sight line obstructed as he navigates the proposed curved driveway to the new Aubert curb cut. The driver has to come around a curve. He just is looking in a different direction as he moves toward Aubert. Who is prepared to pay the price for a foreseeable tragedy? One need only look to St. Joseph as an alternative choice to the Aubert outlet for the proposed underground parking. Also, school buses park at each end of Aubert and wait for children they transport every morning and drop the children off at the end of the school day. Often the children's route home requires crossing Aubert Street. Yet another safety concern. Safety should and must always be the paramount consideration of a new development. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So I heard safety is the paramount issue. Would you as well support a reduction in parking, therefore a reduction in number of
No, the exiting onto Aubert from the building, that curb cut is trouble.
Right.
Dangerous.
I'm asking though, like, if we're going to reduce the number of vehicles that go into the building, would that means less cars going in? Is that
That go
something?
into the new building?
Into the new build, yeah.
Well, of course.
Okay.
It'll be less traffic. It'll be less, I mean, their kids are on the street.
Yeah.
We see them all the time. It's a neighborhood.
I think some of my colleagues might be thinking they're in like bizarro world, like everything's flipped around, because it's a very different discussion here than we have in some of the other awards. But so you prefer? I'm trying to think of the future developments that might occur, like the old Parmalat site.
Oh, exactly. More, yes, there's
But in
going
terms
to
of
be
where
more
the
there.
vehicles are coming out of.
But St. Joseph is wide. You know, it's not a narrow little Aubert.
So you also prefer Saint Joseph as an exit? Well, yeah, okay. Because you're talking about the children going to Ez Goulet Park, not Orange Park, presumably?
Many more go down to
Ez
El
Goulet.
Goulet. You
Okay.
know, Orange Park is a playground. It's a different, yeah. You don't see I attached a photograph of the cluster of children walking down. We see them every day. It's fun watching them.
And then on the wall versus patio, you really prefer walking against a big wall?
No,
Than,
that's not what we want. We would
Well-
love some setbacks.
but you're gonna have, if approved, like they're proposing having at-grade patios like you have on Notre Dame Street.
Well,
So
what's
you're
on-
not looking at a wall, you're looking at
Well,
you're looking at
again,
a patio.
yes, but they're very close to the street, and they're hardly set. Compare it to what we see in the Ironclad project on
The Notre Dame one. But that's what I mean, that's the not wall scenario. That's what they're proposing, is not a wall.
well, but the setback is so close to, well, I don't know what the setback is. It keeps saying plus or minus, so that's still an unknown.
Does the administration know? Because personally, I prefer the at-grade interaction with the street, like you see with the Ironclad development, as opposed to the big walls that you have on Taché that predate the secondary plan update. You're-
The view,
Sorry, we weren't hearing you because of the microphone.
have you looked at the view? That street side just finished a few years ago.
Right, and that one,
It has a slight setback, and it just makes it a little gentler.
does public service have numbers on the setback on the view? You're talking about, that's 760,
780.
780 Taché?
I can look up 780 for the subject site.
But that one as well is not, like, since I've been elected, there's been no walls put up.
No, it's very pleasant.
Right.
But what we're seeing here is nothing like it.
But that's what I'm saying, it's not, what's being proposed here is at-grade patios, not walls.
Yeah, but the renderings don't look like 780.
Okay.
There's
Oh.
a, compare the two.
Oh, is it this person? Oh, did you want to speak on behalf of another applicant?
Pardon?
I have a note about speaking on behalf of another applicant. Yourself, is that yourself?
I'm going to speak for Tony Mohammed because he can't make it.
Okay, so I think we have to waive the rules of the committee to do that, is there? Sounds good. Okay, so you have 5 minutes on behalf of the other resident.
But now the order's different. Isn't that right? Who was supposed to speak after me? I guess I can do Tony's.
We're already waiving the rules.
You're waiving rules?
We're waiving rules to let you speak.
Okay. You're waiving rules. Okay. Good morning again. Good afternoon, sorry.
Motion? Do we need a motion?
Just put extension for the 5 minutes, yes.
Okay, somebody want to move extension for 5 minutes?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carry. Go ahead.
So I'm speaking for Tony Mohammed, and I'm speaking about building mass and shadow studies. The configuration of a building as it sits on its site and corresponds to the surrounding built environment. Building massing is comparable to wedding cake layers. Landmark's October 25 public presentation indicated that the new build would mirror Streetside's latest project in St. Boniface, The View at 780 Taché. Scrutinizing the view, its massing, it is a handsome building, gently anchored to the site, sitting comfortably on it with its step-back patios, visually pleasing and not infringing on the existing built environment, 10 to 12 homes and 1 business. The centrally located large mass of the view has been stepped back off the street, with Elzier Goulet Park to the west, the rail line High Line to the north, 770 condo to the south, and 3 duplexes on the east. Streetside has provided the duplexes with a significant setback as the site incorporates a large dog park. The adjacent duplex is not overpowered by the view's mass. The new build, unfortunately, does not emulate any of the massing principles used to design the view. See attachment 1. The posted rendering of the new build looks nothing like the view, except for its height. Landmark's presentation in regards to its setback along Aubert indicated that the city did not want the new build to include a setback and encouraged that the long north facade of the new build be positioned directly on the property line. Now, that was, I don't, again, nothing here is cut and dry at this moment yet, so. One attendee, again, to the public presentation remarked, it will feel as though you are walking along the Berlin Wall. Since the initial presentation, variance number 3 indicates a plus minus 17-foot setback of the north facade from the street. But plus or minus, what does that mean? Is it going to change to 10? Is it going to change? So we won't go there. We are not on Portage Avenue. We are in a residential area. So setbacks are important. You don't want this building growing out of the property, right on the property line. The new build, when it was first presented to us, it was like taking the old Eaton's building and dumping it on the site. It is an oversized mass that will overpower all the surrounding existing buildings. There is no recognition that we are in a historic residential neighborhood on a residential street. The new build does not mirror the view. There is another project 2 blocks away, an apartment building developed by Ironclad that has been appropriately masked and, and sits comfortably on its site, and that building is at 173 St. Joseph. This 5-story apartment building borders onto a 2.5-story single-family residence on its west side. Instead of overpowering the single-family residence, the developer adjusted the entire west facade with a step down to 3 stories. The reduced mass recognizes its neighbor. This reduction height has huge benefits for the access to sunlight for the residents by significantly reducing the shadowing of a 5-story building down to a 3-story building. The proposed new build at 7 stories with no setbacks, will create huge shadows. The access to sunlight at all times of the day is paramount for everyone's health and well-being. Due to the placement of the new build, Streetside's new build on the northeast corner of the site, and setbacks provided, the project is anticipated to far exceed the city's shadow guidelines. The setbacks on the northeast corner are not set far enough back to limit the effect on the community. You can view the spring and the summer equinox samples. The 7-story new build, as proposed, will rob the residential units on the east side of 760 of the morning sun almost all year around. As Streetside built 760 with balconies facing east, is it not their responsibility to recognize our units and configure them, massing the new build appropriately? Don't we count? Now that we've paid for our condos, they've forgotten about us? Streetside is able to draw from 2 projects, one being their own, to appropriately mass the new build to the site. I have 2 sentences.
Okay. Move
Okay.
extension, 30 seconds.
Okay, so moved. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried. Go ahead.
Streetside is able to draw from 2 projects, one being their own, to appropriately mass the new build to the site, and the Ironclad project at 173 St. Joseph. When careful consideration is given to the design of a new build, massing concepts are considered at the beginning of the design process. A new build should enhance the quality of life of the neighborhood. We don't want another Finch Street of Toronto or Honest Ed's neighborhood on the Elgin area in Toronto, where the towering monoliths have destroyed the soul of their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm comparing the Taché build to the proposed build. And
View,
I'm comparing the Taché build to the proposed build here. And, I mean, dimensionally, they look close.
dimensionally, maybe, but just examine them a little more closely.
And then the square feet per unit, it says 650 square feet per unit relative to 414 square feet per unit. But if there were a mandate for 3-bedroom units, that number would probably be very close to the Taché development that you're referring to as a better one. Would you like to see?
I'm looking at how the building sits on the site. So I can't really comment about square foot per unit.
So this site's about 4 times bigger than the other site.
Again, I'm concerned about how that building
Oh,
sits on the property.
I do have the setback as well. It's 8 feet on the one that you prefer. Oh, no. It's flipped. It is higher on the,
North side.
I know, I need to look into it. Does the administration have?
On the north side of the 780 Taché site, that's the question you're asking?
How does it compare? Because residents are speaking in favor of Ironclad development, they're speaking in favor of the Taché.
Yeah, 780.
So how do they compare? Yeah.
780 Taché has a setback of 20 feet to the building mass
Okay,
and 7 feet to where those patios begin. In this instance, the proposal is for 5-foot setback to where the patios begin.
And Ironclad has a 20-foot setback off of Notre Dame as well.
And 17 feet to the building mass. That's what the variance is for on this application. So it's 17 feet instead of the 20 feet that's required under the RMFL.
17 instead of 20? So we're talking about 3 feet difference?
Yeah.
Okay.
At this time, is it for, is
So
it
worst case,
definitely
so
17
the
feet?
plus or minus is what? What's the
The variance is for 17 feet.
17?
Is it
instead
plus
of
or
20.
minus, or is it
No.
actually 17?
17,
So we're already short 3.
So it's
There.
3 feet difference.
And then the variance on the west side has been, but someone else will be talking about that.
And then I don't know if somebody can calculate how many square feet per unit there would be if there were a mandate for 25 3-bedrooms? No? Okay. I guess it depends on how many 1- and 2-bedroom units there are. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Presentation.
Okay, next up, we'll have Ludwig Gruber in opposition.
What do you propose?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, members of the council, council members. My name is Ludwig Gruber, and I'm one of the owners of 760 Taché. The board of 760 Taché has concerns regarding drainage and soil erosion on the east side of their building with the proposed new build. The irregular property line between 760 Taché and the new build is a result of 5 parcels of land combined into one. The long-defunct Canadian railway train once traveled diagonally across the property, and as a result, the raised train rail bed remains 3 to 4 feet above grade. This elevated grade renders a vulnerable cottonwood tree, which emerged as a seedling 100+ years ago. This issue will be addressed in the next, in a separate presentation. Approximately 15 feet away and existing below grade, a catch basin is located on 760 Taché property. This significant changes in elevation makes the catch basin appears to be 6 feet below grade and well below the base of the cottonwood tree, as shown in the attached photo to this presentation. The hollow is inevitably, sorry, my English is not my first language. The hollow is inevitably and obviously a drainage point for surrounding runoff, which will include drainage from the roof of the new build, which with its very large footprint. There will be no permeable land surface area remaining to absorb the torrents of rain that we will experience as a consequence of climate change and global warming, shifting the frequency of gentle rains to more severe weather events. 760 Taché has only recently, in July 2025, regraded its entire property with maximum concentration to the southeast corner at considerable cost to our corporation. Runoff from neighboring single-family homes had caused significant erosion, and we hope that the issue has been fixed. We can't imagine the impact that the proposed new build rain runoff will contribute to the erosion of the east side of our building. A huge torrent of rain will create considerable pooling in our hollow. The permeable nature of the existing brown field has greatly benefited from the surrounding building in its ability to soak up water. Further to our concerns regarding drainage, as St. Boniface is one of the oldest areas in the city of Winnipeg, what are the conditions of the sewer lines? Are they still combined? Is the end-of-life condition assessed regularly? Current reports indicate they're good. However, the new build will increase the load by a minimum of 115 toilets. Will the system be overwhelmed and fail? Like in last year's incident, in of course much larger scale at Fort Garry Bridge when 2 aging sewer pipes failed and millions of liters of raw sewage spewed into the Red River. Combined sewers cause sewage backup, and no one appreciates raw sewage in the basements. And with the intensity of rainstorms continuing to increase, infrastructure requires redundancy. Also, consideration must be given to the Parmalat property, raising additional concerns for the accumulative effect. The same question regarding conditions can be asked about water supply, hydro, and roads. Were Aubert and St. Joseph constructed to carry the amount of traffic that the new build will add to the streets? The equipment and material required to construct large buildings is heavy, and building 7 stories instead of 5 will probably add thousands of tons of load weight to the existing infrastructure. Who will pay for the damage it leaves behind once the project is complete? And one more thing, as the property is a brownfield, has it been remediated? A civil engineer report into the probable drainage implication of the large new build is a must and would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. So you raised, you raised a number of issues, but you did raise a drainage, and I think the Public Service has confirmed that no permits would be issued until there is a solution to displace any net new wastewater.
Yeah, I overheard that when I was sitting in back.
So basically that should be resolved with like engineers.
Okay.
So does that satisfy you in terms of that?
Yeah, the
particular
overall
concern?
concerns about the sewage line, I mean.
Well, that's not changing, that's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Since this would be a new build, the property would be subject to the lock grade bylaw. So they would need to either maintain, if existing flow patterns from the surrounding neighborhood cross their land, they would need to maintain that. However, for their flow, for their increase, it would have to have a civil engineering solution that would keep the allowable flow rate to the prescribed level, and they would need to store the additional runoff that their impervious surface increases. So there would either be roof storage on the parapets or underground storage that would allow the mitigation of your concerns regarding the land drainage influx to your property, or to the property to the west. Does that make sense?
It's kind of, sort of.
There would be engineered solutions,
Yeah.
there's bylaws in place
Yeah.
to
But I mean,
ensure.
the sewage lines and as I said, the roads are probably not one of the oldest areas. San Boniface is one of the oldest areas, so how are the conditions? But yeah, thanks.
Okay, well, I wanted to get that, at least that would seem to be a main concern addressed by the Public Service. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay,
And to
thank you.
And to the presenters, there's a request from, I guess, from us to break for lunch for 30 minutes. So I think we're going to go. Is that okay?
Yeah, come back to
Councillors?
1:30.
I may need to start attending by Zoom at some point. If
Is there, do we need to recess more or less?
You want to drive home, is that?
At some point, just debating whether to do that at the end of this one. I have a phone call at 2 I'd like to take, but I don't.
Why don't you take the time to get your new station?
Okay, so what?
We could break later, though. We can break more if you need more time.
What do you think?
Well, that would get you secured in your new spot. And then,
Yeah, I gotta take some medication, so I can eat something.
So break for half an hour now, and then
Yeah,
I may take off at some point.
sure.
half an hour? Okay, it'll be 30 minutes from now, so, Mr.
1:30.
Clerk, what do I need to say?
Just recess for half an hour. We'll resume at 1:20.
Okay.
Yeah,
1:30.
Do we need to say the
1:30?
address? Do we
Sorry?
need to say the address, time and address?
Nope, we're.
No? Okay, all right.
We're just on the recess. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we're
Right, okay. So hello, welcome, we're back online, we're back in the public hearing. Councillor Mays had to recuse himself because of city business. I don't think, do we need a motion for that? No. No, okay. So we're going to continue, Councillor Chambers and I still maintain quorum, and so we'll go to the next delegate.
Okay, next up in opposition, we have Susan Kraus. I'll invite you up and you can, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
I was going to say good morning, but I guess it's now good afternoon. My name's Michelle. Dr. Susan Kraus had to leave to go back to work, so if it's okay with the council, I'd like to speak on her behalf.
Yes, is this going to be your presentation or the doctor's?
This is the doctor's presentation.
Okay, will you also have a presentation?
Yes, I will at the end, if
Okay.
that's permissible.
Okay, so why don't we suspend, well, why don't we, yeah, why don't, well, wait,
You
we
can-
should do-
you
we should do
can-
one first. You're speaking now, why don't you speak now, and we can then suspend the rules after for the doctor. Is that
Thank
okay?
you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. With Councillor Chambers' consent.
I'm sorry?
It's a formal process. We'll have a vote on it
Okay.
after you're done your presentation. Perhaps we can reset the clock? Thanks. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. On behalf of Dr. Susan Kraus, I'm here to speak to you regarding our 100-plus-year-old cottonwood tree. The proposed new build has a significant impact on the existing trees of the east side of 760 Taché. Interestingly, when Streetside built the property approximately 12 years ago, with encouragement from the city, it enhanced our property with dozens or so trees. The decision was made to protect our 100-year-old cottonwood tree, and our property was stepped back from that tree to ensure the longevity and lifetime of that tree. The arborist report provided to us by Landmarks planners state that our majestic tree diameter is 32 inches. Due to its location, and if I can ask the council to please look at this diagram as submitted. The artist renditions that the planner submitted to the council are exactly that, artist renditions. They are not factual. We went out and measured our tree, and the way the planner has submitted the document showing where our tree is located, the canopy of our tree stays within our property line. In actuality, the trunk of our tree is at the very corner. You can see the shape of our property comes to a very big point. The tree actually sits in that very point. And our tree extends out 30 feet past our property line. The developer has suggested that the wall of their property will be 10 feet from our property line, with the suggestion from the arborist that there'll be a small trimming of our tree to allow for the development to proceed. That math does not work. Our tree goes out 30 feet. Their building wall will be 10 feet from our property line, so in actuality, they'll be chopping off more than 20 feet of a crown canopy of our tree. That's half of that majestic tree will be chopped straight up. There's no way that they can build with the wall 10 feet from our property and not take out the entire side of that tree. I would suggest that you look at the diagrams, please. We've tried to redraw where the tree actually is situated on the property. We've also included a picture we took, you've all got a copy of it, of the tree showing how massive that tree extends over our property line.
On the map or
It's
on
one
the
of the
site map?
submissions,
Is that-
opposition Susan Kraus PDF, is that what?
Yes,
So it's, just give me an example, northeast, northwest?
oh,
What's that?
sure. It's the
South-
east corner of our property line, which is the west side of the proposed new build. In this diagram here, this is north on the
Okay.
diagram.
Yeah,
Okay? This is the point, we have a very odd property line
Oh,
for
so-
760.
so that's where they're proposing the lane?
No, this has nothing to do with the lane. This is just all about the tree and the life of that tree. You have a copy of this. We
This is that.
submitted a copy of this.
Found it.
And it's too bad I can't get,
This, but where's that?
It's in the submissions.
Correct.
Do you want to review?
the top of the presentation says RV, colon, the tree.
Oh, got it.
Okay.
Okay? So in black is where the artist drew the tree, and in red is in actuality where the tree sits.
Oh, I see.
Okay. So
Okay.
it's larger canopy.
Well, and the position of the trunk of the tree is where the number 7 is located on this diagram, and we have, with a red dot, placed the actual trunk of the tree in the very V of our property line.
So the trunk's actually farther away from the building.
The trunk is almost right in the crook of the V of our property line
It's closer. So
to the new
trunk
build than
is-
they initially drew.
It's closer, okay.
So,
This.
Okay,
this
just one
tree-
second. Just want to let everyone know that the term is there are no representations from the gallery. So everything's made in the public hearing and at the microphone.
It's this tree here, I suspect.
Yeah, no, I know the tree.
so I hope I'm being clear that what the arborist has submitted and what the developer submitted is not really factual as to the position of the tree and the need to trim the tree in order for them to build inside that 25 feet setback, which they're suggesting to be 10 feet from our property edge. I mean, and there's also the impact. The developer talked about instead of, they cannot protect the tree 14 feet as the arborist suggested, because their building wall is 10 feet from our property line.
Okay, I think we're at the 5 minutes. Did you need more time?
Yes, please, if I may.
We've been doing 1 minute, is that?
All right.
Councilor Chambers, you want to move what?
So I guess the question,
Oh, just hold on.
I'm sorry.
Move 1 minute for extension of time.
Yes, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Go ahead.
so the question to the developer is, if the city approves this development with the destruction of this tree, because it's going to destroy this tree, who will pay to remove the tree? Who will pay to replace that tree? It's a 100-plus-year-old tree. In our city, the biggest tree you can buy is a 20-foot tree. This tree is 100-plus feet tall, and it's been there for over 100 years. Are we willing to take down a tree of that longevity and that size to allow the developer to get 10 feet instead of 25 feet? If the developer had the 25 feet as normal, then they'd only have to take 5 feet off of our canopy to build, which would not kill the tree.
Okay.
Can I ask the council if they understand the drawing that we've submitted?
Yep. And Well,
Do you have a
I
question?
understand.
You just, we can't, just the rules of order don't allow us
Yeah.
to take questions, but
Sorry.
I think I think my colleague and I can confirm that we understand what you're saying. So, Councillor Chambers, there was a request to suspend the rules to hear an
Yep,
additional
so
delegation.
moved.
Okay. So moved by Councillor Chambers, all in favor? Aye. Contrary carried.
Go ahead.
Go ahead for the second presentation.
I would ask the council if I can submit my presentation at the end because I am the end speaker for our group.
Councillor, what do you want to do?
That's fine.
That's okay? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Next delegation?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay, next up in opposition, we have Dennis Dubé in opposition, and you're invited to come up and speak for 5 minutes.
All right. My name is Denis Duguay, presently living at 167 La Vérendrye, corner St. Joseph. The house was built in 1870, this being the family home for the past 50 years, where my wife and I raised 5 children. My important concerns first are vibration and noise. My studio is in my yard, and I'm sure, I know that when the pile driving begins, I will have to move from there for the duration of the pile driving operation, which may last a month and a half. The driving of structural piles and its damaging effect on wood frame structures and mortared limestone block foundations of older heritage homes in Old St. Boniface is the title of this number 1. Now, based on the sequence and frequency of the pile driving operation at the presently in progress Promenade Provencher construction site, the following facts were gathered. Driving one 60-foot pile requires 304 strikes. Based on these figures, the 757 St. Joseph site will require a minimum, I figure, about 900 piles, which would incur 270,000 strikes. These continuous ground-shaking low-frequency vibrations will cause considerable structural damage to wood frame house structures and mortared limestone block foundations. I propose that the concerned residents within a radius of 1,000 feet from the pile driving operation insist that a professional investigation be undertaken concerning the effects of pile driving vibrations on our residential homes before any further development project be undertaken. And upon this investigation, we, the concerned residents, be notified in advance of the date of investigation that we may request our respective property insurance firms to have a representative present during the investigation in the event of a compensation for damages. Page 3, dust. Concerning large construction vehicles and machinery tracking fine earth, clay, and limestone powder on the highly trafficked St. Joseph Street, creating thick, heavy clouds of fine dust. My request is that the street be generously watered at the beginning and at the end of each work day. 3, setback and dogs. The setback yard areas should not be decreased as proposed. Considering the large and growing canine population, the setback area, yard area, should be utilized for the urgent need of the dogs. Before dog and tenant leave the premises onto public and private property for their daily walks. Page 4. The developer, whoever that person may be, please consider your responsibility to the existing community into which your enterprise is integrating structures. As the development enterprise profits from its exploitation within the established community, it is only fitting that the developer provide assistance into maintaining the integrity of the culture and heritage of Old St. Boniface and its tourist attraction. I have 3 suggestions. 1, the St. Boniface Museum is in urgent need of structural modification. 2, the St. Boniface Fire Hall number 1 is in need of restoration for its repurposing to address new community needs. And 3, the Festival du Voyageur is in need of assistance for its historical education program and on-site historical interpretation at Fort Gibraltar. I noted, I've added to my list a shadow study which does not show a winter shadow when we mostly need light, the warmth of the sunlight for physical and moral well-being. There will be no light. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. No questions at this time.
Okay, that concludes that. So next up in opposition, we have Tom Scott. I'll invite you up to the stand, and you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I'm presenting on behalf of the Old St. Boniface Residents Association. So I would appreciate if I could be given an extra 5 minutes to fully do their
We'll start with 5
presentation.
minutes, and if we need time, we can address it then.
Well, I'm asking at the forefront so that I could
Our
do.
standard is that we allow 5 minutes, and then if there's time, we will approve.
I have a presentation here so you can follow my Thank you. First, I would like to say that the Old St. Boniface Residents Association and the community is not against development. But over-densification or development that does not address or enhance to the residential character, safety, or enjoyment of the tenants is what we are opposed. A lower building covering less of the site with saving some of the trees would be more acceptable. A little bit of the history of the Old St. Boniface Residents Association. Of the last 9 major developments approved in the area, OSB, the Old St. Boniface Residents, has opposed 1, supported 3 with letters, along with the community, saw 4 without any opposition, and remained neutral on the 1. And you could see that on the attached attachment A and B, or in the draft just below it. The height of this property is not in character with 8 of the 9 previous developments in the area, and you can see that on attachment 2 and A. Especially on a residential street such as Rue Aubert, as the city has agreed with in previous developments, which were given maximums far less. If you look at the 2 buildings that are going up just across the street from this on the north side of Aubert and on the corner of St. Joseph, they were both given maximum heights by the city of 55 feet. And that's what we are proposing for this proposal itself. You can see from the picture there that Landmark had shown you earlier the vast discrepancy between the size of the building, the scope of the property from one to the other. And Landmark talked about colors and materials and that. Well, colors and materials cannot change the height nor the mass of a building. They may change the appearance of it to a degree, but they will not change that. This committee has stated in the past hearings that benefits to the city's sustainability and economics can be achieved at a height of 55 feet on Rue Aubert. The shadow studies provided by Landmark show that Rue Aubert and much of the area would be greatly impacted by the height and placement of the building. Just looking at the spring and fall, we know what winter is going to be like. That would mean that most of Aubert itself would be in the shade year-round. So basically, there'll be no sunny side of the street. And the shadow goes right up. Councillor Allard knows Aubert quite well, and he knows how it goes. The shadow does not stop just on the other side of St. Joseph. It goes all the way up. The increase of traffic entering and exiting from our parkade is unsafe for pedestrians, as the south sidewalk is the only sidewalk on Aubert without driveways, especially for the children of the daycares and schools that use this sidewalk daily. There are numerous parkades that use Taché, a residential minor collector street like St. Joseph is, including a proposed building at 825 Taché for their exit and exit. Rue Aubert is a residential local street. As mentioned before, 1 lane for parking, 1 lane for driving. Moving the parkade to St. Joseph, a residential minor collector street with 1 lane parking and 2 lanes for driving would be safer. It is also, if you were entering onto St. Joseph, you'd be entering not on the parked car side, so you'd have greater visibility. Coming out onto Aubert, the cars are parked on that side. The visibility is considerably less trying to get into. The question about why is not St. Joseph being allowed. 173 Notre Dame, which is just down the street, exit onto a lane from their parkade, which exits onto St. Joseph. What is the difference between exiting from a lane onto St. Joseph or from a parkade onto St. Joseph? And especially when we're talking about safety issues. And speaking of safety, eyes on the ground, that's being talked a lot about. Eyes on the ground will be achieved with a 5-story building as opposed to a 7-story building. Rue Aubert is not Provencher, Marion Goulet, or other major roadways with commercial needing to be up to the sidewalk. It is a residential street in a residential area that would like to keep a residential character. And if you looked at some of the pictures I showed you there of some of the past developments, I think it's Appendix 2A.
Can you wrap up in 1 minute?
No, I'd need a couple more.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
I'll do my best.
So, okay, so Councilor Chambers moves an additional 2 minutes. All in favor? Aye. Contrary carried.
Okay. If you look at some of the pictures there, you'll see some of the older buildings that had space in between the buildings and also from the sidewalk. And you look at some of the newer ones, the ones on the other corner of St. Joseph, across the street from this new development. The one on Notre Dame, the one on St. Joseph, and the other one being built at 175 Aubert, they have a different character. They have a residential feel and character. We would also like to keep some of those trees. The benefits to today's and the next decade of environmental health in the city would be better achieved with keeping at least some of the 23 healthy mature trees to remove due only to that the trees fall within construction footprint. A smaller site mass, less variances approved, would allow for some of the trees to be kept. Neighbors to the south on La Vérendrye would like to see the trees instead of the buildings. And as mentioned, the pruning of the crown of the cottonwood tree might unbalance it or cause serious harm to it. I also included a number of the oppositions and support for the past ones. And if you notice that there's only really one that has a lot, and that was 153 Aubert. 690 had some in opposition. But really, for the most part, the community is quite open and excited about seeing more development. The school is now at capacity, so I don't know whether more families coming in could find schooling, but that would be up to it to be addressed at a later time. I'll cut it at that because of the time delay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So, just on the height, 780 Taché has been mentioned as being a good example. My understanding is 70 to 71 feet. That's a 1 foot difference.
The one at Taché, okay.
70
The one on-
Taché, 70 to 71 feet.
At Tapawin Way.
And what's proposed is 72 feet.
Yeah, if you look at that map, you'll see that all the buildings on Aubert itself, are in the area of 55 feet. The one on Tapawin Way is a different location, a different type of street, much different than Aubert is. So you can't really compare the height there. In fact, a lot of people were considering opposing the one on Tapawin Way, just for the fact that they were fearful of it being a precedent. And that the developer would come back and say, well, this is a precedent. Well, it is a precedent on that street or on streets that the community feels it's okay. It's not a precedent on Aubert. The city said the two across the street had to be 55 feet. Why would the one on the south side be allowed to be 71 feet? The community doesn't understand some of these things. So Tapawin Way, I agree with you. The community agreed to that, and it's not a bad building, but this one is.
I have a question, it's probably more so for the public service, but do we know the difference between the street width of St. Joseph and Aubert versus Aubert?
Sorry,
Well, Aubert is,
Just says for the public service.
the street width difference between Aubert and which street?
St. Joseph.
St. Joseph.
Joseph? Can take a quick look.
I guess there are two.
Well, Aubert used to be a bus route, but it's,
Like the actual road width or the road right-of-way width? You want
The road width.
the specific road itself? The road itself is approximately 25 feet on Aubert. And the road on St. Joseph, approximately 30 feet.
The right-of-way width is both the same at 20.117 meters, and that is the important measurement for right-of-ways because we can expand pavement within the right-of-way. So they are the same width.
excuse
but
me?
but I heard from the public, okay, so from a public works perspective, well, no, that's not right. I heard the actual road is bigger on Saint Joseph, and the actual right-of-way is
The same.
the same.
Yeah, that is true. It is the road that is on Aubert, which is a concern, because there's one lane of parked cars and only one lane. You have to pull in if somebody's coming towards you. On St. Joseph, you don't have to do that. You got one lane of parking and one lane of traffic moving both ways at all times. It's what I think the city refers to as a minor collector street as opposed to a minor residential street, which is Aubert is. And Aubert is no longer a traffic lane. And the buses really, even on St. Joseph now, only run, I think there's 7 buses in the morning until around 10 o'clock. And then after that, from 2 to 6, there's 8 buses. No holidays, no evenings, no weekend buses.
Okay. Well, I think your presentation is clear. I don't, just on, maybe, did you mention the tree? You mentioned the tree.
I mentioned that there's concerns about that tree and other trees. You know, cutting down 23 healthy trees is a bit of a concern, especially nowadays when we're talking about the environment and the climate control, as well as, I mean, you see the picture, I think there's a picture there of the trees, and you see the one that's right on Aubert where the city actually put the sidewalk in around it. The city felt that that was important enough to do that. It is important, and these trees are important, not only for the aesthetics, but for the health of the environment, to the climate control.
I guess it's right here.
Yeah. Just on the one Cottonwood, the proponents provided an Arbus report that is an Arbus report registered with the Professional Association. Are you?
I didn't do any measurements on that, but I do know from having my own trees and pruning them myself and having neighbors prune their trees improperly, if you take too much off one side and not balance the crown, then you can cause the tree to fall over in a windstorm or cause more damage to the tree. A crown has to be, or should be, pruned aesthetically on both sides so that it's well balanced and well maintained.
So a condition of approval to this development currently from the public service is that the tree not be, I don't know what the word is. Perhaps public service can help me on the public service position. Condition of approval, tree protection, a mandatory condition for this project approval. And that the proponent must hire a certified arborist, provide on-site oversight during the entire demolition process, construction process, and that the protection zone exceeds the minimum. The arborist report specifies the tree requires the minimum protection area of 4.8 meters or 15.75 feet, and the site plan provides an available radius of 5.2 meters, 17 feet, so exceeding what the professional arborist is saying.
Well, I don't know what the arborist is saying, but from just looking at the pictures myself, there's a lot of vehicles going to be driving in and out, pushing weight on the ground right directly beside the tree. And tree roots can't take a lot of pressure and weight like that. So it may be a safe distance for the building, but I'm not too sure about the health of the tree due to all the traffic going into it.
Well, I mean, so we have expert advice from a professional arborist. We have a condition of approval being a professional arborist on site. Who would we look to in terms of tree health, if not?
Well, I think
registered
maybe
arborist?
the city has their own arborists. Maybe once in a while they should get them in to take a look and give an unbiased. Let's face
Well,
it.
you're impugning the motive of the,
Sorry?
if you say that it's biased, you're
No, I
impugning
didn't
the
say it
motive.
was unbiased. I said to give an unbiased because.
Right, but you're by inference, you're impugning the motive of the
No,
person that did the work.
I'm just saying that if somebody is
So are they
saying-
biased or are they not biased? What are you saying?
Matt, please, let me explain.
okay.
Let me explain. I didn't say they were biased, but
Okay.
I'm just saying that if you got the developers and the condo owners both doing their own, they could be theoretically looked at having a bias to it. Having somebody who has no interest in it would be unbiased. I'm not saying that they are biased, and don't put words in my mouth.
Well, either they're providing a professional report or they're not. The bias would be with the clients, I guess.
No, I'm just saying that anything could be viewed as being biased, even if the condo owners went out and got their own. I'm not saying that the developers are biased, and I'm not saying that the condo owners are biased. I'm just saying that somebody who is a third party, has no interest whatsoever in it, would be somebody who I would listen to. And if you're asking me, who you should listen to, that would be my advice, is to look for a third party that has no interest in it.
Well, the International Society of Arborists, ISA, is the professional association.
Yeah, I'm not going to get in the nitty-pitty about this tree and who does it. I'm just giving my opinion, my concerns on it. The council, you as a member of council and everybody else has to make their own choice on what they believe and what they want to believe in. But we have given you the information about the heights of the building in the area, the character of the building. This is not going to rest on one tree. Hopefully, it does not rest on one tree. Hopefully, it rests on the fact that the neighborhood, the neighbors, the people who live in the area, the people that drive up and down that street, the people that walk up and down that street, their opinions are going to be taken into account. Past precedent of the 55-foot buildings and lower on the street are taken into account and are respected and are considered when this is approved. Not the fact that one building a block over on a short street that only runs one block and has other things that allow for this type of development to happen on is taken into account. Let's concern ourselves with what is happening on Aubert and what Aubert is and what the length of the street is, what the residents want and what the residents feel. We've always asked this question as a residential community, as a community. What is the density that we have to reach in order to be considered something that the city would be happy with? And do we need to do it all in one building or two buildings or three buildings? We've got rid of most of the industrial sites. They've been developed and built. The only one we got left is Parmalat. And we're still hoping that the co-op can build there, and they want to build a respectful building that they've already presented to the community, that the community appreciates in that. So we do have some appreciation and some respect from certain developers. Certainly, you mentioned it yourself for 173 Notre Dame, where Pascal went and talked to the residents, and they built the building downscale at the corners so that it fit in better with the community. All we're asking is that we get the same respect on this development on Aubert as are given other people, and the same conditions given to other builders on Aubert.
So you're proposing the egress on Saint Joseph?
Yes.
And if the egress is on Saint Joseph, would you not agree that that a taller building should go on a busier street, i.e. Saint Joseph versus Tapuiwan at 71 feet? You were talking like 1 foot difference.
I would answer that with, is it what I think or what the city thinks? On 175.
I'm asking the association thinks. You're the president?
Okay, on 175 Aubert.
Yeah.
Which the building actually is being built on St. Joseph, which is a major street, as you just talked about. The city limited that to 55 feet. So why across the street would they allow a 71-foot building and say that's okay, but a 75 on the other side of the street is not okay? You know, and if you notice 175 Aubert, I don't think, it only had 3 people that were opposed to the building. When a developer comes in and builds something that the community is consulted on and they're respected in what they want for it, there's a little or no opposition. When somebody comes in and wants to build something that's so out of character, I mean, just look at that one picture of it beside the building next door. And you see the great difference of it, the way it overpowers that building. And that will do that in the whole street because it's a huge lot.
I think those are all my questions for now. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Okay.
Okay, next up in opposition is Michelle, forgive me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Miai? Hi, perfect.
Okay, I'd like to start with a quote from our mayor in an article in the Real Estate News in October of 2020.
Oh, just you're speaking on behalf of someone now, or?
No, I'm
Or this is
speaking
yours?
for myself.
Got it, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Our mayor has quoted, "I support the concept of infill development, provided it is guided by a clear set of predictable rules that ensure any development fits within the context of the existing community and addresses the concerns raised by the residents and the developer." So our contingent is here based on what our mayor has spoken to us. My condo is on 760 Taché. I face east, and the proposed building with its west-facing balconies will look directly into all east-facing bedrooms. This is not reasonable nor acceptable. When the proposed plan for 153 Aubert was put forward, the residents of 770 Taché, which is our sister building across the street, opposed these balconies facing their bedrooms. The developer was asked to change the plan so that an existing building was not peeped upon by the new proposed building. There would be zero privacy. The building as proposed will be so close you would be able to look straight into our bedrooms. That's not fair to the people that own 760. The price of our building, any of the residents will just absolutely tank. Who would want to live there with these 7 stories of people looking straight into your building? My next point is, there's been extensive discussion and questions regarding the access to the building, i.e., the parking access on Aubert, as opposed to accessing this building from the small lane on the south side of this new proposed building. The developer is saying that it's not feasible to use that lane. Yet what the developer has not mentioned is that there is a single-family dwelling on the southwest corner of the proposed building. The developer owns that entire piece of property. So access to this new build could be from the lane if the developer wanted it to be.
Do you have documents to that effect?
No, but you do on record.
On record?
Well, I mean, city taxes are paid by the owner of the building. So, I mean.
Oh, yeah, it's a very like specific
Carry on
statement
with
to
your
make.
presentation, because
Yes, thank you. So my next point would be, the design of this new building also includes a rooftop patio. The rooftop patio is planned for the southwest corner, looking directly into, again, all the east-facing condos at 760 Taché. Could we not ask the developer to place this rooftop patio on the opposite corner, the northeast corner of the building, where there would be no infringement on the privacy of everyone at 760? In 12 years, 9 large multifamily condo projects have been completed or proposed, and 6 of those projects have all been on a 1 block between Taché and St. Joseph. There's 770 Taché, 760 Taché. There's a new proposal at 163 and 165 Aubert, which has been approved by the city. There's the property at 175 Aubert that's right now being built. And then there's the St. Joseph, 755 Rue de St. Joseph. The combination of those 3 proposed and in-process buildings is around 200 suites. We're hoping 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. So you're saying 200 suites, so we would expect at least 300 people, multiple cars. That's a huge density to add 1 block in Old St. Boniface. Not even on Provencher do you have that density of that many buildings in a 1 block. Engagement. The developer spoke to the engagement with the stakeholders in the community. There were 2 Zoom meetings with the developer.
I'll give you another minute to conclude.
I would need 2 minutes, please, if that would be all right.
Okay.
Thank
2
you.
minutes moved by Councillor Chambers. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
When the planner was questioned, one of the largest concerns for the community was the size of this building. You've heard it from our delegation over and over again that the size of the building is overwhelming for the neighborhood. Every other building on that block, all these developments have been 4 stories. They're asking, originally they wanted 9, they came down to 7 stories. When asked why it had to be 7 stories and why could not be 4 stories like all the rest of the buildings in the area, the answer was that their profit margin would not be big enough for them to continue to build on that spot. Are they there as a good citizen to help the city create additional housing for families, affordable housing for families? Based on their answer, I do not think that is the answer. They are there for the profit.
Just on that, you're impugning their motive there.
I'm sorry?
You're saying, you're making a statement about what the landowner is thinking?
No, that's what they spoke to us. That was their answer to us,
But
that the
you're-
profit margin would not be large enough.
But you made a categorical statement saying they're only there for the profit.
Okay. I'm asking, are they only there for the
You
profit?
could
Are
ask the
they-
question, but.
Are they,
say-
okay, I'll restate that. Are they
Okay.
there only for the
That's-
profit,
I'm
or are
okay-
they there
I'm okay with that, all right.
to be a good citizen and help the city
Okay.
advance housing, affordable housing?
Okay, thanks.
The developers have been asked the city for a 7-story building. The city has just authorized 2 new projects on this block, and both of those projects are 4 stories tall. Tom alluded to the fact that why, if 175 Aubert was held to 4 stories, why is this one also not held? Because it would then fit in with the neighborhood of all the other 4-story buildings. If it's allowed to be 7 stories, it'll stick out like a sore thumb. It will not fit into the neighborhood. And that's my opinion. My next point is in the past, Councillor Allard, you asked 2 of our delegation if they would be okay if less vehicles came out of the parking lot. The answers were yes, but the true answer is we'd only be happy with less vehicles coming out of the parking lot if there was less, a shorter building, 4 stories. There was more 2- and 3-bedroom apartments to allow for families to be there. That's why we would like it to be reduced to 4 stories. We were developed by Streetside. We come out of our parking lot straight onto Taché. The east side of Taché is parking. When we pull out of our parking lot, there's parking right up to our parking exit. We have to find a way to get onto Taché, either to turn north or to turn south, but we have to come out far enough past the parked cars. This is what John Shuchuk was speaking to, that the danger of coming out, and Taché is 2 lanes. Aubert is 1 lane of cars and 1 lane of parking. It's a dangerous situation, and we've experienced that trying to get out of 760 Taché. Okay, and then finally, we as residents believe that the income from the new properties taxes trumps our mayor's commitment to, and I quote, ensure the development fits within the context of the existing community and addresses our concerns raised by the developers and the citizens. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. So you said you prefer a north side terrace? If it had, I understand you oppose development at its current scale, but you did say that you prefer the terrace on the north side rather than where?
The rooftop terrace on the north side,
Yeah.
the northeast corner of the building as opposed to the southwest corner, because on the northeast corner, it's looking into an intersection, not down into people's homes. And the balconies be placed on the north and south side of the building, so again, the balconies are not looking directly into our homes.
I'll ask the proponent, they have a rebuttal, so they can say what that means for them. Go ahead, Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, so just in terms of some context, I note that there has been improvement. This is a little bit further south, but just at the corner of Saint Joseph and Provencher, there's an 8-story apartment complex going on there. And then 174 Provencher, there's a 4-story that's going on there. So, I mean, I think with the 8-story at the corner of Saint Joseph and Provencher, that's 94 units. And then the other one, one bedroom and 2-bedroom suites, I'm not certain how many units are in there, but that's that right beside Constance Chocolates there? Yeah. So there is precedence in terms of larger developments. The one at 174 Provencher seems more monolithic than anything, just straight missing. Where and potentially the one at the corner of St. Joseph and Provencher as well, because it's right beside another building as well. Again, I note the one the corner of St. Joseph and Provencher has also the concept of a rooftop patio as well. What are your feelings on that in terms of their view of our skyline?
Well, the properties that are being proposed on Provencher is 4 lanes divided. It is not a neighbor, right in the heart of the neighborhood. So having an 8-story and it's only a 4-story on the south side of Provencher next to Constant Pop. They're 4 stories, 8 stories right on Provencher on a divided street. It sort of fits in as opposed to 7 stories in the middle of Old St. B.
So your comments with respect to the rooftop patio where they have it conceptually on the southwest side, moving it to the northeast side, again, for what purpose?
To not look directly into our bedrooms.
Okay.
If it's at the northwest corner, it's at an intersection, they still have full view of the entire city line. I mean, the purpose behind a rooftop patio is to enjoy the city line, correct? But they wouldn't be looking into anyone's bedrooms. But the precedent for making that request is, and just like moving the balconies from the east and west side of the building to the north and south side, you're not 50 feet from my bedroom window. If it's allowed to be 10 feet from our property line, that only takes them 50 feet from building wall to building wall.
So north side patio and north-south
Balconies,
balconies, what you're asking for?
absolutely.
So no balconies on the west side?
No balconies on the west side. And that precedent's been set by the 153 Aubert and 770. When 153 Aubert was proposed, 770 came to talk to council and said,
I turned it around.
pardon?
I turned it around. The residents were concerned about privacy, and we moved it, and the developer.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we're asking for. I mean, Street Side built us, Street Side is building them. They know that you're going to be looking straight into our homes, and it's not really necessary.
So, I mean, in terms of the heights, the St. Boniface Residents Association is asking for St. Joseph exit. I mean, I see St. Joseph as being a busier street, it's transit street. We have a precedent just on a much quieter street of 71 feet. It's like, it just seems like we already have one that's 71 feet, and it's on a smaller street.
Can I speak to that 71-foot
That's
building?
fine,
That's
yeah.
780 Taché. That's
Right.
the view.
Yeah.
The view is also bumped right up against a railway line.
Okay, that's kind of, I'm not sure that's germane to that.
Well, I think it has, it fits within the space. Like, what else were you going to put on that space? A large condo community was placed there, and it was land that, like, what else were you going to do with that land? It didn't interrupt or interfere with anyone else other than a train. And they're very respectful in their build, the distance between the view and 770 Taché, and how they created the spaces between the balconies looking at one another, how they're stepped back, how they've planted trees between the two properties.
Okay.
There's a different, they're trying to tell us that they're mirroring this new build to 780, the view, but they're not even close. And the respect for the adjoining properties, the homes on the south side of this new property, those 7-story, and if they take out all those trees, which Denny spoke to, there's a line of trees between the new build and the back lane and the single-family homes on the south side. they're planning on taking out all those trees. So by building that large building there, all those single-family homes will have no privacy. Denny's asking that you look at keeping those trees. Pardon me, that was Tom, not Denny.
Just on like reducing the height, if we keep the units the same, it would probably just mean like apartments that are less big, less bedrooms.
No, it would be nice if they were all 2- and 3-family homes, so families could move in there.
Well, that's.
But 4 stories to fit in with the neighborhood. The scope of the neighborhood is mostly families. If you have 2- and 3-bedroom condos in a 4-story home
Well, the
or
proponent
4-story
just said they
building.
could put in 25, that I could mandate that. If this committee wanted, we could mandate 25 new homes for families at 3 bedrooms.
4 stories?
Well, it's like at some point, they can't build anymore. So you're going from,
But Tom
like,
did,
the pro forma is just like,
well, Tom commented
really
that
hard there.
the corner of 175 St. Joseph, that's the corner of Aubert and St. Joseph. That is the northwest corner of Aubert and St. Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
That building has just been processed, and it's they're putting the piles in today.
yeah.
They're only 4 stories. 153 Aubert, midway through the pandemic, was authorized to be built. It's 4 stories.
They could have gone bigger. I don't think they had the capital to go that big. Like,
Glad
it's
you didn't
not-
allow it. Glad they didn't have the capital.
Well, okay, it's just not, I don't think it's the city that told them it had to be that height.
They did for 175, did they not?
For one,
Tom said they were only allowed to build 4 stories?
I don't know which building are we talking about? Which streets?
175, the northwest corner of Aubert and St. Joseph.
That wasn't the city that was limiting their heights. The North St. Boniface secondary plan allows for this amount of density. And we already have this height in the neighborhood. We have much taller buildings on Provencher.
But Provencher isn't the neighborhood. Provencher
Well, okay.
is a commercial
Stick to the
street, a
residential one.
double lane, 4 lane with a boulevard in between.
Okay, I think we've,
I think we're
Had
pretty
it
clear.
changed.
Our delegation is very, very clear, I think, in the opposition to the height of the building, the number of new residents in a 1-block space, and the safety coming out of that parkade.
Well,
That we've experienced it. We know what it's like to come out of a parkade right into the traffic. And the other issue is you're adding 115 new residences, and you've got to imagine there's got to be, multiple people to those residents if you're adding 2- and 3 bedrooms. So you're going to have at least 115. They're putting in 115 parking spots. Those 115 cars are coming out onto Aubert, and then where do they go? They either have to exit on Taché or they have to exit on St. Joseph. To get from Aubert to Taché, you have a single lane heading west, coming out of Aubert. And you've got to get onto Taché, and there's parking right next to you on both sides.
I'm, on the densities, we have the North St. Boniface secondary plan.
I know.
This is in line with that. We had a big consultation.
And we're so happy that you're putting those large buildings on Provencher.
Well, that's, I guess that's good. And thank you for that feedback.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next up in opposition, we have Alan Miai. I invite you up to the stand, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Seems like no one, seems like Alan isn't here, so next up we'll have Sibel Kimberly. Again, I'll invite you up to the stand, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. And no one. Okay, and lastly, we had registered Erica Sidal, but unfortunately, I don't see her in our Zoom.
Oh, there.
Oh, perfect, okay. Erica, you're live. Can you hear us, and can we hear you?
Yeah, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect, okay. Yeah, you have 5 minutes to give your presentation.
Okay, thanks so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Erica Siddall, and I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposed development that we've been discussing all day, especially with regards to the proposed height of the building. Although I only moved to this neighborhood 2.5 years ago, I actually grew up coming to Aubert Street as my aunt has lived here for decades. Being able to buy a home in North St. Boniface, very close to where this building is being proposed to be built, was really a dream come true. My neighborhood is a safe, charming, quaint, unique neighborhood full of really wonderful people and families. As I now also work in North St. Boniface, I'm thinking of the long-term impact of this project. In my opinion, this project raises serious concerns for our community. Firstly, if approved, this building, standing at 7 stories, will be much taller than the other houses and buildings in the area. I know we've talked about the one building that's a little bit taller, as I think Mr. Tom Scott, I think it was, had discussed the particularities with that. But as other people have already mentioned, just if we look at the actual area surrounding, it will stand much taller than the other ones. In my opinion, no one can really dispute that a building of this scale will not match the charm of our neighborhood and will in fact alter the visual and social fabric of our street. I share the earlier concerns stated today about how intimidating a building of this size will be and how much it will not fit into the current neighborhood look. I truly fear that allowing this build will set a precedent for more developers to continue coming in and build taller and taller and taller buildings in our residential area. I urge you to preserve the charming, unique, and welcoming character of our neighborhood. Secondly, the absence of any designated visitor parking is, to me, very problematic. Our street is already busy enough, especially given that Teche School is nearby, further down on Aubert Street, and with people coming to park around to access downtown. In the summer, there are markets, there's the library, the Forks, the Gold Eyes games. This is an area that is already very, very busy and can be very, very populated. And so not having any visitor parking spots, this development would lead to overflow parking and traffic, potentially making it even more difficult for the current residents. And I'm even thinking about things like, as has been mentioned, right, the school buses, but also emergency services, the services of the city to park and navigate freely and safely. As it is, I often have difficulty passing on the block of Aubert near Teche while driving due to all the parking that's already on the street and cars coming, and it's already often quite difficult to pass at that corner. I fear that approving the 7-story build will increase the noise and foot traffic beyond what our infrastructure can reasonably support, especially during key moments of the year, like during Festival du Voyageur. I really urge you to reconsider this proposal. Again, I'm not against a development, not at all, but especially with regards to the 7-story design and the impact of the increased parking and traffic, and really just try to uphold the current standards that protect our community and our neighborhood. And I just truly believe that all development should be thoughtful, inclusive, and respectful of the people who live here. And I'm confident that we can come to a good solution here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I don't think there's any questions. Thank you for your time. Mr. Clerk?
Okay, that concludes those who are registered in opposition. I just am looking to the gallery. Is there anyone else who has not registered who would like to speak in opposition to this file? I will note no one. Okay, next is for information, and we have no one registered. Again, I'll look to the gallery if anyone to speak. No one. Okay, so now, Mr. Chair, we can have questions for the public service.
Okay. I guess there's a number of things that residents have asked for, some of which appear like achievable. I'm not sure what does the public service have to say about doing the north-south patios instead of the east-west patios. In your opinion, is that something that's
Well, is that a public service or is that a?
Well, I'll ask that, I mean, they have a rebuttal, so they can address it as well. They're hearing it twice now.
Yeah, I think as far as if it's a concern about privacy, there's opportunities to impose conditions. There's also the design review process, so there's an opportunity to review the design before you approve it.
I know that, but I mean, people are here, people tend to come to rezonings, they don't come to plan approvals necessarily.
Fair. You know, I would look to the proponents to see how that aligns with the access. I'm sure there's a rooftop access point that perhaps they were utilizing because it was in that particular location. I don't know how that would change. Maybe there's opportunities to amend that or just provide a different layout to access a patio at a different location. But if it's a concern about privacy, sure, I think there's opportunities to look at how to address that in various different ways.
Okay, and then to the public service, there's a clear, I've heard many times that we should move the approach on Saint Joseph. What would that mean if we asked the proponent to do that?
We would request that if it goes to St. Joseph, it's moved to as far from the intersection as possible, so either utilizing the existing southern approach or put it to the southern limit of the property, as well as add a condition to the AC, into the servicing agreement that the developer will pay their share, pay for the relocation of bus stops that are affected.
And what would that mean in terms of the building? How would it move on the site? It's more of the planners.
I would imagine that they would need to provide some, either a recess or a full-on setback of the building to achieve that downward slope that they were speaking to before. I can't say for sure how significant that would impact the site. It would most likely result in some fairly substantial changes to its current configuration. Yeah, it's something that would need to be evaluated.
Proponent have to
Yeah.
respond, but, okay, well, all things being equal, if it's called building a box and it's being moved, what does it mean for the site?
If the current.
All things being equal.
If the current building.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's already located 10 feet from that rear property line, which is adjacent to 760 Taché. If there was any need to push that building further back from Rue Saint Joseph, it would come even closer to the property line at 760 Taché. And then within the setback recommendations to protect that cottonwood tree as well.
So it would move into the cottonwood?
If we kept the building in its current configuration, it would push into the recommended setback protection area around that cottonwood tree.
Okay.
So the only way around that would be a smaller footprint of the building.
Well, would dimensional changes be? I know it's less expensive to build a rectangle, but.
Yeah,
we have to ask the proponent.
Exactly. Some
Yeah,
dimensional
okay.
changes would be necessary.
Okay. Okay, my colleague's getting some water. He's still part of the public hearing. Trying to think of all the things that have been raised. I mean, I think you've confirmed already, but the other nearby building is already 71 feet. That's in the report?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. I think, oh, and then the car share, you've already answered, is worth 12 parking spots in an urban environment, which this is.
Correct.
And they're already over the parking minimum, which is what, in this area, 1-to-1, or?
It's 1-to-1. They're providing
1.1?
120 parking stalls. They're required to provide 115.
So they're already over. Okay. Okay, I guess I'll, yeah, right, the proponent for rebuttal.
Okay. Just invite the proponent down to the stand to give rebuttal information to the comments made. No new information is permitted.
Thank you. So before I start, just want to thank the folks, whether they're in support or in opposition, for the feedback. We always encourage folks to participate in the civic process. So I do want to try to address all of the items that were raised by folks and stakeholders. I'll try to do it within the 5, but might need a couple more minutes, but I'll ask for that when the time comes. So first of all, I think we're very encouraged by the fact that many folks seem to really like the View Taché, because for one thing, this building was actually modeled on the View. It's the same architect, it's the same developer, it's the same planner team, and the same engineering team. In terms of the setbacks, you know, folks seem to say that the setbacks there are appropriate, the context there is appropriate. If you look at all of the setbacks, whether it's the rear yard, the front yard, the side yards, almost all of them to within 2 or 3 feet are identical. The height is identical. The setback is 20 on Tapuiwan. We're proposing just over 17 on Aubert. The setbacks to the balconies are similar, and actually the proximity between the View and the existing Verve North are quite similar as well. So when we're talking about impacts and setbacks being appropriate or not appropriate, we've got a perfect example, a block away with very similar distances between streets, existing and adjacent buildings and neighbors as well. Going back to that point about setbacks, again, a lot of thought went into these setbacks, you know, looking at precedent, looking at the examples that seem to be well-liked in the community, as well as making sure there's enough room for things like privacy and tree preservation. In terms of privacy from the rooftop patio, with these rooftop patios, they don't go right up to the edge, so there's no railing right along the edge where someone's able to look down. These are stepped back. There's safety regulations, there's code regulations that go into place with those. So it would be set back from the top. The idea of having it on that west side, of course, is the views towards the downtown, so we would like to keep that there while mitigating the privacy concerns. In terms of shadows, definitely, that's something that we hear on every infill project. That's why we do these shadow studies. They're extremely accurate these days. The architect's software can go to exact time of day, exact dates of the year. So we follow the city's guidelines for 9, 12, 3 o'clock, and 6 p.m. And we do that at the equinoxes as well as the summer. We don't do winter. It's not asked for. It's generally not asked for in any city, including in Winnipeg, because, of course, after 5 p.m., if you go to the solstice, there is no sun. In terms of infrastructure, some concerns about drainage, about sewers and all of that. So, of course, all of this has to be done by stamped engineers, and then those are signed off on by the Water and Waste Department. So drainage plans, grading plans, those are all conditions of approval, and like was mentioned earlier by the administration, pre and post flows have to match, and we can't drain more water onto an adjacent property or drain any water onto an adjacent property, as part of this development. If anything, upgrades happen, and that actually improves the conditions. So there would have to be upgrades here to the wastewater and land drainage infrastructure for this to work, and of course, that's all a condition of approval. We talked about pet friendliness. This would be a pet-friendly building. I think one of their earlier commenters mentioned that. In terms of community character, I think we have to look beyond just height. Height is definitely part of it. And in terms of height, the folks here in the Verve is, I believe, 51 feet. We're proposing something just under 20 feet taller than that. So, to say that something 51 feet or 60 feet, is context sensitive, but then, 68 to 72 isn't, we try to really drill down and then understand what are those impacts of that extra 17 or 18 feet. Is it shadows? Is it privacy? Is it view? What are those things? And then try to work to proactively address those concerns rather than just something more amorphous like height in and of itself. As noted, though, it seems to be a very positive response to the view, and this is the exact same height, 7 stories, with the parkade fully underground. There's some comments about this looking like a wall or Berlin Wall. We would note that, we're not even allowed to do parkades raised out of the grounds like the existing Verves, where that actually is a bit of a wall along that sidewalk. So instead, we have patios going directly out to the sidewalk. That's something that's encouraged in our planning documents and specifically in the secondary plan, that we want those connections to the sidewalk. So I think opposite of a wall, it's actually more inviting. There's those eyes on the street, and those are set back, again, 17 feet 3 feet less than the view, which again seems to be well received. In terms of traffic, of course, we work very closely with the Public Works Department.
How much time do you need?
I've got about 6 items left, so maybe another 5 minutes if possible.
What did you say?
Three. Perfect, 2, yeah.
Okay, Councilor Chambers moves 2 minutes. All in favor? Aye. Contrary, carried.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of traffic, again, we lead heavily on Public Works, their registered engineers, and of course, as was noted in the planner's report on the public record, this wouldn't even meet half of the counts required to trigger a traffic study. In terms of that access point, there are significant challenges. We looked at all different ways where we could have access either from the lane to St. Joseph and to Aubert, and through several iterations over roughly a 6-month period that we had this back and forth with planning and with Public Works. This turned out to be the best option. Many potential impacts with that St. Joseph access, including losing parking, which, you know, we've heard, I think, pros and cons of less parking in the parkade. Again, sliding that building closer to the Verve, jeopardizing the tree, further compounding some of those concerns about proximity to the Verve, even though there is a 53-foot setback between building facades. And then potential challenges with the geometry at that intersection and where the lane is on the east side. In terms of parking, some seem to want more visitor parking, some seem to want less stalls. We think we found a good balance where we are meeting the minimums in the zoning bylaw, whereas if the parking variance wasn't approved, those stalls would just be taken from the existing one for residents, and those residents would have to find parking presumably on the same streets that we want to protect from spillover parking. In terms of safety, this isn't a new condition where we would have a private approach onto a street like this. There's going to have to be an access somewhere. So whether it's on St. Joseph or whether it's on Aubert, of course, there's going to be the usual safety standards, stop signs, and the like. We get it. Lots of people walk on lots of streets. This isn't dissimilar to what we would see anywhere else where there's a multifamily building on a street like this. And then lastly, that tree, very important. Again, arborist hired to do a report. This is a certified arborist, as was noted, ISA. Also, there was some talk about we should have a city arborist. He actually works for the city of Winnipeg. This is his side business that he does these on the side. And, sorry.
That's your time.
Okay.
I have a number of questions.
Sure.
Yeah. So, where to start? Is there any, I mean, other than new drawings, is there any like big material impact to moving the patio to the north side?
Yeah, I think, well, you know, if the concern is privacy, which it sounded like, there's not really any difference because the patio, you won't be able to look down because you can't go to the edge of these patios. There's step back, there's railings, and again, there could be potential, depending where the elevator.
No, I hear, I mean,
Yep.
I hear what you're saying in terms of there not being a privacy issue. I guess my question is more along the lines of some residents have said that they believe it's a privacy issue. So like, if we move that, does it hurt, like materially impact the development?
Potentially, because, you know, we have to consider where things like elevator bays, stairwells, emergency access, things like that. So without getting into that next phase of structural engineering, we're not going to know for sure. Preference is definitely on that side. But if, you know, during plan approval, as we've done on several other projects where that same concern has come up, you know, we're happy to have that as a condition of plan approval. We ensure that privacy concerns are addressed, whether that's through railings or buffering or just the step backs, which is usually the case where it's stepped back quite far from the edge and then you can't even look over the edge. So.
Okay, and then there was a request to flip the building like was done on Obath Street on the patios, on the, yeah, that's right, the balconies. Is that, you're gonna answer in the same way, but like.
Yeah, so what was the exact ask? Because we do have balconies on all sides, but they're.
You have balconies on all sides?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's not really, the other scenario was balconies were on 2 sides, and for privacy, stated privacy reasons, we just moved the building, and then I guess everyone was more happy with that.
One thing that we did on the balconies here, they are inset into the building, so they're not those kind of projecting balconies. I think the other thing to note is that even though there's the 10-foot setback where it comes to that point, from building facade to building facade is 53 feet, which is actually, that's more substantial than most times when you have a rear yard of 25 feet and a rear yard of 25 feet, as is the case, or pretty close to the case with the Verve North and the View. So, if folks are kind of wondering how close is that, and they feel that there's going to be, they're going to be able to reach hands and touch the neighbor, I mean, that's 53 feet. That's a large distance. And I mean, time and time again, we have folks note that, there's always the concern that someone's going to be there, staring into their unit or into their balcony. That's generally not the case. I don't think folks who are in the existing Verves on their balconies are spying on neighbors. We don't expect that folks moving into this building would be doing that either. So I get there's a concern, but there is enough buffering with the tree and with the distance, with the setbacks themselves, that balconies on the west side shouldn't have the impact. I think that is feared there.
And on the idea of an approach on Saint-Joseph, would that be possible?
I don't think so. I think, I think
let me reframe.
Sorry.
I don't think we want to hurt the cottonwood tree, so. Would there be design, well, I guess you're not the architect, but what do you have to say about that? The idea of putting the approach on Saint-Joseph and.
Yeah, I think, from primarily through our discussions with Public Works and with planning, there's several, they're just stacked upon stacked in terms of potential challenges. So geometry, actually safety because of the geometry is one big one. We're talking about safety being of utmost importance. So there is that challenge with proximity to the intersection and the misalignment of the lane to the east. There's, again, the fact that there'd have to be a full redesign because now you have a ramp within the building. Instead of ramping down outside in that yard, you would have the ramp and that garage door right on St. Joseph. If people come to that ramp to get inside, they have to wait queue on either the sidewalk or on the street before they turn in. And then again, moving the building. Again, the whole idea of bringing the building as close to St. Joseph as possible and as close to Aubert as possible was to bring it further away from the single-family homes to the south. And most, probably, from who we've heard most from, at those folks at 760 Taché. So that would require, I think, redesign, new variances, moving things back to the west, which doesn't sound like it's what people want to see.
Okay, what about the tree?
The tree? So the cottonwood?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the tree is, it's one of the things that I think we've heard most,
No, but like, what's the impact? Like, I guess I'll ask the same way as I asked with the planner, because you're a planner.
Yep.
All things being equal, if the box moves, what happens to cottonwood?
Yeah, I mean, the closer you move it to the tree, the more risk there is to that tree. So we're out.
The arborist said 2 or 3. The arborist said 2 or 3 feet is.
That's right. I think
So
it's 4.8 meters is that zone to stay out of for construction.
Yeah.
We're at, I think, just over 5 meters. And so anything bringing it back 10 feet, or roughly 3 meters, brings it closer to the tree. And, would require more pruning. And again, would probably just increase the risk, try to mitigate the risk as best we can. Again, there's a condition in the report about having that arborist on site during construction to monitor things, ensure that the protection and preservation plan is being undertaken. And so, we wouldn't want to move it closer, not only for the tree, but for the reasons that folks brought up here about having separation and buffering.
So can the public service jump in here? Like, is the tree, if all things being equal, if the box moves with the approach on Saint Joseph, is it get closer to the tree or not?
Yes.
By how many feet?
Well, it could only get as close as 10 feet before the building encroaches over the property line.
Is there a world in which there's an approach on Saint Joseph in which the cottonwood is preserved? According to the arborist, that said that the tree requires a minimum protection area of 4.8 meters, 17 feet, which is greater than the required minimum. Right.
So there's like 2-foot wiggle room based on the protection area and where the current building is located.
Right, but it's like, this is like arithmetic, right? I'm asking the question in terms of arithmetic, like, if the building has to move, is it moving into the Cottonwood? And if it is, well, what's the answer? How many feet?
If you're adding setback to the front, it would be that equivalent to the back.
Right?
Right.
By that many feet?
Yeah.
So what's the setback? If Councillor Chambers,
I missed how many feet you said, but
So,
what happens?
so it's
Do
a
you
20,
understand
they
the
want a
question?
20-foot setback, correct?
If I'm not hearing no, then I suspect the answer is then we could move the box.
So if the requirement is the 4.8 meters, and we're currently at 5.2 meters, then whatever 0.4 of a meter is in feet, maybe just over a foot, foot and a half maybe.
And so-
that would be the.
That would be the impact.
Okay, no representations from the gallery, please. I'm working from the I'm working from the report from a professional arborist right now. So 1 foot is the leeway. Can anyone other than me tell me if we move the box, will that get into the 1 foot?
yes, yeah, you have.
Okay,
yeah, you
so
have-
basically on a zero-sum argument, if we move the box and we put the approach on Saint Joseph, the tree is at risk and may die. But if we keep it here, according to professional arborists, it's meeting the guidelines.
Yes, according to the arborist
Okay.
report on the
All right.
public record by the registered
So-
arborist.
So I have a question then. At one point, there was, both on one of the renderings, and then you had brought it up as well, a laneway that would be by those homes. You mentioned that expropriation would be part of that equation. I think it was mentioned that the developer owns one of those homes. So what is the potential for a laneway to be done on that side of the, which would be the southeast side of the building, and then an entryway to the underground parking there?
Yeah, so my understanding is, let's say that that lane was to the south, it still wouldn't line up, and then you have to actually get into the building as well. So you need length for a ramp, right? So, you know, it still doesn't work. And again, this is something that was discussed at length with Public Works to try to come up with, you know, a solution. So that's, I know things seem here like, you know, we need this foot and we need that foot, and, you know, the reason for that was all the work that took place to get to the point where we're at today. You know, obviously lots of concerns, lots of questions, and lots of technical challenges, right? So in order to meet those, there was a lot of work with the administration to make sure that things work for safety purposes, for you know, meeting Public Works, water and waste requirements, and that's why, you know, it seems like so tight, or that there's room to cut here and there, but we've looked at so many of these options again and again in close collaboration with the city and with the engineers to find something that would actually work and work for city standards and city requirements.
So back to the tree.
Yep.
Is there any way to, other than it being invaluable, because, you know, you can't produce a tree like that, all you can do is plant more trees that eventually will be like that. But do you have any idea what, I'm trying to quantify the value, and I guess an arborist can do it, but we don't have an arborist here at this time. Like, what would be the replacement, what would be the equivalent? Is there any way of quantifying what that cottonwood means in terms of net new landscaping, like net new trees? I set a precedent when trees were a concern for residents, and we asked the proponent on Provencher to build a tree-well tree on Provencher Boulevard. So I'm wondering if, I'm thinking along those lines, if we, you know, in a Saint Joseph approach situation, we lose the tree, but then if we can then know that there'll be, you know, however many net new trees planted. Yeah, you can respond.
Yeah, and just to add, I'm not sure if I mentioned this in the original presentation, there are trees being planted as part of this. We're meeting and actually exceeding the city requirements for foundation edge landscaping, street edge landscaping, and I believe there is that requirement for plantings in the boulevard as well. So there will be a major net new tree, even though some of the existing ones on our property, not the cottonwood that is on the adjacent property, but the ones on our property within that building footprint, in various conditions there. That was, again, included as part of that arbor's report and the landscape plans. There will be net new trees exceeding the zoning bylaw requirements on the site, and then as a bonus in that boulevard as well.
So do you know of any, this is more of a public works question, but on the approach, the safety concerns were raised, and I mean, I bike around with my kids, and I'm not a big fan of approaches, but I understand they do need to happen, or there was no lane access. Are you aware of any design guidelines, traffic calming measures that you might be able to include and that I might be able to include as a condition of approval? If not, I can ask the team here if there's anything that I could, like there's in Island Lakes, there's a place where somebody mentioned the curve being a problem, but I think the curve actually probably slows down the car.
Yeah.
In Island Lakes, when you're walking, there's a sign that says, don't, careful traffic, and it's just like a straightaway for the people that are driving the cars, and it's very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if there's any additional measures we might, if we decide to go in this direction, impose on the Aubert Street.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, usually a curve and a grade change does help slow traffic. That's just natural traffic calming. Signage is another big one we've seen on other projects where just before the sidewalk, there's signs, fluorescents, that they reflect off headlights if it's in the evening, and those types of measures. And then just ensuring, which the city does through their design review process, that things like sight lines are open so that there's no walls or things that'll block, view for either pedestrians seeing the car or cars seeing the pedestrian. So those would be the usual that we would see for a parkade or any private entrance onto a street. And, that's no different than what we see in, any other infill context or multifamily context, really.
So maybe, Mr. Clerk, is it okay to ask public service?
Of course.
The public service suggest net new traffic calming devices on Aubert Street that are not part of this application that would go over and above the city standards. Could be an envelope, it could be, $10,000 should be applied to traffic calming measures on public land, I don't know. It was easy with the tree last time because the proponent said, sure, we'll give you we'll put in 2 car shares and we'll put in 2 tree-welled trees. And I think that ended up being a $200,000 contribution from the developer of the public sphere. But is there, is there anything I could impose as a development condition to ensure that more than city standards are being met? Given residents' concerns. And I think probably to avoid legal issues, we have to keep it on the development itself. Maybe not, no, it's in the development or area.
We can,
If it's not a specific remedy, could it be a budget line to the discretion of the Director of Public Works?
yeah, what we've done in the past, and I'm trying to find the example, it's 8 of 22 on Harold Street, is that we included traffic calming measures as a condition of the approval to be part of the servicing agreement. Typically, it would be 3 traffic calming measures implemented by the development as determined and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. So the responsibility would be to both the developer and Public Works to come up with 3 traffic calming within the neighborhood and place them.
Okay, so I asked for a concrete number on the 3-bedroom units because they're important to the community to have new families. Do you have any discretion at all in terms of the traffic calming? I understand that you say you're meeting standards. I understand some residents are concerned, and I share those concerns on front approaches, but like, would the proponent be open to any budget that could be put into the development agreement towards traffic calming on Aubert Street?
Yeah, I think there would be some willingness there. I think the challenge, and we've run into it before, is, you know, if Public Works doesn't require it, it doesn't meet their warrants, then it won't happen. So we don't want to tie Public Works hands and say, you know, we're going to, you know, do speed humps or something like that if it's not warranted based on the counts, which we have seen, you know, in the past.
Well, then cash in lieu then. Cash in lieu for traffic calming in the immediate area.
And do we have a sense of what?
It's difficult to administer cash in lieu.
Well, I'm looking for a material way to look at the, like, if we're approving this and there's something in the zoning agreement that says something that's not to the discretion of the public service, because it sounds like the public service already, that is net new to this proposed development, because we already know it's meeting the city standards.
But this would be net new.
This would be net new.
Yeah.
So is there a way to get the neighborhood net new safety on Aubert Street?
Yes.
In a zoning agreement?
It would be a servicing agreement.
Servicing agreement. But how would I phrase it?
I can pull up the wording from 8 of 22, and we can just reuse that.
And what would that say? Like, is there a dollar amount? Is, like, I heard warrants from Public Works. I've also seen development agreements drive things like traffic calming, because obviously if approved, the city wants to see the building go up. And if sounds like there's precedent too. I just want to make sure it's like somewhat material, because if you delegate to the director and
So the previous one was, as I mentioned, on Harold Street, the clause was the developer shall at no expense to the city construct traffic calming devices and all related works on Wabasha between Kildare Avenue and Horton Avenue East as determined and to the satisfaction of Director of Public Works. The developer shall endeavor to install 2 traffic calming devices, with one located south of Harold and one located north. The actual location and number of traffic calming devices shall be determined by and to the satisfaction of the director.
Okay, any questions, Councillor Chambers? I'm almost at the end of this.
Yeah, I had one question.
Go ahead.
I'm okay. No, I've already asked it.
Okay. So I'm considering adding a car share condition. We did it across the street, but I guess would you, from what you heard from the public service, is that something that you think you can do? It's been done before, it's in development agreement, net new traffic calming,
I think
with the language that he used.
Yeah, no, completely fair. There are definitely challenges to have it in the parkade. I know you mentioned it had been done or has been done recently. Perhaps there's an opportunity. I know on my street, there's Peg City Car Co-op stall on the street, in the public right-of-way. There's a designated space for that car. So maybe we could work something out. Again, I'm always hesitant to a third party like a Peg City without having previously discussed it with them, but I know they're in the area and do, I think, want to continue to expand in this area. So maybe it is something where street side, rather than, usually the method is they pay for the car and provide the stall. So maybe it's paying for the car, but then it's not in the parkade, which, you know, then it would be
Okay, so what I'm thinking right now is traffic calming devices in order to address safety concerns, because I don't want to kill the tree.
Yep.
My preference would have been Saint Joseph, but it sounds like all things being equal, the tree is potentially impacted and dead, so don't want that. So I'm thinking about the traffic calming measures and then the car share requirement. not necessarily on site, but in the area. Can the planners help?
What traffic calming measures, though, can you put in mid-block?
Well, they'll figure it out.
There's
like speed tables,
There's speed
all sorts of
tables, there's
things.
also those punch outs where the curb line goes out.
Chicanes.
Yeah, chicanes.
There's all sorts
And
of
there's the
stuff to do.
temporary ones that are, they're plastic or rubber that's screwed into the road.
It's just, it's a residential street now, there's no bus on it anymore. So we have language on net new safety over and above the City of Winnipeg standards. On the car share, would the public service have recommended language that is flexible enough to not impede the development, but also guarantees the car share in the immediate area?
We do have conditions. There are some challenges, particularly like in advance of applications where we anticipate a car share vehicle will be going. The proponent will speak to Peg City Car Co-op, who's the only car share operation in the city. And they provide sort of a letter confirming that they would be in favor of allowing a car share vehicle at any particular location. We don't have that information in hand today.
Well, I could say, condition 1, car share be provided in the event Peg City Co-op agrees, and if not that, 2, that a car share be made available on site for residents of the building.
Sure, so yeah, it would, if Peg City didn't agree that they,
I doubt they wouldn't agree, but okay.
Sure, fair.
Let's say they don't.
then there's still an obligation on the zoning agreement saying that the proponent be required to provide a car share, and then it's incumbent
Right.
upon the proponent to manage, or purchase, manage, and operate all things car.
So like,
Co-op related.
does that sound okay? Because like, I don't want to put the city in court, and I want to listen to what the residents had to say today.
Yep.
And I think those are very much in line with what some of them were saying. Ideally, like, the approach would have been on Saint Joseph. I don't want to impact the tree. Do you think that's okay?
Yeah, I think, I think there's some room to work with Peg City Car Co-op and see how that works. There would need to be city buy-in too if it's off-site, because that would be on city right-of-way, so city would have to allocate that
Yeah.
stall, which they've done in other areas. So maybe as a plan approval condition, my concern is if it's a zoning agreement condition and it can't be met for whatever reason, then the project can't go forward.
Well,
We have to
then,
go for
I
it.
can't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to provide a private car share car to your residents. I can't imagine a reason why that would be problematic.
So just basically a car in.
A car residents can use because they have a key to it, and it's like, you run your own car share within your own building.
And I guess the question would be, does that address any of the concerns raised, though?
I think it does.
Okay.
People talk about parking and traffic, and I heard the planner say car share cars were 12 spaces.
And that's usually 12 spaces reduced parking.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm going the other way with what the residents are saying. I understand that. I'm not coming at this from a city planning perspective. I'm coming at this from the perspective of what the residents had to say.
Yep.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
no more than that?
Yeah, I guess, there's a lot of moving parts with Peg City, with the city.
Yeah,
So just
yeah.
wanting to make sure that
You're-
it is something that can work and that, things don't fall apart if it can't be achieved for technical.
So do you need language like subject to?
Yeah, maybe subject to,
I don't want any,
Okay.
I don't want any, I want to have something in the zoning agreement that I know is going to happen. So, on the traffic calming, we have language. Do we need a recess for the planners for the, I know we've done car shares. We've done private car shares.
For sure, yeah.
So if Peg City doesn't want to do it, you can do it on site. And I know there's precedent across the city. Just need language from the planners, I
Well,
think.
We've done car shares where the building itself purchased the vehicle.
Well, yeah, if Peg City doesn't want it, then you can do it.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Well, do we want to recess for language, or do you have it? on a car share?
Yeah, let's recess for
If
5
Peg
minutes.
City,
5 minutes.
yes.
Let's take a quick moment.
If not Peg City, then a car share, like a private one.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll recess. How many
5
minutes?
5 minutes?
5? Okay, recess
Yeah.
5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we're back in the meeting. Just taking Councillor Chambers' cue on the gavel. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, where are we at?
Right now, we just finished with rebuttal, so we are on to motions.
Okay, so Councillor Chambers, would you take the chair, please?
Sure.
So we are on report 2. Motions on page 7. I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read. Councillor Chambers in the
All
chair.
those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in
Approved.
approved?
Carried.
Carried.
Yeah, okay. I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in part.
Concurrent with the following amendments, you mean?
Concurred in with the following amendments.
Sure. And it will be forwarded to the standing policy on property and development.
Right, but I
And-
want the amendments read out.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so just to verify with our planners here, there's going to be amendment to recommendation 1A, correct? And that's going to be, we're going to add the condition that one of the parking stalls be reserved for a car share vehicle, and that an agreement with a car share company to provide a car share vehicle be submitted to the Director of Planning, Property, and Development prior to the issuance of building permits, or where an agreement with a car share company is not possible, the owner shall provide a car share vehicle with information submitted to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning, Property, and Development prior to the issuance of building permits. That will be our first amendment. And then second one will be in the ACG report. We're going to be adding a section under section 4, servicing conditions. We're going to add the following conditions. New condition 4, traffic calming devices. The developer shall endeavor to install up to 3 traffic calming devices at no expense to the city on Rue Joseph and/or Rue Albert. The actual location and number of traffic calming devices shall be as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works.
I don't like up to. I don't like up to 3.
What would you like?
Well, more than 0, and up to 3 would allow for 0. So I don't like that.
Yeah, my intention is that typically they like to install them in 3s. However, if
I'll say
there's,
3.
if there is no opportunity to install all 3, it's a binding clause that,
Surely there's something that can be done.
okay, then
3.
sure, make it 3.
Okay,
So just flat out 3.
yes.
Okay. Okay, would you like me to reread that again?
Yes, please.
Okay, so in the servicing agreement, under section 4, servicing considerations, sorry, let me pull this up from the email. Yes, section 4, servicing conditions, we'll add a new condition 4, traffic calming devices. The developer shall endeavor to install 3 traffic calming devices at no expense to the city on Rue Saint-Joseph and/or Rue Albert. The actual location and number of traffic calming devices shall be as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works.
So how do I know these get installed?
We should also drop the actual number should be cut.
Sorry, say again?
We should remove the words actual number. It should just be the actual location. Since we're explicitly dictating that it's 3, it should be 3.
Oh, I see, because the number
Oh,
is
the number.
part of the script.
Okay, we can get rid of the number, that's,
And then how do I know it gets built? Because we don't have the priority issuance of permits here on this one.
So what happens is, as a condition of the rezoning, prior to the release of the Mylars and the agreements, the developer must enter into the servicing agreement and zoning agreement with us. Part of that is we take securities, so we take cash, or a letter of credit, to ensure that the obligations under the servicing agreement are met. If they are not, we can then put the developer in default and cash the securities in order to complete the task.
Okay. That sounds like we're going to get it, or cash in lieu.
There will be no cash in.
Not cash in lieu?
It will be a physical asset.
But in the event where the developer does not comply, what happens?
The developer will comply. They will not allow us to put them in
And if they
default.
didn't, it'd be the letter of credit thing?
Correct.
Okay, which they avoid.
They will avoid, like,
All right, okay.
So just to clarify that second last sentence, the actual location of traffic calming devices shall be as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. That sounds correct?
The number's 3, though.
Number 3.
yeah. No, it's 3 in the front, yeah.
Okay, so we don't need the number part, that would, okay,
No.
perfect.
Right, but the number 3 is, would you please reread the clause?
Of course, I can redo it one more time. Okay,
Zach, maybe instead of the number, let's go the actual type and location will be.
okay. So then for our second amendment for the ACG, we're going to add a new section in section 4, servicing considerations, a new condition, condition 4, traffic calming devices. The developer shall endeavor to install 3 traffic calming devices at no expense to the city on Rue Saint-Joseph and/or Rue Aubert. The actual type and location of traffic calming devices shall be as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works.
Okay, so,
Through a traffic
so
engineer.
then, well, through our Public Works. Okay, so then to restate, so that I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in with the amendments that were read by the clerk and forwarded to the Property and Development Committee,
Standing policy,
the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development.
perfect. And we'll just need your supporting reasons.
Right, well, so supporting reasons, thank you to the residents who came out today. Thank you for the proponent for their, for their interest in St. Boniface. And I think I'd say that this is in line with the North St. Boniface secondary plan. And we've had that conversation on densities, and the height of the building is in line with the building that's already existing. It's very, very close, a smaller street. Would have liked to put the approach on Saint Joseph because I think that's a more trafficked street. Hearing that might probably involve the death of the cottonwood. Considered the safety issues from a different perspective, which was met by the Public Service with the clause on the safety measures being issued, being approved before the development goes up. And on the other condition, and residents on traffic and parking, heard from the planner that normally a proponent can ask for 12 spots of reduction in parking because of the benefits of a car share to the neighborhood. But in this case, not only did they do +10, but we're also getting a car share out of it, probably for the community. But if not for the community, to reduce the parking issues, the private car share within this unit will mean less parking on street. It'll mean a vehicle being used more efficiently. It'll mean less traffic and parking in the neighborhood. It's not as good as a Peg City car, but it's better than not having it. And the proponent's already 10 over what they're expected through the city documents. So I wish I could have accommodated more requests from the residents, but I think that I've done what is reasoned and what will be hopefully a path to success for this development. And just to circle back to the North St. Boniface secondary plan, these densities they're the same as the ones on the other building that was mentioned as being one that the residents liked. So, we haven't voted yet, have we?
No.
I want to add 25. I almost missed it. The condition of 25 25 of the units being 3-bedroom, because the proponent agreed to that.
We would have to then do a rescinding of the prior
I
clause.
move to rescind the prior clause. It's to add the condition the proponent was okay with it.
All
It's
those-
25 of the suites will be 3-bedroom units.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
Okay, so then, my apologies to the public service, I'm recalling right now. Do you have language, or do we need to recess again? My apologies to my colleagues as well.
I can send you something, or,
Like right away?
yeah.
Okay. Do you mind copying the clerk as well?
Copy the clerk, yeah.
Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, I'm not sure if we have to repeat everything again. So I move that the recommendations of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in as amended,
Correct.
and then there's the 2 conditions that we're going to change. Why don't you read them out just for procedural accuracy?
He's read them one twice already.
I know.
Okay,
I think we should probably do things by the book.
of course. Okay, so first off is, let me just pull up my correct emails.
And Councillor Chambers, I mean, there's issues of procedural fairness, and if you don't do things exactly in the way that's prescribed, then all sorts of things can happen. Right.
Okay. So then for our first one, we're going to, in recommendation 1A, we're going to add the following new conditions. Let me just pull up the first one. First being that one of the parking stalls be reserved for a car share vehicle, and that an agreement with a car share company to provide a car share vehicle be submitted to the Director of Planning, Property and Development prior to the issuance of building permits, or where an agreement with a car share company is not possible, the owner shall provide a car share vehicle with information submitted to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning, Property and Development prior to the issuance of building permits. That's the first one. The second new condition we will add is that 25 of the multiple family residential dwelling units shall be constructed as 3-bedroom units.
And the traffic one.
Okay, and that'll lead us to our second one. Let me just pull up my report here. Okay. And that's going to be in recommendation 1B, we're going to add the following new servicing condition. We're going to add a new condition to the ACG report, that being under section 4, servicing conditions, and that being new condition 4, traffic calming devices. The developer shall endeavor to install 3 traffic calming devices at no expense to the city on Rue Saint-Joseph or Rue Albert. The actual type and location of traffic calming devices shall be as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works.
Okay, so I move that, and I move that that be forwarded to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development.
Okay, and the supporting reasons were the ones you said before.
Right, so I'll move that first, right? Don't I have to?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
Supporting reasons now?
Supporting reasons before reset.
Oh, I don't want to rescind it again. You know, I'll just say that,
Because right now you just said the reasons.
yeah,
would be
so
proper.
we,
Okay.
yeah, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I think people understand why the 25 units were made a condition. So I will move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
Okay. Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision and rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council. And now we just have the variance, council.
Good.
On the variance, I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
I move that in accordance with subsection 247.3 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway, is the minimum modification of a zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property and is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. And I'll leave my supporting reasons to be the same as the rezoning.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in as amended, or in this case, it's
There's
just
no-
concurred in?
Concurred, because there's no amendments to
Okay,
carry.
so I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and that the variance be approved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
And I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
Thank you. Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered. Okay. And now, can I advise just a quick recess to make sure we have Councillor Mays? He'll be joining us for the next item.
Sure. So 5 minutes, or?
Yeah, take the chair back.
Yeah, 3 or 5.
Oh, I'll take the chair
That's
back.
for sure.
So we'll move into recess for 5 minutes
Sure.
to allow for Councillor Mace to join the meeting remote. So if we can get off. So reconvening the meeting, I think first we need to move Councillor Mays be allowed join the meeting remote. Councillor Chambers, do you want to move that?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Contrary carried. Mr. Clerk?
Of course. Okay. Item 4 is a subdivision and rezoning at 45 Damon Farm Road, 100 Jean-Louis Road, and 2974 St. Mary's Road under file DASZ 9/2025. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 5 is a variance at 45 Damon Farm Road, 100 Jean-Louis Road, and 2974 St. Mary's Road under file DAV 111592/2025D. Please note that communications were received in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Speakers will be permitted 5 minutes for their presentation. All participants in the Zoom meeting have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. And at that, I will hand it over to the planners.
Yes. All right, the subject site is located on the west side of St. Mary's Road in the St. Vital Perimeter South neighborhood of the St. Norbert St. River Ward. The site is approximately 57 acres in area and comprises 2 separate rural residential lots zoned Rural Residential 5 or RR5. The subject site is within the Rural and Agricultural Policy Area under the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0, and the site also falls under the Medium Density Policy Area with applicable hazard areas policies of the St. Vital Perimeter South Secondary Plan. The applicant is proposing to subdivide and rezone the land to Rural Residential 2 or RR2 to create 23 rural residential lots ranging in sizes from 2 to 3 acres. And I just wanted to note, this is a clarification from the report which indicated lot sizes ranged between 1.9 acres and 3.3 acres. So the actual lot sizes are 2 to 3 acres. The proposal includes the extension of Jean-Louis Road through the plan area. A road stub is proposed to accommodate a future connection to the lands located to the north. The proposed development requires variances for substandard lot widths for 14 of the 23 lots, with lots ranging below the required 180 feet, with 112 feet to 166 feet. As mentioned, subject lands are located within the medium-density rural residential policy area. This section of the secondary plan indicates that a minimum site area of 2 acres and a minimum site width of 180 feet for single-family dwellings are allowed subject to approved variations. The subject lands are also subject to the hazard areas policies, which in this case relates to groundwater. The hazard areas state, concern for thoughtful management of our physical resources is an indispensable condition for the community's continued health, well-being, and development. Hazard areas include lands subject to hazardous conditions like flooding, or lands sensitive to natural balances like transitional areas between bodies of saline and potable water. With respect to groundwater, the secondary plan states, to protect the potable groundwater resources in the action area by not approving development which may cause appreciable adverse effects upon the quality or quantity of potable groundwater, and by limiting groundwater withdrawal through the arrangement and maintenance of appropriate development densities. The Public Service is recommending rejection of the proposal as it is not consistent with the direction provided in the hazard areas policy under the St. Vital Perimeter South Secondary Plan. While it is understood that the applicant is proposing to establish these lots with a cistern, the regulation and enforcement by the city to prevent wells from being dug poses challenges. The Public Service is also not in a position to set up the various required regulatory mechanisms or arrange sharing or transfer of jurisdiction of wells from the province. Due to the sensitive nature of the groundwater aquifer in the area, the Public Service recommends that lot sizes be restricted to 5 acres or larger and used only for residential purposes. With that, I will conclude my introduction and happy to answer any questions if needed.
All right. Mr. Clerk,
If you have any questions for the Public Service at the moment?
Yeah, so with respect to 5-acre properties, is there any indication that, 5-acre properties, 55 acres, 57 acres roughly, we're looking at 11 parcels. Is there any indication that 11 wells will have an impact on the aquifer that it's drawing from?
The Public Service is making our recommendation based on the best available knowledge that we have. This is a hydrological study done
21 years ago.
21, I thought it was 2007 or so, but sure. In that report, the recommendation was 5-acre lots in order to minimize the disturbance to the aquifer, and since that is the best information we have at this time, that is the recommendation we are putting forward.
So the properties on the west side of St. Mary's, along Christie Road, along Jean Louis Road, what size properties are those?
My understanding were those properties were created prior to the report and that this knowledge coming to light.
Well, some of the houses there look fairly new on Christie, on Jean Louis.
And then the ones on Jean Louis, the Public Service had the same recommendation as we do today.
But they were built as 2-acre properties.
But the Public Service's recommendation was 5 acres.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, I think we're done with questions.
Okay. In that regard, we'll have now the applicant come forward, Jeff Pratt.
I had a question.
Sorry, Councilor Mason. So, sorry to the applicant. We have questions for the Public Service.
I was, sorry if you might hear my dog in the background here. Apologies for that. Just attending from home. Kevin, the applicant is talking about cisterns. I assume that's like they'd access water from somewhere. There's no sort of, I know in that Wilkes area, there's some sort of city water supply and then people fill their cisterns. But what's the proposal here in terms of water? And obviously there's no city services, right? They're way out. So wastewater and water, what's the plan?
So correct. The applicant is proposing cisterns that would include a water delivery service to fill them. And we have no concerns with that. Our major concern is that we don't have any mechanisms, framework, or enforcement in place to ensure that the cisterns are followed and that no wells are drilled.
And it's sewage, it's septic field, or septic tank, not
Yeah,
not septic
not
field.
septic. My understanding is septic tank.
Okay, I think that ends questions. We have a presentation from the applicant. 5 minutes on the clock. Ready?
Yes, I had to make a couple of small changes to it based on Hey, thank you so much. My name is Jeff Pratt. I'm a senior planner with Landmark Planning and Design. Thank you for allowing me some time to share this with you today. I'll try to go through it as quick as I can. I might need more than 5 minutes. There's a lot of info, but I'll try to just stick to the most germane stuff because it seems like the biggest concern is the aquifer. This was working. So, so I'm Jeff with Landmark Planning and Design. ANS Homes is the property owner here, and they've retained us to try and go through the development approval process for this property. Site overview, it's about 57 acres down in the St. Vital Perimeter South area, part of the city. It's basically surrounded by other rural residential lots. There's a few sort of quasi-commercial uses on St. Mary's Road. St. Mary's would be the eastern boundary of the site, the western boundary being the Red River, and the residences, the existing residences on Jean-Louis Road would be immediately to the south. A bit of a project overview. So I know there's been a lot of talk in our previous attempt to go through this development approval process about groundwater preservation and some concerns about this development perhaps putting the aquifer in jeopardy, but I am here to propose a way to allow the development of this site with 2-acre lots without jeopardizing the aquifer. As a land use planner, I am very in tune to these things, and this is not something that we're trying to do to get 23 wells put in. We're trying to do 23 rural residential lots that fit the character of the area on groundwater cisterns, and I think we have some suggestions for how this can be done in a workable manner. I know there's also been some talk about forest preservation. I also will speak to that briefly. In the ACG report, it said if this was approved, the administration recommends taking 10% land dedication in PR, which was not previously asked for in our working through with the administration on this process. We also have a proposal for how we can preserve the trees and allow development to happen. So, as noted by the administration, we're basically applying to do 23 lots that range from about 2 acres to 3 acres in size. The City of Winnipeg administration has said that they would like to see minimum lot areas of 5 acres. For various reasons, that's not really feasible. The lots would be far too wide to feasibly put in a road. Also, it does not make very good use of the City of Winnipeg's infrastructure for road clearing. If this area ever received water services in the future, it would be astronomically expensive to try and service 11 5-acre lots in this manner. That's just another image of the proposed subdivision plan. Basically, Jean-Louis Road, it currently sort of terminates down at the south end of this plan in a temporary cul-de-sac. It would be extended back up through and looping to St. Mary's Road in a rural cross-section. A few of the lots we were asking for variances on, this is for lot width. Basically, the rural residential lot widths are based on the provincial regulation for septic fields. Because we were immediately adjacent to the river, we would be proposing pump-out tanks as opposed to fields. Thus, the lot widths would not put that in jeopardy. We're still talking about the narrowest lot being 112 feet wide. These are very large lots. They're not out of character or keeping with the surrounding development. And this kind of speaks to that question that was asked before. Highlighted in pink on this image are all the existing 2-acre lots. So from a land use perspective, the idea of putting 2-acre lots in this area is not out of keeping with the existing character. It's not incompatible with adjacent land uses. The real question there revolves around the aquifer. So I won't spend too much time on this, but we all know, and it's touched on in the planning report, there's various high-level policies that we need to follow in Winnipeg. Generally speaking, this one's a little unique because it's rural residential, and our Winnipeg, the Complete Communities document, doesn't speak a lot to sort of rural residential, but there is a secondary plan in place. And when you look at this secondary plan map, you can see that this site is firmly within the medium density designation, which says 2-acre minimum lot sizes, which is what's being proposed. Sir, I'll ask for a site extension, please.
How much time do you want?
Maybe it would be great if you give me 5, but I'll try to be as fast as possible.
Councillor Chambers?
2 minutes?
Okay, Councillor Chambers moves 2 minutes. All in favor?
I'll just try to give you the information that you need here.
I only have one vote.
Carried.
Sorry, I'm in the chair, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Aye.
move for 2-minute extension. All in favor? Aye. Contrary?
Okay.
Carried. Oh, Councillor Mays is there.
So this idea of the 5-minute minimum lot area, as noted, comes out of a hydrological report that was prepared by Jeff Bell at Friesen Drillers many moons ago. And it's under the idea that in a long-term perspective, if you limit the number of wells accessing the aquifer, the saline protrusion from across the way won't happen as much. But we also have to remember the aquifer is hundreds of square kilometers. Jeff was here last time presenting on our behalf, mentioned that realistically, to see a noticeable difference, you're talking about hundreds of new wells, making a difference. But outside of that, we're not proposing new wells here. But there just seems to be this assumption that if these lots are built, everyone's going to break the rules and drill wells immediately, which I think is a little unfair. Also, we're going to propose mechanisms to avoid that. We also have to keep in mind that within this aquifer area, there's agricultural uses drawing large amounts of water down. There's landscaping uses drawing large amounts of water. Those are spoken to in the report. So outside of everything else, this is a big area, and what we're talking about is a small little piece of development. But drawing off the hazard lands policies like the city administration did is great. But once we're talking about not using wells, then the hazard land policies need not apply because they talk about groundwater quality. We are proposing cisterns, freshwater cisterns. So I'll just breeze through this, but we've been here before to talk about this. I think a lot of what we've talked about, we've done a lot to try to assuage any concerns of the neighboring residents. What keeps on coming up is the aquifer, so I'll try to focus mostly on that. But if any questions do come up, we did talk about floodproofing, traffic, wildlife and natural area protection, all of those types of things. So really it comes down to the groundwater. And initially there was discussion about oh geez, that 2 minutes went quick, I'm sorry. This is the crux of it, if you give me 2 more. Initially the discussion last time.
You're out of order right now. Councillor Chambers, there's going to be an opportunity for a lot of questions. Yeah. I mean, did you want to continue with the presentation?
Continue, yeah.
Okay, so you got a motion?
So, give him another 2 minutes.
Motion for 2 minutes, all in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried? Okay.
Okay, I'll be really fast here. So initially the talk was that the city administration said they couldn't regulate wells. Now the talk is a little bit more, kind of maybe they don't think they want to, fine. But we have a pretty, I think, basic solution to this. And that would be, if this development was approved today, that there be a condition that no new wells are drawn, and then the public service should be directed to amend the existing secondary plan in section 1.1, add a new point D, which would say no new wells are permitted on lots less than 5 acres in size. And that provides the bylaw mechanism to thus be enforced. And I think this idea that everyone is just going to rush out and drill wells immediately, A, is a little, a little misguided. B, all rules require enforcement to be followed, and all rules can be broken at any given time. And right now, someone with a well or someone could go in and drill a well and just run water into the ditch ad nauseum. Like, there's zero regulations at all. What we're proposing is a framework to actually regulate access to the groundwater. So for anyone with concerns about protecting the aquifer, what we're trying to present today is a mechanism to do that. Now, the other side, quickly, if this application were to be approved, would be the forest preservation. Shown on those green dots are all the existing lots on Jean-Louis Road that the houses are ensconced within the forest. And that's what the developer of this site would like to do. And that is why we're suggesting that taking land PR dedication, that prevents the cash in lieu, which had previously been discussed as a mechanism to update Mountbatten Park. We can preserve the trees on private land, which is spoken to in the city's tree preservation policy, and upgrade Mountbatten Park. So I know it's kind of hard, like very short time here, but just in summary, if you just let, I'll just summarize it here. I think what we're proposing speaks to the concerns of the community. I think we have a viable means of protecting the aquifer. I think we also have a viable means of protecting the forested areas on the site. That's what makes the site desirable, and that's how the existing Jean-Louis residences are. There's mechanisms to ensure that the trees are protected on the site, with the exception of what's required to build the house. And we can come back to community committee and have site and design regulations approved at community committee. I worked on another application in the Lord Selkirk West Kildonan ward where this same idea of the committee approving the architectural guidelines was done recently. So, thank you for extending me the time. I'll answer any questions, but I think we have a viable way of working through these things.
Questions, Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, so under RR5, or Rural Residential 5-acre properties, there's a lot of different uses that are allowable under that context. Could you just describe some of those usage?
Yeah, off the top of my head, from when we looked at this last time, you can do like some sort of care home uses, you can do landscaping yards, you can do uses that are actually quite water intensive and, as of now, could be done with existing or new wells on the site pumping out groundwater, potentially in large amounts.
And what about storage on site? I mean, again, this would be zoned for residential, but under RR5, you could pull your RV, trailers, different buildings
Definitely.
on site.
Yeah, there's a lot that could be done as of right on the property right now, and a lot that, wouldn't necessarily be super compatible with the area, including sort of light agricultural uses, market gardens, any of those sorts of things.
And are you aware that there was a landscaping company that was located within the area, proximity to the area? That landscaping company is no longer in business, but during the summer months was pulling upwards of 30,000 gallons of water from the aquifer on a daily basis.
I had heard that, yeah.
And now that they've ceased operations, again, not as much water coming out of the aquifer. As a matter of fact, it was recently sold to the school division, which has a less intensive use of that space.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, and I think, and I don't want to say that, okay, well, if everyone, let's say we approved 23 lots and everyone drilled a well, it would be okay. Like, realistically, my understanding from a hydrological perspective is that would not make a big difference. But I still I want to underscore that that's not what we're proposing too.
But I've received a lot of emails from area residents. They are concerned with groundwater because, it does impact the saleability of their house.
Correct.
But if individuals are going into an arrangement where they know it's a 2-acre property, it's a cistern and a holding tank for wastewater, that's what they're going into. They're buying that property knowing that it's a cistern and a sewage system that is pumped out.
Correct.
As opposed to a septic.
And I would also suggest, let's say someone decided to be cheeky and knew that and pulled in a drill rig and got a well dug without their neighbors, reporting it, which would be, very unlikely. I would suggest that if you have a caveat on your title saying that you were not supposed to have a water well and then went to sell your house, there would be implications of that, or perhaps even refinancing implications, much like if you undertook a large amount of work on your house without the correct permits or anything like that. So like there would be negative implications for anyone who did breach such a regulation.
Are you aware of any ability for the properties that are abutting the river, that they could drain some water from the river for irrigation purposes?
That I don't know for sure. In theory, I do believe, like from a licensing perspective, you wouldn't require a special license to draw some water out like that, but that's a little outside of my area of expertise.
Potentially something I can ask the public service as well.
Okay. Councillor Mays, can't quite see you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see me or not.
Go ahead.
The wastewater, that's just standard for there might be some old septic fields that might be grandfathered in, is my memory of when I represented this area. But I mean, what you're proposing in terms of its septic tank gets pumped out, expensively, you'd have to get it up to the North End plant now because South End doesn't take it. That's standard for this. Just trying to get a sense. Are you proposing anything out? The cisterns is different for water, but wastewater, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. Is that right?
No, for rural residential, like any lot, that there would be lots of lots with sewer pump outs. And there's also lots of lots in the city with cisterns as well. Like all that Wilkes South area, the groundwater is completely saline. It's not without precedent.
Okay, but I don't know if that answers. So for wastewater, it's a septic tank that gets pumped out.
Yeah, septic tank, pump out. For a house that you live in all the time, you need it sized appropriately, unlike, a backwoods cabin or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
One further question.
Councillor
There are areas, I know that in a couple of years ago or last year, Niverville, the city of Niverville, town of Niverville, whatever it's classified as, received piped water as well. I know that on the east side of the South Winnipeg treatment plant, there's a developer that has about 400 acres of property that they will potentially be looking to develop within the next few years, and will bring piped water to that area, which will likely bring piped water to the entire St. Germain, Vermet area.
Yeah. And should that happen, if we had 11 5-acre lots here, could you imagine the frontage fees that people would have to pay to extend that water? It would be quite onerous, if not impossible.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I don't think there's any from Councillor Mays. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, that concludes that. Okay, so we have no one else registered in support of this item. Just looking to the gallery. No one is interested to speak on that. So now we will move to opposition. First up, we have Carrie Thatcher, and she'll be joining via Zoom. I invite you to turn on your camera, as well as you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation.
As you can see, I'm not a Ms., but I get that mistake very often. So I'm going to read from a bit of a script here, so apologies for that. I don't have an actual presentation. I want to start with reviewing some of the history that's gone with this. This plan was previously presented. It was denied. We were told at the time that once the denial happened, this proposal couldn't happen again. But here we are again. So what I'm going to talk about here is that the consulting firm and the developer have done nothing to alleviate the legitimate concerns of the potentially impacted residents. There's a lot of hand waving in these conversations right now, dismissing us as if this threat isn't real. All right, so the last time there was a public process put in place, one that excluded Christie Road residents. They were only included after the residents pointed that out. That's fact number one. Fact number two, at the time, we pointed out that there already are compromised wells in the area that will be impacted by this development. Our objections are not academic. They are real in spite of how much you want to deny that. Another fact, the existing hydrological study was clear. Only lots of at least 5 acres should be developed. The residents in the area discovered that. The developer and consultant said nothing about this. They either did not do their due diligence properly or hid this from the potentially impacted residents. When pressured, only then did they propose a caveat on the land that required cisterns. Fact, there was no way to enforce the caveat. Now you're telling us with hand waving that you think there is, but we had to develop or find that out for ourselves. We were owed the proper information that there was no enforcement potential. Another fact, residents previously presented evidence that these caveats have been ignored in other developments. Wells were drilled anyway. Lack of enforcement made this possible. Another convenient fact for the developer and the consultant to ignore. All right, so that's the history of this. We're going through the same thing again. So where are we today? In short, not one relevant fact or reality has changed since the last time. You guys have done nothing to alleviate our concerns. The idea about cisterns was already discussed. We already showed you that it's not enforceable. Okay, so the other fact that's happened here is we all got, us John Louis residents, I'm in John Louis Road, by the way, we got notices, and again, Christie Road people weren't. They already have wells that are compromised. So why were they not brought into this process and left out the same way they were the last time? We could all imagine why, but I think the answer is obvious. And then you guys dropped letters into our doors that were addressed, "Dear neighbor." And I got to tell you, like, when I got that, I thought, what, how much more cynical and condescending can you people get? You could have shown up here with new information and new facts to back up why you think this should happen now when we shot it down or helped shot it down the last time. You've done nothing to alleviate the concerns except repeat the same stuff. And now you're getting a little bit condescending in telling us that, well, we're making stuff up or we're overreacting. Well, the point is we're not. This is real. And recently when this came up again, there's statements floating around that there are now enforcement provisions, but no one's been able to produce them. There's talk about, well, there could be some, but they don't exist right now. So our residents have done due diligence. We've looked at this. We can't find any enforcement, and we've tried really hard. So the enforcement problem still exists. That hydrological study is the only qualified opinion on whether or not 5-acre lots or lower sized lots should be built on the property we're talking about. We're not talking about hypotheticals about different properties and everything else. That study says you do not do that. So if you guys actually cared about this, you should have showed up here with your own study that says, okay, fine, we don't agree with that prior study, and here's the engineering data to say why. But you didn't. So what we have is a list of hypotheticals. You're asking us to trust you. You have not put in a process that actually suggests any reason why we should. And by the way, if more wells get compromised, that has already happened, who's going to pay for that? We, the residents, are we going to have to accept the devaluation of our property? Do we have to pay for cisterns? And, you know, there was discussion about the fact that there's 2-acre lots here. Well, we built our houses in accordance.
Time's over.
Okay, I'm done.
Sir, your time is over.
All right.
I'd like to know, when you say we, when you say you, who do you mean? Who's you?
So at the end, was that what you're talking about?
Well, you said nothing's been done. You, like, are you talking about the
Oh,
proponent?
I mean, okay, sorry, I should explain that properly. I
an
mean,
abstract
the combination of the consulting firm and the developer. That's who I mean by you. They have done
Okay,
nothing
thank you for the
to
clarification.
alleviate our concerns.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions?
Well, were you finished your presentation, yes or no?
It's finished enough.
Okay, because I would have granted you another minute or so to complete your thoughts.
Okay,
Okay, well,
I guess
we need a motion for that.
So
Okay.
give them another minute.
So Councilor Chambers has moved for another minute of time. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? I can't
Okay.
see. Carried.
I
Councilor Mason.
I just today read Schedule B, Section 1.2 and 2.1. That completely aligns with the residents' concerns. The only people from the city are saying the same thing as us. It's validation for what we're saying. You know, we're not scare tactics here. What we have talked about here is legit. And your own people are saying, don't do this. Anyway, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions? I see none. Oh, Councilor Mays putting up his hand. Let's hear from Councilor Mays.
Yeah, thanks. I guess if they did build with 5-acre lots, though, you're saying it would be fine for them to have wells? There'd just be fewer of them?
Yes, because that's the same thing the consulting firm said, which is the only solid engineering data that we have on this. Everything else is speculation.
Okay, I don't have the math in front of me to figure, but so it's not that you're not arguing one more well is the tipping point. You're saying, look, if they do 5-acre lots, they would have wells. That's conceded, but the fewer wells, the better, I guess.
Yeah, but I guess if I'm a resident and I see a neighbor on the other 21 neighbor, and I've got 22 neighbors, and I put a well in and I've gotten away with it because there's no enforcement, that's exactly what the rest of the people are going to want to do. Cisterns are a pain in the butt. They cost more money. You can't, swimming pools and everything else becomes much of the problem. So if it's shown that you're able to do this with no consequences, the rest of them, it's human nature. They're going to do the same thing. So we're looking at that versus, okay, fine. We have the best available data says that the engineering firm told us, okay, fine. You can put houses there as long as they're 5-acre lots. That's the best information we have. So if somebody wants to counter that, they need to come up with a proper engineering study to say why that study, even though it's 22 years old, no longer applies. Because until somebody does that, it still applies.
And just to be clear on, I think what you're saying is people aren't going to enforce you're not saying caveats are unenforceable. In fact, we've had all this difficulty with the police headquarters, separate difficulty of the piece of land that it was on, the brutalist 1960s building. You know, there was an old caveat, but he'd given the city the land in like 1870, and we still had to deal with this caveat that it had to be used for public purposes. But your concern is not so much caveats aren't enforceable, but rather that there will not be city staff out there, provincial staff, city staff, to call out anyone who does put in a well, despite the existence of the caveat on the title.
No, that's not quite what I'm saying. I think someone will probably speak soon about what we came up with the last time. These type of caveats have been put on other city properties. There is no enforcement mechanisms, so they drilled anyway. We have examples of that. And there were no consequences. And that situation still persists today. There are no enforcement provisions. So there's nothing to stop someone from doing this.
Okay, I think that's an enforcement issue, not a legal status.
Well, yeah. So I would feel differently if there was if we had evidence that this kind of thing can be enforced. But we have evidence to the exact contrary. They can't enforce it. And by the way, who's motivated to enforce it later on? After the developer and the consultant, they're gone and they've been paid, they're no longer going to care. there's no reason for them to, and they have no teeth to enforce anyway. So, if I would feel differently if we didn't have examples where enforcement didn't happen and there were no consequences. And if there had been an engineering study that refutes the old one, because it's the best data we have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Okay. Next up in opposition, we had registered Andre Durochny, but I do not have him at the meeting, and just checking the gallery. Nope. Okay. Next up then will be Robert Lizelle, and he'll be joining via Zoom. Robert, I'll invite you to turn on your camera and unmute your audio, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Robert, can you hear us? No, it does. Okay. Perhaps put that to the end. Okay, next up in registration for opposition, we have Michelle Olivson, and she'll also be via Zoom. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I just have a slide deck that I prepared, so I'm just going to share my screen.
Of course. Sorry, did you submit this to me prior?
The slide deck?
Correct, yes.
No. Should I have?
If you could just send it to me after your presentation for exhibits, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
That's no problem. And do you see that on the screen, the slide deck?
Mm-hmm. Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. Just a sec. Okay, so I just want to thank everybody for allowing us to present today. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, City Administration, Devin Clark, and Jeff Pratt for giving his presentation. But yeah, I've prepared a slide deck to illustrate the historical overview of groundwater in this community and why we should reject this application for a second time. In 1975, a provincial study identified a saline freshwater boundary between the Red River and St. Mary's Road. They highlighted that an increase in groundwater use increases salinity, and it would be the residents and the market gardens along St. Mary's Road who would suffer. In 1977, the city adopts a secondary plan to prevent development that could degrade potable groundwater. However, it did not define safe density limits at that time. And I just wanted to touch on something Marcus had asked earlier. Jean-Louis was built before the 2004 hydrogeological report.
Point of order. It's Councillor Chambers.
Sorry?
It's Councillor Chambers.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. What did I address you as?
Mark.
Sorry about that. Okay. I just want to touch on something Councillor Chambers discussed earlier about Jean-Louis. Jean-Louis was established before 2004, the hydrogeological report, and these parcels were subdivided prior to that report. In 2004, Wardrop Engineering identified a caution zone, which is where the Damon Farm Properties is located, and recommended a 5-acre minimum lot size to protect water quality. Despite the 4 recommendations made by Wardrop that are shown here to prevent water contamination, none of them were implemented by the city. It was not until 2021, when this application was first rejected by you, that the city took meaningful action. In 2004, the Public Service recognizes the report findings and states that if development is not restricted to 5 acres, this would seriously degrade the existing water supply. I also wanted to touch on something Jeff had mentioned about, he showed a map of 2-acre lots spread across the area. The hydrogeological report had no concerns about 2-acre lots being developed 0.5 kilometers east of St. Mary's Road. It was only an issue between the Red River and 0.5 kilometers past St. Mary's Road. So we are talking about the caution zone here. That's where a restriction on 5-acre lots is the concern, not 0.5 kilometers eastward. In 2007, the City of Winnipeg approved 8 lots in the caution zone on Christie Road under 5 acres. the city inserts clauses banning wells. However, the city has no jurisdiction over wells, and wells are drilled anyway. 2 years later, the city approves 5 lots under 5 acres on Fraser Road, and wells were drilled on all of those lots. In 2011, the Free Press published an article about our declining water quality and the city not taking action to protect our groundwater. In 2021, 120 residents opposed this exact proposal, which was rejected unanimously. It was the first time this kind of development was put a stop to. At the time, the Riel Committee stated, quote, "Of course, this application would have an injurious effect on properties in the area," end quote. The Public Service discussed this same proposal with the province to mandate people to use cisterns by way of caveats and clauses, but the province confirmed enforcing this was not possible. In 2021, the city's legal department was asked if it could enforce the non-drilling of wells if a caveat is entered on the title of property. The answer was no. In 2022, when Landmark came back with a 5-acre plan, no residents opposed this because it aligned with the hydrogeological report and the Public Service's recommendations. In 2023, Landmark's application for a variance to make just 1 lot smaller than 5 acres was denied by you, which reinforced the city's commitment to groundwater protection. And now here we are today reconsidering the same proposal without any new feasible way to protect our water. When council unanimously rejects a development based on expert reports, it sends a strong message that groundwater protection is a priority. Reconsidering the same proposal without any new information undermines that message.
We have a point of order. Mrs. Olafson, how much more time do you need?
Less than a minute.
Okay, we'll give you a minute.
Councillor.
Sure, thank you very much.
For 1 minute, all in favor, aye. Contrary, carried. Go ahead.
Thank you. The current proposal includes clauses and caveats intended to restrict wells, but this is not a new solution. Similar conditions were proposed in 2021 and in earlier developments, yet they've proven ineffective. Neither the city nor the province have the ability to enforce these restrictions, and neither are in any position currently to manage this. I urge you to reject this proposal again and uphold the trust that residents place on you. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we've got lots of questions.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Councillor Mace. Councillor Mace first. Go ahead.
We keep hearing how well you can enforce the caveat. You can enforce the caveat. I've made some money over the years as a lawyer, either trying to get caveats off or enforcing caveats. But there's always a caveator. I mean, are you saying the city wouldn't have, I'm not sure what you're saying here, frankly.
I'm saying that Councillor Chambers in 2021 sought the city's legal counsel advice and asked whether this was something that they could enforce. The answer was no. I reached out to the province. The answer was no. That is not something that they enforce. They do not have any jurisdictional authority to enforce conditions placed on properties by any town or city.
Yeah, I can see that from the province. You can't enforce somebody else's caveat. But if the city takes a caveat on, there's always that weird caveat difference in pronunciation, different provinces, but leaving that aside, if you put a caveat on someone's property, you can enforce that. I mean, you could have some...
Is the mechanism in place right now to do that?
I mean, are there well inspectors who roam around? No, I think that's a separate question. I mean, and maybe I'm...
The residents want to know, is there a mechanism in place? Nobody can write this on paper for anybody. I want to see it written. I want to see some sort of structure. Nobody, not the city nor the province, has been able to produce this. Residents deserve an answer, and everyone can speculate who can do this or that, but until something is in place today, I don't think this project is feasible.
Okay, well, that's not really my question. My question was just around, we keep hearing you can enforce a caveat that they exist at law, and certain, right of first refusal, or, I have the right to go over your land to get to a well on the other side of it, something like that. But if the issue is, do we ever do that? Do we have the staff to do that? Yeah, I can see your point on that, but I think legally we could enforce it. But if we, the city, has the caveat, no, the province can't enforce that. That's a fair comment. Okay,
Well,
thank you.
yeah, wells fall under the Groundwater and Wells Act. Whether the city wants to enforce a caveat under that, I mean, at this point, the city says that they are not in any position to transfer the jurisdiction of wells from the province. So at this time, I don't know what the measures are.
And we don't have, Councillor Allard, we don't have anybody from city legal in the room, presumably.
I don't think so, Mr. Clerk, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Councillor Chambers, you wanted to ask?
Yeah, so with respect to the area, and again, there are 2-acre properties on Jean-Louis Road and 2-acre properties on Christie Road. I was in the area yesterday driving around and looking at some of the new builds that are there. And for the most part, well, not for the most part, what I observed was cisterns and septic tanks, not septic fields being put into those new builds on Christie Road. So again,
I don't know what that would, that's up to the homeowner, right? Like the odd person will say, you know what, I have a medical condition, I can't drink salty water, I can't drink this water, we need a cistern. That's up to the homeowner. It's not something that is mandated. They can do their own well testing, get their own water quality checked. Do most people want to have a cistern? No, because I heard it costs upwards of 45 grand to put in a cistern and maintain, when you can drill a well once and your water is free. And as Carrie Thatcher said, people want to put in water in their swimming pool or water their lawns. Do they want to pay for cistern water to do that? I guess if you have the money.
but that's exactly what I do. I pay to water my lawn.
And that's wonderful, but I mean, we can't speculate what, if people are going to cough up 45 grand when they can just have free water.
But the water isn't free. I mean, I pay for water service.
Yeah, but here we don't pay. So water is free for those who have a well, and people would want to utilize a water source that is free compared to paying for twice a month truck-in of cistern water, wouldn't they?
Okay, no further questions? Okay, Mr. Clerk, I think we're moving on to the next delegation.
Okay. Next up in opposition, we have Shelley Killeen, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and she'll be joining us via Zoom.
Hi. Okay, there's a common thread going on with some of the speakers already, but I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for allowing me to speak today. I jotted down some notes, but most of them have already been sort of brought up. But the main thing, water is life, which is primarily for people, is for drinking, cooking, and hygiene needs. But like Carrie and Michelle said, you're going to get the swimming pools, the hot tubs, multi-bathrooms, lawn irrigation. with that. And then I have a hard time believing, again, about the cisterns, that someone's going to put in a cistern, since the city has no mechanism to police or monitor it at this point, and this has all been hashed out. One official suggested maybe that the neighbors keep an eye out or something to that effect, that if someone's going to come in to put a drill in, like, I don't think I'm going to go out there and stand in front of some company and say, nope, I'm not going to allow you to drill here because I'm the neighbor and it's against the law. So there was a couple of things that brought up that have now steered me to a couple of other thoughts. When Jeff was talking about the forest preservation and wildlife, Jean-Louis and Christie Road and a lot of the other properties. I've been out here for 40 years, and everybody pretty well has managed to work around the existing trees. But if you go over to the old Damon Farms, which we fought really hard, I think Councillor Chambers probably knows how hard we fought to maintain that, because it was the sister habitat to the LeMay Forest. And somehow Bayview was able to come in and fill it up to, I guess, development for A&S Homes. And I don't think there's very many trees left to work with. They'd probably be the stick trees. The aquifer, my understanding, starts at the American border and goes to the top of Lake Manitoba, is what I was told. Since that study was done back in 2004, when I was out here, I was originally in Ramblewood Estates, and basically there was maybe, I don't know, 50 lots, 2-acre lots there. Someone came along, wanted to develop the second going up to the perimeter. That gentleman was denied, and then shortly thereafter, I believe it's Mr. Haunch, was allowed to come in and put a development. So do you know how many wells are in there? There was a house on Ramblewood maybe about a year ago, and I'm pretty sure he's got a well. He didn't put a cistern in. And then if you look how the development has gone in Oak Bluff, and if you look at Wilkes, you've got City Mix, you've got Badger, they're filling their trucks every day. How many trucks does Badger have that's filling up to do hydrovac? City Mix, you've got Northland on the perimeter. So we just can't concentrate on this little 2 acres that we want to look at for 23. We're drawing on that aquifer like a lot, I would think. And as it comes back to forest preservation, that was criminal what they did in that area, in my opinion. So with that, I'll just leave it with that, and I'm definitely opposed to it at this point.
I'm going to take criminal.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Criminal is metaphorical, not literal.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, it was. It killed a lot of the habitats.
And then I'll rule you out of order unless you want to bring forth charges or talk to the Attorney General.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Okay. Questions? Mr. Clerk?
Okay. If that is that, then our next person registered in opposition is Trish Lowen, and she'll be joining us also on Zoom. I invite you to turn on your mic and camera, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, perfectly well.
Hi. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. I live on Christie Road, and I rely on a well for potable and household use. I would note that my neighbor 2 doors to the east does not drink her well water due to a household member's salt-restricted diet. Today's application for rezoning and subdivision is no different than the one previously submitted to the Riel Community Committee on April 27, 2021. After reviewing portions of that hearing, I noted the community's careful consideration of all representations and comments in advance of the application being rejected. I felt that you had an excellent grasp of the main issue, that the aquifer in the St. Vital Perimeter South area is fragile and should be protected, and that caveats on property titles to prohibit the dwelling of wells are not effective. I received a copy of the August 12, 2025 letter from Landmark to Dear Neighbors that Mr. Thatcher referred to. This correspondence was not delivered to residents of Christie Road. I understand as well that it was not distributed to the entire St. Vital Perimeter South community, the majority of whom I would submit are stakeholders in the outcome of this application. The letter states in the fourth paragraph that this development is proposed to include caveats on title for all new lots, restricting the creation of private wells. I fear this word could be interpreted down the road to allow for certain exceptions that are not explicitly detailed. I would suggest the wording specifically along the lines of to include caveats prohibiting the drilling of wells for any purpose would be more transparent. It is well known that caveats relating to well drilling have proven ineffective. In fact, the owner of the Damon Farm property has had firsthand experience and proved this for himself. In the 525 Christie Road subdivision application, the wording of that caveat was that no wells be permitted on any of the new lots. Regardless, he blatantly disregarded the caveat on the lot that he purchased to build his private home and went ahead and had a well drilled without impunity. As Councillor Chambers rightly deduced in the April 2021, and I quote, "It is a situation of seeking forgiveness instead of asking for permission. With those caveats that are in place, it should be recognized and acknowledged that wells are not permitted, and there should be enforcement action or some sort of action that takes place to ensure that it is prevented. But again, we're seeing situations where these caveats are in place, yet wells are still being drilled." End quote. Once a new property owner realizes the cost of a cistern for household and drinking use, and our neighbor paid $45,000 for his in 2022, and the expense to bring in water for household use, a minimum of $200 per month, plus whatever the cost of hauling in water to maintain lawns, shrubs, bedding plants, it would be naive to think that they wouldn't look for other options. And I suggest they will drill a well or two and take their chances that they will get away with it. So if caveats are not the answer, what is? Mr. Donovan Taves of Landmark suggested at the 2021 hearing that a municipal bylaw would address residents' concerns about caveats being ignored by new lot owners. During a Q&A, reference was made to the City of Selkirk's having a bylaw re-well drilling, and over the many years that there were only 2 occasions when wells were drilled without permission, and those were geothermal wells. Well, the City of Winnipeg has not yet enacted such a bylaw, so that point is moot. And I'll just make the point here that geothermal wells are open loop water wells requiring the drilling of 2 wells, one of which is a return well that has to be 300 to 400 feet in depth and creates potential for mixing of groundwater zones. And it is quite likely that new lot owners will consider installing these for heating and cooling their homes. We could be looking at 46 plus wells on these 23 properties in the subdivision. I submit that these type of wells should be specifically prohibited on these lots on Damon Farm, as well as in any future subdivision in the area, including RR5 developments. Mr. Taves admitted that for caveats to be effective, enforcement is necessary.
Just 1 second.
Just hold on. How much time do you need to complete your presentation?
I need about 2 minutes, please.
Okay, so moved?
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Taves admitted that for caveats to be effective, enforcement is necessary, and the city can impose consequences. However, he did not elaborate on what these might be and left that for the city to contemplate. Would a hefty fine be an effective deterrent to a lot owner intending to build a multi-million-dollar home? I think not. So what consequences is the relevant question? What are the negative implications that Mr. Pratt referred to? The best long-term solution is to extend municipal water service to St. Vital Perimeter South. In the meantime, any further development and/or drilling of wells in the area should be put on hold pending a comprehensive hydrogeological study. Though the developer will have to wait for the outcome, this will ensure that the area's groundwater is protected and over 1,500 constituents are appeased that city councillors are looking out for their best interests and are observing thoughtful management of the physical resources in the area. Councillors, this is water we're talking about, not views or trees or road allowances, but water, a basic human necessity. I respectfully urge you to once again reject this application. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay. Councillor Mays, question? No? Yes, go ahead.
There's an intellectual consistency to what you're saying, I guess, which was they shouldn't be allowed to have wells even on RR5 lots. But right now, if we said go ahead and build your 10 your 10 5-acre lots, couldn't they have drilled at least one or perhaps multiple wells on those locations?
Yes, that's the concern. According to Mr. Bell, he has said that more than one lot is the concern. He mentioned that at the April 2021 hearing.
So yeah, so you could have, I'm a bit rusty on it's been 7 years since I represented this area. So if one had a 5-acre parcel, one could put in more than one well.
What would stop a person from putting in 3 or 4 or 5 wells?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I mean, you did say how, there should be a cap on this, so I appreciate that. You're consistent with that. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I would suggest one well is too many, just as Mr. Bell did.
Okay. Thank you.
Quick question.
Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, so you referenced geothermal wells.
Yes.
Geothermal wells are closed loop. They don't draw water. They just circulate.
I'm referring to the open loop wells. There are 2 types of geothermal wells, and the open loop ones have the one well that goes down and that also delivers your drinking water, your groundwater, then another loop that has to go down to bring the other area up. This is the loop that is the most concerned because it has to be dug so deep.
Not all.
And it could penetrate the aquifer, it could mix the groundwater salinity. It's dangerous and ill-advised.
All right, more questions now? No? Mr. Clerk, I think we're moving on to the next delegation.
Okay, next up we have in opposition Susan Bouchot, and she'll be also joining us on Zoom.
Robert Lizelle.
Yes, he was a prior speaker, prior registered speaker. I have him on the phone, but if you'd like to hear him first, sure. You'd like to hear him first?
Or
would you like to continue in the order that we have? We can have Robert after.
Yep, sure.
Okay, so right. So Susan, I'll invite you to turn on your mic and camera. Okay, we'll just move on from that. Okay, I believe we have Robert Lizelle. I'm just going to ask him to unmute. He's joined us, I believe, via phone, with his phone.
Robert, if you could start your camera.
He'll be on phone.
Oh, on phone?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm quite a novice at this, so trying to get all of this going. Here we go. I guess
Turn
start
down the
video
mics.
would
There's an
be
echo.
it.
We've got feedback going on. Can we turn the mics down somehow or no?
Okay.
Just
go ahead,
keep
Robert.
going. There's a bit of an echo, but we can understand you.
Okay, can you see me though? Oh, I guess not.
No, we can hear you though, Mr. Lizelle. Please
Okay.
continue.
Okay, a couple of things I didn't hear about. One of the ones is that, first of all, I'm very disappointed that we on Christie Road were not sent any notice prior. It was just Jean-Louis, and we were left out. And there were various things that the developer didn't tell us about. Apparently, he wants to have an access road onto Christie. We cannot support the kind of traffic that would have. Also, St. Mary's Road is in such a poor state of repair all of a sudden we're going to have a lot of more trucks, etc. And the city didn't pave St. Mary's Road when the other side St. Mary's came on, and we definitely would need much better service there. Also, we're getting these promises by the developer, and I would think that would be through the builder, ANS. And he didn't worry about the fact that there was a rule when he built his house on Christie Road, and he drilled. There is no absolute provision for us to be protected. We don't need extra traffic on Christie Road. We voted against this and left it, and it was left at 5 acres. And I think it should be left at that because it will not be enforceable. And then in a few years' time, the developer and ANS Homes will want to go through all of this. I have got a suggestion, and please, councillors, don't poo-poo it. How about the city expropriate the land as they have done with the LeMay Forest? Let's make it into a true natural pathway for the animals, etc. It doesn't have to have any houses on it, because any building is going to have detrimental effects. And finally, I understand the developer or the builder has already started to put backfill in. I'm an accountant, not a lawyer, but I believe the city has to give a permit to start dumping landfill in there for being able to put in other properties. And I am fully against this. I have lived here for 30 years, 29, and I think that we should, as the other participants had said, we should indeed go along and ensure that we leave the land as it is. We leave it at the 5-acre lots, and there was a politician who said, well, the builder, it'll be hard for him to sell 5-acre lands. And thing is, he bought it, and how about us expropriating this and making it a beautiful place for the deer to keep running and for all of us to enjoy our homes and our land. Thank you.
Okay, is that the end of your presentation, sir?
Mr. Lozelle, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
So are you done your presentation? Because I think there are questions if you're done.
No, I've done my presentation.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Chambers, go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Lozelle, just a point of clarification. It was the province that expropriated LeMay Forest, wasn't the city?
Thank you for that, Councillor. I think maybe we should be approaching the province to ask them to expropriate. But the city, I understood, had some money in there, and maybe I got the wrong information. But we should be looking at that and settling it down. And I'd like to see the project stay the way it is with the 5 acres, rather than go any other way.
Mr. Lozelle,
Thank you, Councillor.
are you on a 2-acre property?
I'm on a 2-acre property.
And do you have a well?
Because my house was built in 1996, that was before the water report came in. The answer is yes, I do have a well, but they were not having us go against that until I believe it was about 10 years later where the study was done.
So, Mr. Lozelle, what is the quality of your well water right now?
It's starting to get a little bit saline tasting, I'd like to go and get it checked out. 5 years ago, I had it checked. I had to have the well shocked because it was starting to go down in quality. Right now, because it's just me, there's not that much use of the water.
So it is potable at this point?
At this point, it's gone down. I can certainly taste something in the water. That's why I say I will get it retested and see what the testers have to say.
Okay, and in terms of your property, how is it landscaped? Do you have lots of trees or do you have more grass?
I have more grass.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Mace, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on some of what, it would be interesting to get the French translation of the word shocking of a well. There's a term you don't hear very often, but you do when you do these Southern Perimeter hearings. Just to follow up on Councilor Chambers' point, it was the province that expropriated LeMay. I can think off the top of my head of at least 3 properties in my ward where there was talk of development, where the neighbors all said, well, you should expropriate it as a green space, including what was then Bishop Grandin and River, where, people were a few steps away from Bishop Grandin Greenway. They were a couple hundred meters from St. Vincent Park. They were maybe 100 meters from River Point Park, and they still said, well, we don't want development there, so you should expropriate it for green space. It's just, we don't have the resources to always do that. And Simca Forest, I fought for 13 years trying to get the city to buy that, and we never did, and now Qualico has it. So we'll see how that plays out. But I can't blame you for trying. I can't blame you for asking, but I am going to say, look, we didn't do that on Moore Avenue when people wanted to, don't let them develop on this parcel, save it as a park for kids. We didn't do it where it already was a park or treated like a park on River Road. We didn't do it at Simca, which was a terrific forest property. So, I'm glad the province had the money to do LeMay, but that's not really going to be part of our debate here today, I'm afraid. But not really a question, more of an observation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mays.
Okay, so not seeing any further questions, observations, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. Last, I'll give one last chance to Susan Bouchot on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Could you
I actually did not apply to speak. So, but anyways, now that you're asking me, I will give some off-the-cuff comments if you don't mind.
You would have to say opposition or?
Yeah, in opposition, correct?
Yes, in opposition.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we've lived on 60 Jean-Louis Road for 36 years now, and we have noticed a very noticeable decline in our water quality. I have to decalcify my kettle every 3 days, whereas before it would be several months in between. And it has been a gradual thing over the years. And our faucets and all of the plumbing fixtures and so forth have been replaced because of the corrosion to them and so forth that has occurred in the latter years and so forth. So that's something that we can definitely attest to, the quality of the water having gone down in that 36 years, where several hundreds of homes have actually been built on this aquifer, if you can take into account the whole Saint Germain and Vermette area. So that's something that I did want to mention. The other thing is that in 2004, when the hydrogeological study was done, there was a well that was dug on the city property just across the street from us, and we saw them put it in and spoke to the fellows doing it. And it was put there so that the city could monitor the water quality in the area. Now, that quality of water has never been monitored after the 2004 hydrogeological study that went in. Nothing that we know of as far as anyone ever coming to take further samples, to do monitoring, to see how the quality has been affected over the years. So I find that is very troubling because we are drinking the water right out of the tap, right out of our well. We enjoy the taste of the water. As I say, it's highly calcium though, and it's noticeable. I put it through a Brita filter. It takes out some of it, but not all of it. But I'm just wondering why monitoring of the water, I mean, I would think that third world countries do more monitoring of the water that the people are drinking than what we're getting here. It does not seem like a safety issue, a safe thing if our water is not being tested. You know, that's kind of my question here for all of you. Why is our water not being tested? Why?
Okay, we're not hearing anything anymore. Are you done your presentation?
Well, yeah. I just wanted to add that we are really opposed to the fact that 2-acre lots are being reapplied for when we went through this whole process 4 years ago and it was denied. Nothing has changed in the meantime, and I don't know why minds are supposed to be changed when nothing has changed in the situation that we are in right now. So we reject the application for deviation from less than 5-acre lots. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Councilors, questions? Councilor Mays, you're a little bit glitchy there. Perhaps you want to take off your video.
Councillor Mays, you still there?
Councilor Mays, you're
I'm
now,
still here.
Okay, yeah.
you're now
Okay.
immortalized as a single image. No, not hearing you. Do you
You
want
might
to try?
want to turn off your picture.
Oh,
so-
yeah, you're back. If you take your video off, it should alleviate the data.
Buffering.
Yeah. No, you're still a monument. What's the word?
Oh, wait.
No,
You're still. Oh, okay.
we still have, okay. He's still
So-
present.
Oh,
Still there?
Oh,
Councilor Mays.
You're troubling. I can't
Oh,
hear you. I can.
okay, good. We've got you now.
Can you hear?
Okay, no, we're going
Okay,
back to.
I'm moving in the house.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, right. It's perhaps your own Wi-Fi connection. There's also I think, is there a dial-in option? Is that
there
maybe the
is
problem?
dialing, yes, I can send it to him if he needs.
Councilor Mays, we're going to send in a dial-in option too for your consideration.
Okay, is that any better?
Perfect.
Just
well,
use some light. There you
Yeah,
go.
oh, yeah,
Yeah, perfect.
okay.
Giant head there.
You're a mysterious looking, you're just,
Max headroom.
yeah, okay. So Councilor Mays, did you have a question or?
No.
No question from Councilor Mays. Okay, Mr. Clerk?
Okay, that concludes those registered in opposition to the matter. I'm just going to take a look at the gallery if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this file. Seeing no one. Okay, and lastly, for information, again, we have no one registered for it, and I'm just looking at the gallery. No one. Okay, so now questions of the public service are allowed for by the committee.
Councilor Chambers, Councilor Mays?
Yeah, so I've got a motion here that talks about that will help to strengthen the position on enforcement that I'm looking to table as well, sending it to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development to request the public service amend the St. Patel perimeter secondary plan, which will come forward in a bit. But, you know, some of the concerns that were raised, and Ms. Bochat had indicated that a well was dug on the east side of St. Mary's for monitoring purposes, but the city was to monitor it. Are you aware of that, or
Yeah.
is that more of a provincial?
Sorry, I just want to correct myself. When I said John Louis was party to this, it was Vert. That was the, earlier when I spoke, I misspoke about Jean Louis being subject to the 2-acre caveat. It was Vert that the Public Service originally introduced, that the best mechanism for enforcement here was the 5 acres. The monitoring well was part of the study. There was no funding nor appetite to continue the monitoring. Ultimately, there wasn't much in the city's control. Therefore, there wasn't much to be done or information to be gained by the city or actions that could be taken. The wells in Manitoba are governed by the Ground and Water Act and other provincial legislation. It's a provincial thing. Under our charter, we do not have any powers to manage the groundwater. You know, most of what was said by the people in opposition is echoing what the Public Services position is that we don't have currently the authority. We don't have we are limited by the framework, the staffing, and the fact that the wells are under the provincial authority. We also don't have any way to flag it. We have no notification of when when a well is drilled. We have no notification of, and then the caveat, the question would be, what would be the enforcement mechanism? Would we make them cap the well after it's drilled if we found it? We also have no way to find the wells.
So the 5-acre limitations that you have is a mechanism.
So the 5-acre is the best of a bad situation. We acknowledge it's not ideal. We acknowledge that cisterns throughout is better, 100%. But we looked at the study, and then and my predecessors for Vert Road looked at all the mechanisms that we have under our ability and our authority, and the 5-acre was the only one that we had that we could actually look to limit or reduce the number of wells.
But it's a recommendation.
And that was the recommendation of the report, but that was also the finding of the Public Service. And we are not saying this is a good one, but it's the only one we have.
Okay. Anything else? Oh, Councilor Mays?
Councilor Mays, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Completely different topic, and I don't have the report right in front of me at the moment, but when I was councillor for South of the Perimeter, Vert Road was relatively new, and frankly, it was a complete pain in the ass to deal with issues about school bus turning radii or circumference. I'm not sure of the exact word I'm looking for there. They built, in essence, the allegation was they built the thing too tight, too small, so everyone's bus to school, but the school buses couldn't get in. So it was just a complete gong show of an issue. Any thought to that here? Any allowance? Any means of controlling that?
I think the layout is much more conducive to turning.
Who's responding?
We have a question, comment from Councilor Mays. Public Service want to respond?
Sorry.
Councilor Mays, do you want to restate your question, comment?
Is the layout here more conducive to having school buses enter and exit than the Vert Road thing, which was more of a bulb cul-de-sac I honestly don't remember how we resolved it at the end, but a little forethought would save Councillor Chambers from having to deal with this if the development does indeed go ahead, because I assume there'll be kids and I assume they'll be bused.
The public service has no concerns with the layout. It's much more conducive to buses. There's two ways in when it ties into Jean-Louis. We don't have a concern with the flow of traffic. And there's no cul-de-sac.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it for questions, comments, and Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, so next we'll have the applicant come back to speak in rebuttal. You'll have 5 minutes to do so. No new information is provided. Or is allowed for, sorry.
Thanks very much, everyone, and for all this great conversation. I'll try to be brief. I'm also under a really strict time constraint right now. But I think what we're trying to do here, the intent of this is to try to find a mechanism to address the groundwater concerns in a proactive way instead of, as the public service said, the 5-acre minimum is what they kind of think is the best of a bad situation. And, we think we've identified a way to do this in a better way. And when it comes to enforcement or anything, that gets very hypothetical. Like hypothetically, anyone at any time can do things on their property that they're not supposed to do, build things without permits, et cetera, et cetera. We have those legal opinions that were provided as part of our package from TDS Law and Tapper Cuddy saying that the city can and should and is actually the best authority to be restricting wells. We've never received an official response from the legal department saying otherwise. I know there's some suggestions from one of the stakeholders that maybe they had some information. That's never been provided to us. There's never been a formal engagement in that matter, but all signs point to the city being able to do that, should the mechanism be in place. And that's why one of the stakeholders asked about, well, why not pass a bylaw? That's what we're suggesting. I sent over that draft wording this morning that would say, like, if you did approve this, you should also instruct the public service to add that new clause into the St. Vital Perimeter South Plan, saying that. And, from our legal opinion that we've received, that is the mechanism that you require. I think that's the real crux of it. I also, wanted to remind that if this was approved, for the Mountbatten Park matter, to just remember that the ACG report right now says that it would be land dedication instead of cash in lieu. And I know previously it had been indicated that the cash in lieu dedication was intended to be used for Mountbatten Park. So I think, that's sort of my most basic summary. It sounds to me also, if we're going to speak hypothetical about people maybe drilling wells, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like the groundwater quality, is brackish, and, and it seems like the newer houses going in are using cisterns because of that. So I'm not sure that people are going to be racing to get saline water in their laundry and pools and anything else. But that's just a hypothetical if we're throwing them around, because the idea that everyone is going to break a rule and drill wells is also hypothetical. So, I'm happy to answer any further questions. Also have Matt from our office here too, who has the information that I had forwarded. I would like to be able to deal with things myself. I'm just under a very, very tight time constraint with childcare pickup and everything like that. So, yeah.
Colleagues, questions?
So in this instance, the developer, he's selling the properties, he's not developing on the properties?
Yeah, so they would be sold for individual use, and that's the other component of what we're recommending is add a requirement that we have to come back here with to receive plan approval for the architectural guidelines for this area. It's intended to be a very, let's be honest, these aren't going to be little shacks. Like these are going to be very high-end homes with people spending a lot of money on them. So the cost of a cistern is really not a big consideration in this market we're talking about here. So have us come back to present, to gain approval for architectural guidelines that will include site design guidelines for tree preservation, et cetera. But also, that's one more mechanism as well where, the well restriction can be further enshrined in that plan approval. So it would be caveats on the title. There's going to be a plan approval approved by the committee that reiterates all of that. So, we're not looking to create backdoors for people to get wells here. We're looking to, try to do this properly because the best solution in this area is to have no new wells, not 11 new wells. And that's what we're proposing.
Thank you.
Okay,
I did want to ask the public service one more question.
go ahead.
That's permissible. Of course.
Yeah. Councilor Chamber?
So there was a reference to a new road or a roadway that would access Christie Road. Can you just weigh in on that? Because I do know that that was part of the plan all along, like whether it was 5 acres or whether it was 2 acres.
To be honest, I am not fully briefed. To me, I believe it was just to not landlock the property to the north.
Yeah, I could speak to that if it's okay. It was a requirement of Public Works to allow for a future road connection to the properties to the north. So it's not a 3-road to Christie Road. It's just to prevent landlocked properties. It wouldn't even be developed at this time. It would just be a right-of-way reserve, but we can't landlock the properties to the north. That's all that is.
Okay, and I just wanted that on a public record to explain to the, I think it was Mr. Loisel that raised that as a point of issue.
For sure, yes. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Okay, all right.
All right.
No more questions?
No.
Okay,
All
thank you very
right,
much.
for the presentation.
Councilor Chamber,
Oh, sorry.
Councilor Bellard.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Sorry.
I have a question for the proponent.
Yeah, I'll try and be, and he may deflect it, especially if he's got childcare issues over to the admin. The land dedication, it does seem an odd place for me to dedicate the land.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you're saying it's also odd to say, oh, we're going to take the 10% and put it all into one park that's near to do that. I mean, the land dedication, 10% it pays in. So what is the reference to Mount Batten? I know where Mount Batten Park is. I got the swings and stuff in. But what's the reference to Mount Batten Park?
So that speaks to the last iteration. So what happened is on this one, it's not in the formal recommendation that the Public Services provided because they recommended rejection. But if you go into the ACG report, under plan considerations, they say to make lots 1 and 2 public reserve because due to the tree strategy that was adopted in the last couple of years, they suggest that they would like to protect those trees. What we're saying is that in the previous iteration, one of the things that the public reserve dedication cash in lieu had been talked about was upgrading some of the existing parks in the area, of which Mount Batten Park would be one. So preserving these trees would, create, a not particularly usable public reserve area that the city will ultimately, be responsible for and need to maintain, and won't really provide much public amenity. But on the other hand, prevent the cash in lieu from being used for other things like an existing park across the street that is in, serious need of repair. And then on the other side of that, what we're saying is, the developer is keen on protecting that forest anyway, and we can come back through plan approval on those site design guidelines that will say that, any tree removal from any of these sites needs to be very minimal because that is what makes that, those lots desirable. And you see that on Jean-Louis Road right now. The houses are all kind of tucked into the forest, and that's what the intent would be to replicate where those forested areas exist on the site. So we're just suggesting that by doing...
Got it. I mean, I'll follow up with the public service. They don't get to tell us where we spend land dedication money, much as they'd like to. If Mount Batten Park's in serious need of repair and it's 12 years old, we got bigger issues as a city than this application if our 12-year-old parks are falling apart. But my thanks to my predecessor, Councillor Steves, who actually got the money to fix up the swings and stuff there. My second question is, any flood fringe implications here? Because we had that nightmare in Councillor Chambers' ward on the other side of the river, that piece of land, can't remember the name of it, Councillor Chambers, and perhaps blotting it out, near where Councillor Lukes lives. There's just on and on with the damn flood fringe issues.
Yeah, we'd be meeting all of the flood fringe requirements. There'd be, no dwellings that that contravene that. They'll be raised if necessary. The flood fringe line does kind of roll through the site. And now I'm speaking off the top of my head, but in the presentation that was submitted, we did talk about the flood fringe and respecting all the rules around that.
Okay.
Just one quick question.
Thank you.
In the ACG report and the request for LDR donation in lieu of cash, how many properties was that based on?
That was 2. I believe there's lots 1 and 2 on the proposed plan.
Based on, was it based on subdivision of 11 properties or 22?
It was not in the previous application. It was just on this new one for the 22 properties.
So at one point, the public service said, we could support subdivision to 2-acre properties, but you give 2 properties back as land development.
What they did, like, and they'll do this often, is they'll have an ACG report saying, even though we don't recommend approval, if you did, these are the things you should follow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify, the ACG report is always independent of the planner's report, and then the calculation for the land dedication is based on the net planned area, and then 10% of that, in which is stems from our development procedures bylaw that says we must ask for 10%.
In cash or land.
Yeah, in cash.
And we're just saying maybe cash instead of land. Our intent, what we're saying is, the trees can be protected, and you don't have to use that land dedication to do it, is basically what we're saying.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. All right, seeing as the applicant is no longer with us, are there motions?
Motions, yeah. Okay, so I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried.
I move that the receipt of the public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary?
Aye.
I move that the recommendation of the public service be not concurred in and forwarded to the Standing Policy Committee on Property Development. My supporting reasons are that...
Sorry, Councillor, is there any, is there a legal language that you guys would like implemented with this?
Assuming if you want to go to the LDR, we should amend that clause.
If we're going to be, I'm just concerned about new information at this point.
Sorry, I'm not trying to present new information.
All right.
If your intention is to go to the LDR, we should amend that clause so it's clear that we're not taking cash. We should amend the plan considerations as you wish. We should, depending on what you want to go here, I don't think the planner's report and the ACG can just instantly mesh. I think we need to address some of the individual issues and amend it so that it meets your intent.
Okay, can we take a quick recess to go through that then?
Sure.
Okay.
How much time?
5, 10 minutes?
Okay. 5, 10?
I'd like to see the 10% just paid in the way we do on other developments.
Yep.
Unless Council Chambers has
No, that's...
strong desire to actually have the land, but I'll let him try and work that out.
I propose 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll call back in.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay. So we're back in session, and we're back from recess, and I think it's time for motion.
Okay. As started, I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary carried.
I move that the recommendation of the public service be not concurred in and forwarded to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development, and my supporting reasons are based on the conditions that I have here in front of me.
Okay.
And I'll turn it over to the clerk to read.
Sorry, Councilor Chambers, do you want that bit about the motion in your supporting reasons?
Also, that there is a motion forthcoming that will address the issue of inspection and enforcement through a bylaw.
Okay. And then we'll just need the, call the motion.
Okay, so that's the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Okay, and then next up will be that, sorry. And that's your, and just to, for the pure clarification, you're approving this application, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And now just the final line.
Okay, I move that the public hearings with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor? Oh, Councilor Hayes?
I thought we would have some discussion.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Councilor Mays, we're back into,
You're buffering.
we're back into slow motion. I don't know if you want to take off your video or go somewhere else in the house.
We lost him.
You're still breaking up, Councilor Mays.
Can you hear me now?
No.
No.
You still sound like a broken robot. No, we're gonna have to.
Take a look.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Much, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be quick. Yeah, I support Council Chambers. I mean, these things are difficult. It's like the one speaker said would be best to have no
Breaking
wells
up again.
at all. But given that if you approved 11 lots, they could put 2 wells in each and you'd be exactly where we are. I think we're better off trying to have some sort of control over this with the caveats. And I mean, you force this through the caveats.
Okay, Councilor Mays, we're back into having trouble hearing you.
Can you repeat that again real quick, Councillor Mays?
I think he's gone.
I can still hear you. Can you
Oh,
hear me?
yeah.
Here we
Sorry.
go. You can-
Okay, given this horrible connectivity, yeah, I think it's a good option to try the caveat route, see if we can get some enforcement there to have no wells rather than having 5-acre lots, each with a couple of wells. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that was discussion on the motion, which was already passed, I guess.
Yep.
Okay. So
Question.
If we,
what's the, is there a motion on the floor? The motion's already been passed.
we passed, if we want to make any
Do you wanna
sort of rescind.
Do you want to rescind it? It's already passed. The last thing to do is close public hearings.
Yes.
Unless.
That's fine.
That the application was concluded, that'd be our, if we want to make more comments regarding the supporting reasons or. we would have to-
Councilor Mays, do you want, if, we need to rescind the motion if you want to have your comments and the supporting reasons.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
No, we're okay.
Mr. Clerk?
Okay, so we have so for the record, we have your supporting reasons that you said before, was that based off the conditions we provided as well as that you'll be working on a motion, like just to paraphrase what you said before, so that has been called before the question, and you also attested that you would be approving of, that you are approving this application to go forward in spite of, against the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service.
I did not concur in the
Yeah,
recommendation.
that lines up with everything that was said prior?
Correct.
Okay. In that regard?
And for clarity, the 10% is just the 10%. That's what was Mr. Clark circulated, so I'm assuming that's what we're going with.
Yep,
Very good.
the LDR.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in that regard, okay. So I guess call the question then for this, yes, call the question.
We've done that though, haven't we? Do you want to rescind the motion?
Perhaps just rescind and just clarify,
Okay.
just to.
Councilor Chambers, for procedural clarity, do you want to rescind the motion?
Yes, I'll
Okay.
move to rescind.
Okay, Councilor Chambers is rescinding the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, Councilor Chambers,
I
or
move-
Mr. Clerk? Mr.
Okay.
Clerk, maybe?
So we'll just, again, just for one last time, procedural clarity. We are going to move this motion we are not going to concur in the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service, and we're going to approve this application and send it towards Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development.
Based on the conditions.
And that is part of your supporting reasons, correct?
Correct, and the fact that I have a draft motion that speaks to inspection and enforcement.
Okay, perfect. In that regard, we can call the question then, because that is your supporting reasons. Okay.
Okay, so moved. Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, carried. Okay, and now,
And just the final line regarding that the application is concluded.
I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
okay, all in favor? Aye. Contrary, carried.
Aye.
Mr. Clerk?
Okay. Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision and rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council. Okay, and now we would move to the variance on the matter.
Okay. Okay. Hold on, let me just get, I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Aye. I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
I move that in accordance with subsection 247(3), that the City of Winnipeg Charter, City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with the Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan, does not create substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by street or waterway, is a minimum modification of the zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw of the applicant's property, and is compatible with the area in which the property is to be affected or situated. My supporting reasons are based on the recommendations or conditions that we've developed, and the fact that we'll be have a draft motion that will be submitted that speaks to the issue of inspection and enforcement.
Okay, so that's the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be not concurred in and the variance approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
And I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Okay. Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
Okay. So are we at adjournment?
No, we still have the first public hearing
Courage
item.
Place.
Courage
which
Place,
is-
yes. But council
Oh,
has
that's the one I
amazing.
have to step out of.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, well, I'll try to leave as quickly as possible.
So I'll take the chair.
Yeah, Councilor Chambers, got the chair.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if it matters that I'm here. I don't know. Well,
I think it-
try to get out of here.
We'll just give it a moment.
I'm like the most
Bring my regards to the Radio Canada event, Matt, if you're going to that.
Okay. Of course, I'm like the most complicated guy to get out of here.
Would you like a quick recess, Councilor, or?
No, I think it's. That direction. Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay. And good to proceed, Councilor?
Yep.
Okay. Item 1 is a rezoning agreement amendment at 45 and 51 Courage Place under file ZAA 1/2025. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Speakers will be permitted 5 minutes for their presentation, and I will hand this over to the planners now.
So the last time we heard this file, it was adjourned to get a legal opinion on whether or not the zoning amendment agreement could be approved. And we have since received an opinion from Legal Services stating that they do not believe that removing the condition regarding access from Willow Grove would violate Charter Section 236(1.1). And they view it as a separate issue from the associated subdivision, in the sense that you are just deciding whether or not to remove a clause on a zoning agreement today.
All right. Mr. Clerk?
Okay. And now we'll first have the applicant, Wilson Phillips, to speak on the matter.
Hello, Wilson Phillips, speaking for my client. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Most of this stuff we had discussed on the June 26th meeting. It was brought up a concern by one of the opponents of the development that it might be subject to a charter or a City of Winnipeg charter issue. One of the good things about the development was, even though there was one member that was in opposition to the development, the conditions that they had put on there was met, and we discussed that. And the adjoining owners, landowners in the area, supports the development. So it's one of those ones where everybody's in agreement. Even the people that do oppose it, one person opposes it, they have conditions, and the conditions we talk with the opponent, and we're completely in agreement. We discussed this in June 26th, so I don't want to rehash the same things over again, because I think it's well known. All the neighbors support it. It's in keeping with the general area. There's no negative effects. So I'll answer any questions you have. I believe Councillor Mays is very familiar with the Shriners and the level crossing that was always been there since the 70s. So we've discussed that extensively.
Councillor Mays, do you have any questions? Councillor Mays, you're there?
Are you saying we've been around this one a few times? So you're saying everyone's in agreement? Can't hear me? Oh, for God.
Yes.
What about now?
We can hear you,
Yeah, we
Councillor.
can hear you now.
Okay. I don't know what it is. Different rooms. Okay, so is everyone now has anything changed since we last met? Are the opponents now okay as long as we put on some conditions, or what is being said here?
So during the last meeting and prior to the last meeting, there was conditions that the opponent wanted to have, that there would be no new accesses to Willow Grove, and we discussed that at the last meeting, and all those conditions my client was very happy for, wanted. And so everybody was in agreement, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Toyne, he can speak to it as well. The condition, the reason why it got put over from the June 26th meeting was Mr. Toyne brought up a condition of, well, you can't do it because of the City of Winnipeg Charter, but like we've been dealing with this since 2023, this file since 2023, and the city, through Mr. Nuttall and the planner, brought it forward to us that we should apply for a ZAA. So we have to assume that the city's legal department thinks that this is legit. Now, notwithstanding that, maybe Mr. Toyne's point is correct. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying, well, look, we've been through this. Everybody's in agreement. I think we should, and this is just my opinion, approve the ZAA, subject to any other, City of Winnipeg legal advice that you shouldn't. That would be I think, the correct position. Otherwise, we're going to keep coming back. It's been a few months now. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Next. Okay. Next in support, we have registered Lindsay Lopke.
Hi. I guess my comments here are not really legal, but it's more practical. But I do have maybe a legal argument that I'm not really asking for access from Courage Place to Willow Grove, but I'm really asking for the creation of a separate lot with an approach just like the existing approaches that are on Willow Grove right now. It's like an ideal opportunity for an infill lot that complies with the area requirements of 2 acres and dimensions. There are even Courage Place lots with houses that are 1.8 acres. Every Courage Place resident in the vicinity of 51 Courage Place wants a house in the empty lot, as it will improve the aesthetics and drainage and landscaping. It will also generate extra revenue for the city, of course. Big thing from what I've been hearing in the last 3 times I've been here now is with the developments, there's no trees that need to be removed for the redevelopment of this Courage Place lot. More likely, trees will be added on the new lot. So right now, there's also no issues for garbage and recycling trucks. However, if this application is rejected, what is the plan to create a place for the garbage trucks to turn around in? If that approach has to be removed, what is the plan for that? Like, I guess it does. Maybe it's rhetorical, but like something will have to be done, because right now they're backing into the driveway that I use, the driveway that's in question, and then they pull out of there. There's nowhere else for them to turn around. Otherwise, they have to back all the way down that gravel road to Courage Place. So. I think I'll just leave it at that. Willow Grove is a private lane. It's not a private lane, but it's a public road, and a lot of people use it they drive to the end of Willow Grove. Some of them even drive over the end of it onto the floodway. Snowmobiles, dirt bikes, ATVs that all use it. Some of them park right in front of the 136 Willow Grove and turn around in their driveway. So I don't really see how this driveway that's been there for over 5 decades, that serviced the Quonset, that serviced the Shriners, that used it, that serviced the golf course and the activity centers that was there before, it's just not causing, there's 0 negative effects for this whole project with nothing but positives, in my opinion. So, any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Mays?
Sorry, I was muted there. No, I don't have any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I'd just like to say to Councillor Mays, I appreciated the open houses that you had held for the area south of the perimeter when you were a councillor. It's not a dig at you, Councillor Chambers, but I just want to say I appreciated the ones that were there. So.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes those in support of the application registered. I'm just looking to the gallery and there's no one present. So now we'll move on to opposition. We've registered Kevin Toyne. Invite you up to the stand and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation.
Thank you very much. So just very briefly, when I was here last time, I said that you can't approve this because of section 236 sub 1.1 of the charter. We've heard that City Legal takes a different view. It's important to put that different view into context. The charter, both 236 sub 1.1 with respect to the zoning bylaws and 247 sub 3 with respect to variances, says that they need to be consistent with the development plan and secondary plan bylaws. If my position is adopted, then zoning agreements and amendments to those agreements ensure that they too are consistent with the development plan and secondary plan bylaws. City Legal's position suggests that this is a workaround that allows for our Winnipeg, Complete Communities 2.0, and all of the secondary plan bylaws to be evaded. It strikes me that that's the wrong approach to take, but for present purposes, I'll leave that in your hands. If you're of the view that you can do this, my client's position is still that you shouldn't, in part for the reasons that are set out in the administrative report that's been submitted, but also for the reasons that are set out in the letter that I had submitted dated April 28, 2025. And in that document, I provided some of the background information, some of what had taken place before, how this clause number 2 came to be, and drew to your attention the concerns that this has been a situation of ongoing and very public non-compliance for a very long time. And that as a matter of public policy, council or committees of council should not be effectively rewarding landowners who have failed to bring themselves into compliance. It's one thing to suddenly discover that you're not in compliance and take reasonable steps to bring yourself into compliance. That happens all of the time. But that's not what this situation is. This is decades of non-compliance, even after you've come forward, asked for a change, and been told no. So that, in my respectful submission, is sufficient to say no to this. Now, if notwithstanding what I suggest is still a legal impediment, the reasons in the administrative report and that ongoing failure to comply over the past number of decades, if you're still persuaded that doesn't matter and that this should go ahead, there's a number of conditions that we did suggest that are set out at the back of my letter. Mr. Phillips and the landowner have talked about that. And just because I've got a moment, just in case you don't have the document there, that the restriction on access to Willow Grove should continue to apply to this new lot. You may recall there was an issue the last time we were here about whether or not that lot currently has access to Willow Grove. Moving forward, it's important that it not, at least in my respectful submission. There was an issue about the financial contribution that was to be made. My clients had suggested that it be made up front. That's set out in subclause B. Subclause C talks about a drive being constructed. My clients are of the view that that's reasonable, and I suggest that it is, and it should be adopted. And that subparagraph D talks about how the combined operation of these conditions ensures that lot number 2 doesn't get access to Willow Grove either directly or indirectly, say through some of the current access that's already there. So I've told you why you can't, why you shouldn't. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Councillor Mays, any questions?
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. And yeah, it's been a long day and a long hearing on this one over several months. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Perfectly.
Okay, Mr. Toyne.
Yes, sir.
Run me through the financial contribution again. Isn't this already a city gravel road? This isn't a private, or it isn't some weird right-of-way thing, isn't it? Like, what is the idea? Like, look, we're going to let you start using it, but that's going to increase the wear and tear, or well, it's not like you're using an old cart path here and suddenly it's, the city's now going to have to maintain it, is it? I thought this was a road. Fire away.
So at the bottom of at least the version I'm working with, page 13 of the admin report, under analysis, it's bullet point, the 5th bullet point, it says, Public Works has indicated that should the application be approved, the developer will need to contribute to the cost of perpetual graveling of Willow Grove Road for the full length of the planned area abutting Willow Grove Road. And what's been suggested in our proposed condition B would be that those funds would need to be provided in advance, as opposed to, for example, in some other payment mechanism.
And I think Mr. Kowalik had a number a number which escapes me at this moment, but which did not seem so outlandish that it stayed in my memory. So, okay, that's good. So we're all in agreement that it's a road, but like we make developers pave gravel lanes quite a bit. So what you're saying here is you don't have to pave it, but you gotta put the money in to re-gravel it.
Yeah, and just to
That's fair.
a bit of additional nuance in the proposed condition in the document that we submitted back in April, to the extent there's any issues that are caused during the, like there's going to be some work that's going to be done with respect to septic and so on. If any of that heavy equipment damages the road, that would be covered as well.
We do run into that inside the perimeter sometimes. We've got a case on that right now in St. Vital Ward. Yes. So the three conditions then again, no access back to Willow Grove from the new lot that is going to be on Courage. That seems reasonable. The financial contribution seems reasonable. Can you give me the third condition again, please?
Sure. I'll read it. So in addition to Public Works' proposed condition, and that's the financial one, a second condition is warranted. The drive to the Quonset from Courage Place must be constructed first, and that drive cannot be used to access proposed lot number 1. This proposed condition is intended to ensure that any vehicular traffic to proposed lot 2 must use Courage Place.
No, none of those seem out of line. That seems, well, to me, it's Councillor Chambers' ward, but that seems, I got it.
Yeah, it's intended to ensure that what's not to be done directly is not being done indirectly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, any other questions?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both.
Okay, that is all we have for registered in opposition. Looking to the gallery there, again, there's no one present. So next would be for information. Again, no one's registered and no one is present in the gallery to note. So therefore, I would refer this questions for the committee to the public service.
I'm good. Councillor Mays, any questions, public service?
If Qualic is still there, what was the number on the graveling again? It wasn't out of this world. It was, I can't remember, 30,000 or something?
Yeah, it was $35 linear foot of frontage.
35 bucks, how many, do we know length or area coverage?
I have a dimension of 180 meters. So.
Sorry?
180.
180?
591 feet.
590 feet.
No concerns on the septic, I assume it's septic tank, there's no, I refuse to get into cisterns again, just not even gonna ask that after that 3-hour session we just had, so just on the septic, no public service issues with the, with wastewater here?
It's the same system, so no concerns. It's part of the secondary, or it's allowable within the secondary plan. As far as damage to the road, typically that's covered under our normal permit process and our development permits. But if you wanted a separate condition here, something firmer, I could draft it.
Is that necessary?
I don't believe so, but it's totally up to the committee.
Okay, we'll ask the parties.
Sorry, that was the opposition's third point, was that there's a clause for repair to the road. And like I said, generally we cover that under the development permit process, not at this stage, but if you like, I can.
So if we have it already indicated in one process.
It's part of the permitting process. So when you go to do this work, you need a development permit, and that's typically covered. But if you wanted something more explicit and straightforward, we could craft wording under the development agreement. I could hold securities until the work is complete.
Okay, would ask the proponent if they're okay with that.
Of course. Next up, we do have the rebuttal, so if there's no more questions for the committee. Okay.
Nope.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Mace.
No more questions.
Okay. Then now we'll have rebuttal from the applicants to comments made regarding, comments made. No new information is permitted.
So there's not much of a rebuttal. I'll just speak to the issues that Mr. Toyne brought up there. So as the condition says, he had noted in that letter, those were met as part of the Part 3 there, or whatever it was.
All three conditions?
Yeah, and then he had made a point about, like, the past application, I think, was in 2009, and it went through all the things. That's sort of, water under the bridge, and that my client didn't have any professional help, seeking out to solve those problems. So it probably could have, been more beneficial if he would have had some guidance for that. But so that's sort of, it's not material to the facts right now. So is there any other questions about stuff?
So Public Service was just stating that if necessary, we could write a more concise or stringent in terms of road repair and whatnot. Are you already committing to the conditions that were laid out? And
Yeah, so in the last meeting, there was a condition about the graveling of the road.
Yeah.
And my client's amicable to that. The dollar value that we originally had was in error, but it was subsequently revised, but that's a discussion for another sort of, further down the road. I will note that last year they gravelled that road and improved that road, and this year they've gravelled that road again. Okay. So there's a lot of gravel on the road. So I'm not sure the need for, I'm not an engineer, so I can't speak to whether it needs more gravel. Certainly, as Mr. Lepke has pointed out, the garbage and recycling trucks use that road and then use the level crossing that he uses, since that's been there since the 70s, to turn around. So it's in the city's best interest to maintain that road at least up to that level crossing. Otherwise, it's a problem.
fair point. So
Because one of the complainant needs those trucks to come down to her area as well. So, in my opinion, but that's a numbers thing.
So fair consideration.
Fair consideration, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. In that regard, Mr. Chair, we will be.
Well, or Councillor Mays. Any other questions, Councillor Mays?
Do I keep muting myself here? No, I have no questions.
All right, thank you.
Okay, on to motions.
On to motions. Do you have the script up, or do you want to take the chair, Councillor Mays?
I guess I'll take the chair somewhat awkwardly.
All right. I move that the report of the public service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, carried.
I move that the receipt of the public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, that's carried.
We would suggest a recess then, just to clear, have all the
Okay.
conditions meeting.
We're just going to have a quick recess just to work on some wording.
Sure, okay.
How long would you request?
Just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check back in 5.
Okay, thank you. So do you want me to start from the top?
Sure.
Okay. So I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those, didn't we do this?
Councillor Mays would be the one who's the chair.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sorry. Okay. And Councillor, yeah. Yes, Councillor Mays, just for complete transparency, we'll do it one more time.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
That's carried.
I move that the receipt of the public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's carried.
I move that the recommendations of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in, not concurred in, and forwarded to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for the.
And that you're approving the application.
Yeah.
Approving
the application. The supporting reasons are defined in the instructions provided by the planner, and you can read those into the public record.
Sure, I can do that. Okay, so condition 1 will be that the zoning agreement dated July 22nd, 1993, known as the zoning agreement, entered into pursuant to development application number DASZ 6/93 and registered against the title to the land described therein, known as the subject land, as caveat number 1730693/1, be amended and restated in accordance with the following. Clause A, that Clause 2 will not apply to Lot 3, Plan 29999, that's 4 nines, WLTO, and will apply to any future lot created through subdivision and fronting Courage Place. B, that for any future subdivision of the land and the developer enter into a servicing agreement, if required, with the city pursuant to subsection 259, subsection 1 of the City of Winnipeg Charter to prepay their share of the cost of perpetual graveling of Willow Grove Road for the full length of the planned area abutting Willow Grove Road as determined by the Director of Public Works. Condition 2, that the city enter into, execute, and deliver an agreement to amend the zoning agreement in accordance with recommendation 1, the amending agreement, and others, and such other agreements as determined necessary by the city solicitor / director of legal services to be necessary to implement the intent of the foregoing, known as the ancillary agreements. 3, that authority be delegated to the Director of Planning, Property and Development to negotiate and approve the amending agreement and any ancillary agreements in accordance with this report, and such other terms and conditions deemed necessary by the city solicitor / director of legal services to protect the interests of the city. 4, subject to registration of the amendment and restated zoning agreement required under recommendation 1 against the title to the subject land at the Winnipeg Land Titles Office, that caveat number 1730693/1 be discharged from the title to the subject land. And lastly, number 5, that the proper officers of the city are hereby authorized to execute said amending agreement. And those are that. Is there any other
No,
support
that's
reasons?
it. So, call the question, Councillor Mays.
Just two comments. One is, so we spent several months dealing with a caveat here, having listened to a bunch of people say caveats aren't enforced. Caveats are enforceable. This proves it. Yeah, and I agree with Councillor Chambers on this. Mr. Toyne says we shouldn't award non-compliance, and I mean, that's sort of how easements come around, frankly, is non-compliance. But anyone who's ever gone to this door, and I've knocked on this door canvassing, you would think this house has a Courage Place address. Come on, man. Like this house, you would think this house has a Willow Grove. So we're just kind of putting in legal effect what's been in the ground for decades. So I support Councillor Chambers. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's carried.
I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That's carried.
Okay. Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Hey, did we ever deal with Councillor Allard's
No. His motion.
CI?
No, due to the clarification regarding the application, the necessity for the application to be submitted to the CIGP personnel first for for review, he is not moving that for today.
Okay.
I need a motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That is carried.
We
Good
are
work
adjourned.
today by Councillor Chambers.
We're adjourned. Thank you.